Just getting the U.S. trade balance data for last month, down $67.4 billion versus $68.5 billion expected there. A little bit less than expected. Market not really reacting to that at all right now, but in the right direction anyways. As far as that number is concerned, same story for the Canadian number there as well, down more than expected. So that's really the only significant economic number we're going to get today. The big day, or the big time, we should note, is this one right here. It's actually 12:40, but the event itself starts at 12 p.m. So yeah, Fed Chair Powell coming up this afternoon during lunchtime, in fact. So the man beside me is going to be covering that. Sharif is back again. Good morning. Going to be an interesting day here as far as what we are expecting from Powell. But Kashkari speaking right now as well, saying a few things to bring the market down, it looks like.
And has been the entire morning, Brendo. Yeah. He's been on Squawk Box. I guess he's on a different network now. Interesting to see what he has to say. He was talking about the jobs numbers. He also emphasized not to put too much emphasis on one particular jobs number, Brendo, but I think the market is going to be waiting for his boss's comments today.
Yeah, it's all about lunch hour coming up at 12 o'clock again. The event starts 12:40. We get Powell, and then remember, 1 p.m. there's a Microsoft event as well coming up this afternoon. They're going to talk a little bit about this ChatGPT integration and more to come. And then later on after that, 2 p.m. we get Fed's Barr going to be speaking as well. So remember, the quiet period is now over. So get ready for a steady stream of Fed officials coming through on a daily basis for the next little while. Again, the big one, though, going to be at lunchtime. Let's bring in the guys here and get going. It's going to be all about what happens at lunchtime this morning, guys. But we're setting up here. I mean, not bad. We did come off a little bit there from pre-market highs, but holding on to about break even so far.
Yeah, I mean, the market itself is kind of, it's flattish today, if flattish is even a word, but you've got kernels of strength and weakness to get to. We just had RCL reported. CCL is going to be in play today for me, which it's been a while since I've had a look at that. I feel compelled to say that Bed Bath & Beyond did that thing that I think nobody should be surprised that ended up happening, which is pull the rug. They have a gigantic offering, which is hopefully going to get them some capital. And then we'll see if they'll be able to survive from that. So a lot of those squeeze names from the afternoon, they're obviously not following through. BBY's down 33%. I'm in Snapchat because it was silly strong yesterday. I'm long in front of 12. I just feel like that was a big mover. And Pinterest, I'm a little bit surprised at where Pinterest is sitting after their report. We'll see what happens. But they were down, let's just say they were down very heavily in the aftermarket on a bad guide. Basically right back to where they were, or very, very close to where they were before. We were shorting that 28 level. I guess if it takes out yesterday's high, I have to give up the notion that it was all that bad. But there's lots to watch. The market could turn red any second now. But you're right about it being about 12:30. 12:30. I think we're probably going to have some decent moves after the Fed, and who knows what'll come out of that Microsoft AI note or whatever. Microsoft is already relatively strong. Put a poll up this morning, which big cap AI would be stronger today, Alphabet or Microsoft. My vote's Microsoft, but it's already leading.
Yeah, here we go, guys. We're already short Bed Bath & Beyond as well here at $4, and it is tanking to the downside, so we've already got 5% in the money right now, and it's a big trade for me, guys. Nice trade off $4 here, and we are tank city right now in Bed Bath & Beyond, so we are already short here. We're short at $4. We took it to the downside here, a $1 billion offering, trying to keep this name afloat. There it is. We shorted 4. We're going to be short until 450 here today. We're ready to rock and roll. We just took an out at 90, one out at 80. And we're going to have another one here at 70, so let's see if it continues to go to the downside. I know there's a lot of traders that are long this, but we're just trading it for the day trade. Let's see where it goes. Here we go. Nice little move to the downside. We'll hit the bang right now for Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, let's go, man. Nice move down to 69.70. So that's the low right now, 68. We'll see if we can continue to take it out. I'm short all the way up to 450. Join me at Trader TV, Sean. It's all over the sticky note as well. It's going to be a big day, and we're going to start it right now at 8:30. We're already in, guys. 8 o'clock took the short. Now we're getting ready to rock and roll. You found the best station on the net.
Yeah, the market not liking this news this morning for Bed Bath & Beyond. The first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV. Promo code at the bottom of the screen there will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. So here's the Wall Street Journal suggesting that not only are they going to go through with this, but if you read through this note, they actually have buyers, it looks like, and they will be able to execute this offering. The initial report of this late yesterday suggested that they weren't sure if they were actually going to be able to find buyers for this. So this Wall Street Journal piece this morning saying, yeah, looks like it's going to happen. So bankruptcy avoided.
The cynical side of me says, would they have done this if the stock price didn't go up 93% yesterday? Would there have been that much demand? I mean, I don't know. How do they even time this, guys? I mean, what if the stock doesn't go up? Do they still?
Exactly.
So I'm a little confused by it, but then, that's a tin hat conversation.
Yeah, and do they have this in their back pocket all along? Who knows? I mean, we can sit here and speculate. But regardless, it was pretty exciting late in the day yesterday. That move for Bed Bath & Beyond dragged, all of the meme stocks along with it. AMC with its own news regarding ticket pricing today, guys, but worth a watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, the ticket, okay, I'm not going to say I won't look at them at all today, but that ticket story, I don't think it was much of the reason why you saw AMC moving. It was a total sympathy play in all of these in the afternoon, whether it was Carvana, whether it was Silvergate, whether it was AMC, whether it was GameStop. They were all just going up because of what you saw in Bed Bath & Beyond. And I'm kind of with you. I mean, look, Sharif, I think what you're saying is probably right. Maybe they timed it perfectly. When you get an opportunity where the stock price does this and you have a chance to be able to shore yourself up, you take advantage of it. It would make zero sense if they wouldn't pull this one off. I can't tell you where this might be headed towards some of these bottoms. From a psychological standpoint and just looking at the chart, 3 obviously stands out on the daily and it stands out on the 15-minute. Maybe that's where you get a little bit of a bounce. The second, I was longest in the afternoon and I got trailed out here. So that 450 stood out like an absolute sore thumb to me when I sat down this morning. And you roll into it. I think 3 is certainly possible. Just don't ignore the possibility of a dead cat bounce. Right? Like as much as you slap the offering out there, you still have a risk of you still have a long way to go before these guys can recover. I just wouldn't be surprised if we have some kind of a significant up move at some point today. Off of $3 can make some sense. Maybe there's a halt at some point to the downside, or maybe 1 or 2 that can cause this to bounce to the upside. We've seen that be a good reversal when you get those big halt moves, but I just can't see a way. I mean, there's no way AMC is going to have the volume and volatility that Bed Bath & Beyond does. Although AMC up 3%, so to its credit, it's not even going down anymore. But it's also doing almost no volume, comparatively speaking. I don't think it's as exciting. I'll probably have a cursory look at it, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond also mentioned they're going to close 150 stores on top of the 250 that they've already closed. Wedbush comes out and lowers their price target to 0. So, yeah, not good. Not a good sign right now for Bed Bath & Beyond. We just took some more out at 50. We're hitting this one pretty good right now. We're almost at our goal here, but we're going to wait to see what happens now to the downside. I'm out of half right now of this trade. I took it out every 10 cents. 90, 80, 70, 60, 53. So let's wait to see what happens. I feel bad because there are a lot of traders that are obviously trapped that were playing sort of a FOMO game there, like going long yesterday off of that huge move, right? And it just, I don't know. I hate when this happens, but we've sort of known that Bed Bath & Beyond, I think it's been, a couple months now that they've been talking about that bankruptcy filing. So, they've tried various raises, and now here's just another one. This was the last, out of their mouth, if they can't complete this transaction, they'll likely file for bankruptcy. So
it's over.
It's over pretty much. But like Neil said, though, we could get in there, and I could see traders starting to buy this name back up, right? It's already got 15 million shares done. And with that being said, I'm only short till 450. And that's that. And we could wind up losing everything. This is 450 right here. It's really 440. I'm going to just give it to 450, only because I don't want to give it to 5. I think if you break 5, you could go on this run again, just like we did yesterday. 5 yesterday was the big move there. Happened at 3 o'clock. Huge move up to 7. That could happen again. I could see volume picking right back up in this name. The volume's actually not even really that big right now, but we're going to wait to see what happens when it opens up. And there it is. That's why you cash out of half of your trade. You're right back up to 75 again. It's going to be a really volatile name. It's not here in the exchange, in the imbalance yet, because it's part of the NASDAQ exchange. And look at this. We have a new feature now in P Pro 8. So watch this, TSLA. It automatically is dropping down now all the different symbols that are similar to that. I don't know why Tesla NQ is not first, but there it is. We select it there, and it comes through. So now it's MSFT, right? So I just drop that down, find Microsoft, and boom, I don't need to worry anymore about this extension. So should be good to go here. Nice little improvement. Also, Microsoft is another name here that's on the sticky note. I got Bed Bath & Beyond, Microsoft, Google, Alibaba, and Amazon here. It should be a great day to trade. I'm really looking forward to it. It's 8:40. We still got 50 minutes before the casino opens, but we're banging the door right now on Bed Bath & Beyond.
I just blew Sharif's mind with that trick there, Sean, that you were just showing everyone. Yeah, brand new version today for if you haven't seen. But yeah, we don't have to put in the market extension anymore. I'm very excited about that. Let's talk about a few other notable names here moving around so far this morning. A few people on the floor here in Toronto talking about this one this morning. Activision Blizzard out with earnings pointing towards Call of Duty success. This isn't going to matter much as far as the movement goes with the Microsoft deal still being worked on or trying to get worked through regulators and approval process. But ATVI with earnings this one as well. Royal Caribbean annual profit forecast below estimates, but RCL higher here so far.
Yeah, a lot of good news coming out of RCL if you're an investor and what you're looking for the way up. Basically, their onboard spending's through the roof. They rose 3.1% yesterday to a 9-month high. Their outlooks, their bookings have significantly exceeded pre-pandemic levels. So, pointing in the right direction for some of these cruise lines.
As we saw with the airlines as well, going back to pre-pandemic levels as far as demand is concerned. But RCL back to the upside here. Some of the cruise lines a little bit active this morning, guys.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, RCL's chart, if you haven't taken a look at this one in a while, that'll wake you up a little bit. It's been pretty decent. It's more than a double up. If you go back to those summer lows from last year, it's breaking out again. First 65, now it's breaking out off 70. It's weird that it's not doing a lot of pre-market volume. It's only 160,000 shares, so I don't know that that's enough to jump out in front of this, but anything above that 70 could be worth a ramp. It wasn't a perfect report, as you mentioned there, but I mean, the chart's telling you what you need to know. The other name that I want to hone in on is Carnival. So CCL, last week's high, this is, if I do that, last week's high, 1226. Hey, that's a good number. Good set of numbers there. 1226, not 12 quarters, not nearly as strong of a chart. A heck of a lot more room to go, but might get carried here by RCL's strength at the open, which sets it up for a break of its own. Not really through that resistance yet. I'd like to see RCL. Obviously, you just reported this morning. You'd like to see the open. You'd like to see a little bit of volume and have it carry that $70 level. If it does, I think it can take CCL with it, which CCL usually does better volume and has a little bit more room to do some catch up there because it's just really breaking out of its bottom channel in the last couple of days, finally getting past 11.5. So it'd be nice to see a continuation break through that quarter mark. Just want to see the open and some actual volume in either of these. That always happens when you have an earnings report in the pre-market. I never want to jump in too early. I want to see some confirmation at the open, but probably CCL, the one that I would be trading just in terms of a preference, in terms of how it trades, liquidity, where it's sitting at on the charts there. Nothing wrong with that RCL above 70 though.
Yeah, I'm just all about, I didn't even look at the report or anything like that. I'm just looking at CCL right here and busting out through 1225. So, I mean, that's the daily rate there from 0203. Just goes back to the beginning of February. You are breaking out, and now you have a reason for it to break out. CCL, again, is a double as well from 7 to 12, 13. I think it was a little bit, I think it was 650 maybe was the bottom. You're going to see right here a nice little breakout. I'm going long this name until we get back into 1180. So if 1180 breaks, then we're going to get out of that. But for right now, I like CCL long, and I should have added it to like I said, I didn't even look. I glanced by, didn't even look at the RCL report today. I'm just talking about this little dip down in here. This was yesterday's closing price. So these are some references that I'm using now. I'm going to go long ahead at 12 and then long ahead of this 1185, 1175 number. We'll look a little bit more carefully there, but I'm just going to trade CCL. It's a name that I'm more comfortable trading with. It's just like Coinbase yesterday, you know. We took a nice winner on Coinbase, and then it just like when the meme stocks are going crazy, it was just like moving in dollars. Like what? Like was very surprised at how that one was moving. So more familiar with CCL, so I'm going to stay in my lane. As it's breaking out right now, I feel like I just need to buy this. We'll test a small long right now at 29 because it's breaking out. I'd rather not take breakouts here in the pre-market. Those have hurt in the past, but we'll take a small like 10, 20% position right now, and then get more if it comes back to 12. So that's my play there as Bed Bath & Beyond back in again and back into the 60s here. Let's see if we bounce off 50 one more time, but I do like this, I do like this CCL long right now as well. So we'll play this long, we'll play it back to 12, but let's get long right now. It's only up 3% and we're trying to break out. Dangerous trade though, heading into the open. You know what? Now that the market's coming back in, I'm actually going to scrap that idea. I'm going to wait until we get much closer to 12 now for CCL. Let me check the imbalance locator quickly, as I didn't do that yet. Yeah, it's not even. There's nothing. There's absolutely no interest here today on anything yet. So 100,000 is the biggest, and that's on a Pinterest, and they had earnings report. So I'm gonna pass on it right now. C3AI is there. That's a name that a lot of you will trade today. There's AMC as well on the buy side. Snapchat, as Neil was along, that's on the buy side as well right now. So yeah, my bids are all lower right now. You can check them out at the sticky note, and then we'll talk about them as we go.
I just want to say something quickly. I don't know what you're, Chris, I hope you're joking in the chat, but if you messaged me and sent crypto on Twitter, we never ask for anything. There's a lot of fake accounts that go out there. Maybe you're joking, I have no idea. I hope you are joking, but we never ask for anything. Clearly, I don't think that was me that you were talking to. We try to respond to as much as we can on social media, but there's fake accounts out there that do things like, ask for, send me this, and all blah, 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 blah. So if that's the case, obviously, I hope it was a joke. I mean, I'm hoping it was a joke there. And also, it's not my birthday, although I did reference the date of my birthday. If you caught it, if you were quick enough to catch it, it might have had something to do with CCL.
Yeah, absolutely. We will never approach you guys for anything and ask for anything. So yeah, definitely a fake account. A few other names that were moving yesterday, along with Bed Bath & Beyond, along with some of the meme stocks. This one, Versus, had a big move. That little low float stock, VS, runs all the way up to 150 again, gapping down with these this morning as well. This one, IRNT, Sharif was just looking at the daily chart of this. You got to go back to 2021 when all the meme stock craze was going on. But this one did make a huge move to the upside as well. A contract for them, little penny stock now, but IRNT worth a note, getting a little bit of a bid. And Hertz. We were just talking about this. This was kind of the original Bed Bath & Beyond in the sense that they went bankrupt. They went down to OTC. They figured it all out. They came back, and now look, better than expected Q4 profit.
Yeah, we were talking about that off camera, how they sold their entire inventory, offloaded everything so that they could clear their balance sheet, bought it back, but they got lucky because cars were expensive during the pandemic. I don't know if the same can be for BBBY, but anyway, let's have a look at this IRNT here, guys. $60 high in 2021, Brendo. Now sub $1, but it's had a good couple of days and a nice little headline.
Yeah, good to, relate it back to the Hertz of the world, guys. If we do get an eventual move down to OTC for BBBY, that's how things should eventually play out, or how you would hope it, to eventually play out. We come back with better than expected Q4 profit for Hertz.
Yeah, look, that's how we kind of figure things will go, but it's important to remember, Sean said it best, like when you're day trading, and to a certain extent sometimes swing trading, but specifically for day trading, I remember IronNet, and I remember there were days where, hey man, you want to join in on a party and try to think about longs, not because you think the company is worth where it's going to go, but because momentum is momentum. And I think that's what we're mostly focused on here, because quite frankly, momentum moves the markets whether you like it or not. And sometimes when the momentum's up or down, as a day trader, you just have to gravitate toward that. I mean, how many times, like I heard Sean say this morning, he owns Amazon and looking short after that report. I have felt the same way. I own Intel, I've been shorted almost every single day. You just play the momentum here. I feel like after that news, specifically when it comes to BlackBerry, the momentum hasn't abated. And if we see some of these squeeze-type names move to the upside, we don't hesitate to go long. What we do always say, though, is try to pay yourself out when you get parabolic moves that don't necessarily make sense. Like you might find like one of those bio companies that has legitimately positive news. It's breaking out. There's all the reason in the world to think about swinging it because there's upside and a material change in the business to the positive side. But then other times you're just looking at a potential squeeze, which can still be there for Bed Bath & Beyond. Like there are shorts that will look to cover on moves like this. Right, like there's shorts that might have added or put on positions last night that are looking for places to cover because they want to go short term, and that can cause some buy side momentum. I was looking more down at 3, but it looks like 350 is catching a bit of a bid here. Not to completely dwell on these names, I'm not really that interested in that iron net, to be quite frank. There's another one this morning, a small cap that is on our watch list that I think can be a little bit interesting. Oh, and I just wanted to point out, we're still not at 200 on Tesla, but we're inching closer and closer and closer. Can today finally be that day? I just want to get it on the board that Tesla hit 200 before Meta did. Every single day it goes there without breaking it, it kind of gets a little frustrating. We're right there, essentially, again.
So right now, guys, up and away, SQL right now with a contract with the FBI right now and starting to really bounce upside here right now. This was left for dead for a while down here, 20 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents. We just took this level out. So look at the daily chart right here. I mean, it's going to look a little bit crazy because of how high up we are right now. But there was right there that 60-cent level that we sort of leveled off in November, December. Nice move up there in December, falls back down to 20 cents. Obviously, these guys are pretty close to bankruptcy or something as well. Not going to talk about their financial position because I don't really know it, but there it is right now, a huge move upside. And I just like to say that you've already taken out this 120. It didn't even look at it. And right now, whenever you're looking like this, you got to level it up right there to $2. So that's a $2 level right now for SQL. I feel like there's something there. You always want to look at those levels as a potential area to get out because it's only $2. It's a good mark there for people to sort of get out. Obviously, this name's not going to have options to it, but here it goes, 175 still going, 21 million shares and really starting to get going right now off that $1. The lines are here at 120, 130. That's probably a great little buy spot. You see that little dig right there, where it was up here, right here, 118 that we touched in August. Look at this spot right there. There's 118. It went right up to 118, then dropped back to 90 cents, then took it out. So if you're going to fall back down and try to play any longs, I really like this 110, 120 area where we basically supported it. It came up, it stopped, went back down, right? 91 cents, then took it out again. So to me, this is an area of strength down here, 110, 120 for SQL, but it looks like right now it's trying to break up through $2. So that's probably along through that level as well. Let me just double check the short interest on this before we throw it back over. So we just call up right here SQL. You call it up on just like how Prosper Pro has it right now, so do Trade Ideas. There it is, 231%, obviously up today. I don't see a PE on here, so that means they're not making any money. And the short float is brand new, so there's obviously nothing being registered right now. So SQL, we can check float checker as well here. There. I'm going to check, this is a good website. We're not affiliated with them. We are with Trade Ideas, SQL. Yeah, I feel like this is just such a brand new name here that it's not updated properly, or this is just a news, right? It doesn't mean it's going to get squeezed because of the short float, but there is only 7 and, let's call it 6 to 7 million shares here of tradable shares. The outstanding shares is different. The flow right now, 6 to 7 million shares. So watch out here. SQL really starting to get going here. I'm still short Bed Bath & Beyond. We'll watch this. If it comes back into 110, 120, I think it's a buy down there. But thanks to the chat. Again, become a member. Be part of our chat. You guys identified this. I called it over and gave it a couple words there. So thank you so much for being a member and for joining us every single day as we talk about the movers, the ones that are sleeping and the ones that are earned stocks, everything, man. We're here to play it all. And then today we're going to have updates on Powell. So you found the right spot. Let's continue to go as the DXY is starting to pull back a little bit here.
Yeah, tiny little float on that SQL. It's crazy mover so far today. A few analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades once again. LMT, notably, it's been strong obviously since the beginning of the year, but still back to the upside again today. Credit Suisse with an upgrade. Pfizer, Footlock, Fortinet on here. Airbus, I was just looking at Boeing. I saw Spirit, their main supplier, reported better than expected results as well. Nothing else too exciting though on the upgrade side of things. Airbus to the downside. Boeing, though, looking kind of strong.
Yeah, I didn't even have a chance to look at it, but you know, we've been hearing of a lot of tailwinds of them having a lot of orders coming in and supposedly increasing production capacity. So, Brendo, let's see what 2023 brings. Yeah,
this is the other headline, guys. 2,000 jobs being cut as well for BA. That was announced this morning. So, Boeing downside, Airbus, I should say, downside on the downgrade, 0.5%. Airbus is obviously over in Europe, not North America. 0.5% here for Boeing, back to the upside.
True. There's one name on that list on the upgrades that is actually interesting to me because I think it's going to make a move soon. Pfizer is a great level. It's down support. The 40s have been pretty solid for the stock, but it's been just kind of barcoding, pulling back like 20% before it goes to the upside. And I want to caution somebody because I think it was Ben A in our chat that was asking specifically about a short, and it was in not SHO. I want to get it because CVS is buying up the company you're asking about there. I'll get it to you in a quick second. But I'd be very careful going short on any speculative deal. So CVS is looking at Oak Street Health. You can sort of find the article out there. But it's speculating that they might offer $39 a share, right? So there's no actual done deal, which makes the short appealing because it's gapping up significantly today. It's just that sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, and then you can find yourself in a situation where saying, okay, well, there's nothing actually happening just yet on the deal. It's gapped up so much. Maybe there's a retracement type play. But I find a lot of times the rumor of a deal puts a floor on the stock where there's going to be people that will look to buy it saying, hey, if this gets announced, I can maybe make a little bit of money off it. I just be very cautious, assuming that because there's no firm deal at 39 right now, that there isn't that much risk into the short, or that it would have to be at the presumed price. They could say the acquisition could value at 39, and the next thing you know, it's like 41 when they announce it, or it's 37. You just never really know with these. So just wanted to get that out there because you didn't mention that there was a deal, but there is a potential deal with OSH. So I'd be cautious with this. If they announce a deal, it probably won't have too much volatility, other than the fact that antitrust issues are always the thing.
All right, here we go, guys. SQL just faded at $2. So that was that level that we were talking about, the next level of concern right there, $2. I just posted it in the chat that I will be going long on a $2 break here of SQL. And I'm going to give it back to 160. I mean, I think it can go 40 cents upside, right? So let's see if that can happen. But right now, see, you're fading off of it. So it was probably a good idea to go the other way there and I didn't pay for short, so I will not be short this name today. But I will try to go long here and make some cash off that $2. But we just resisted it right now, so we're going to have to see where it does fall back into. I have my stop order all ready to go here already for $2 for that 150 break in case it does break back down to the downside. So we're going to have to pay attention to that right now. But you can also see Bed Bath & Beyond is now breaking below 50. So let's go awesome on that one. I also want to bring up everyone's attention one more time here about our Discord, right? It's completely free. It's a great job. I want to thank Blind Jedi. I want to thank Brad Ford. I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls. If we could put the link up to the chat, to Discord up in our chat, you guys can all hit that. It's completely free. The cool thing about it is if you're now a member of our YouTube, if you're a subscriber into our YouTube channel right now, like all of you are, hopefully, you can post your trades in a private channel on Discord, and we can start reviewing each other's trades and things like that. So I think that's a pretty hot feature. I want to thank Brad for working on that as well. So make sure you get into our Discord ASAP. Bears vs. Bulls right there. It's in there. Thanks, Nightbot, for posting that up. You can join it completely for free. Thank you so much, William James. I will go get a coffee on you. Thank you so much at some point right here. But yeah, we're ready to go, man. We're really excited about this. Let's see what happens moving forward. But there goes Bed Bath & Beyond, and we're watching SQL as well here, trying to take out $2.
Let's get a quick check of how things are shaping up over in Europe so far this morning. Back to, kind of back to break even here. We were all red when I sat down this morning over in Europe. There's a Bank of England debt announcement that's coming up here in a few minutes, but shouldn't move the market overall. 0.37 there for Germany, downside 0.17 for France, 0.5% for Italy, leading the way, 0.4 for the Swiss market, back to the downside as well. So pretty mixed ahead of what is to come. Coming up at lunchtime today. We saw it yesterday, guys, with the overall market. Maybe before we get into the futures here, we saw it yesterday with the overall market. We held on to that range. We held on, to key levels of support, both for the NASDAQ and for the ES as well, ahead of what is to come from Fed Chair Powell, ahead of what is to come later in the week with more earnings. So we'll see how this plays out today. But Arun is here. Time to get a check of the overall market here and see what the futures have in store. What do we do here, Arun, ahead of these comments at lunchtime today? Is it a wait and see kind of a day once again, as we saw yesterday?
I mean, given how the market moved yesterday, I think it's pretty evident that this is going to be a wait and see kind of market, especially with the Fed coming out. In a quiet market like this, I think we're waiting for that kind of information to kind of at least jumpstart some type of move. This market is giving you some levels, though. It's going to be the same levels from yesterday. I'm still looking for that 4,100 break. I do think there's some buying down here somewhere, and we saw it evident yesterday that there is going to be something going on around these 15s, 10s. Let's see if that holds up going into the open as well. So, but preferably 4,100 break, snap back, right back into maybe 4,110-ish. That could be a decent long against the 40.75. There seems to be some problems around that 40.35 mark going up. So those are some smaller checkpoints to keep an eye out when we do get around to the Fed. They could turn into bigger levels if we do end up running away from them. But for now, I think it's pretty clear that we are going to be a little low on the volume side until we get some clarity from the Fed. We're going to keep the same levels in check from yesterday, 40.75 down below and 41.75 up. So 100 points in between the two levels. I think the Fed's going to give us some action here, hopefully give us some action, I would say, to maybe make use of these levels with a much lower risk profile. But for now, I think it's going to be a wait and see approach until we get to that point.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. If you haven't done so already this morning, guys, make sure you hit that QR code and enter your email address to get the absolutely free watch list that we send out every single day. Everything you need to know in the pre-market, everything that's moving, all you have to do is scan that QR code and you can have that for free from us every single day. Let's get into what is first so far. There we go. What is first? Top of the list this morning, going to be Bed Bath & Beyond. It was only a matter of time. It would... after the fact, it's easy to say that, but as we were saying earlier, was this the plan all along, obviously? With the move that we saw yesterday, they're going to raise $1 billion. Wall Street Journal, that note I showed you early on this morning, suggesting that they already have buyers for this. So what do we do with BBBY today? I'm
looking at the technicals today, Brendo, and here's the 30-minute chart, and it looks very clear to me that this 325, 320 area has a lot of consolidation, and I'm looking for support here. If it comes down anywhere near this, I'm going to be looking for a nice little bounce. Regardless of what the news is this morning, guys, can't avoid the volume that will be present today in Bed Bath & Beyond.
Look, before we get started here, there's a very, very important point here in the chat. What's up to Mehmet Yasser here, talking about the unfortunate event in Turkey and Syria with the earthquake. I mean, our heart and minds are with everybody over there. And yeah, if you're able to donate, I'm sure. I'm not going to pump any sort of a charity or anything like that, but you guys can go online and find it. Thanks, Mehmet, for that. Yeah, thousands passed and everything like that, and it's just an absolute devastation there. These natural events just really put you back into what can happen in this world. And yeah, that's really unfortunate. So thanks for bringing that up. We don't talk about politics, but this is obviously human life. So it's a much, much different thing. And I'll do whatever I want anyways. But there you go, Mehmet. Thank you so much for bringing that up. And if everybody can, support Turkey or at least have their prayers and thoughts with everybody over there. So it means a lot to me as well. I don't have any Turkish blood, but, it does mean a lot just in general that we take care of everybody. So if you can do that, let's get ready to rock and roll with that. So all right, so now that that's out of the way, we just got long into SQL right now. I'm going to go down to a 160 right there. If it breaks, it breaks, and we'll move on from there. So we're going to try the long, but it just touched $2 a bunch of times and finally breaks, and it only goes to 201, 202. So this is where I'm pretty cautious about this trade right now on SQL, but let's just see if it goes. I just hope I don't get stopped out before the market actually opens, and that could happen. And again, not a huge amount of shares. Many more shares, obviously, right here in the name that we're talking about right now. We've traded Bed Bath & Beyond before. We knew this was going to be a nightmare here today, and that's exactly what it is. So after a huge run up yesterday, let's not get it too twisted. You're just back to where you were at the beginning of yesterday. So it's not a complete disaster if you were in this name at some point yesterday, but if you were in it late, then yeah, you're unfortunately you're suffering this loss here. It's never a good sign when they have to raise this much money, but I've seen some good talk there in the chat that declaring bankruptcy does let them restructure, and maybe there is something to that. You can save your business by declaring bankruptcy. We saw it with Hertz, and then they came out today and they had a huge number again. Hertz is actually up today, right? So you can go down to the pink sheets, restructure, come back, or simply put, stay up. And maybe that is what Bed Bath & Beyond is trying to, not maybe, that is what they're trying to do. So they're going to restructure here. I just think that today on that offering, I can't really see too many traders, lining up to get involved here with Bed Bath & Beyond to the long side. But hey, when the market starts to go, we're out of 60% of this trade already. If it starts to go back up to the upside and starts to ramp itself back up, then yeah, we'll be here. I marked down already that I am not in this name short if we take 450. That's it. If it does go up past 450, we'll look for a spot like this where we start to see some, accumulation and then a top side resistance level. So that's what I'm doing on Bed Bath & Beyond. We only have one fill here. It's enough that we're almost at our daily goal right now. So that's really good. But at the same time, we want to get more shares short. And I think we'll just keep reloading it here at $4. But other than that, 450, we're out of that. We do have layered offers up. I wasn't sure when I took this if it was going to continue to go higher. So I actually have one piece there. I have another piece at 420, then a piece at 440, and then we're going to look at 450. But now we can reload it back here if we come back up because we're out of 60%. So far, so good on this one. And then SQL is the other runner that I have right now. That, again, it's a cup of coffee on the shares, but we're going to see if it does break back above $2 here. And remember, this trade does have room to go. But remember when I said when it was down here at $1.30 or $1.40, I said it's probably going to stop here around $2. And that's exactly what it did do. And I even said take some profit at $2. And of course, we wind up punching long. But let's just wait to see the next level here, $2.50 obviously, up to $3, and then $3 if we're lucky enough to get a $3 print. Maybe that's where this move stops. But I'm hoping it stops there because I'd like it to get there in the first place. So we're going to watch 160. If it drops down, it drops down. But yeah, man, we are really ringing the register on Bed Bath & Beyond today. I think it's going to be a monster day. We're ready to go. You want more bangs, Henry? You're going to get them, man. We've been absolutely on fire. We had a killer month in January, and we're starting it off already this month with a couple bangers. So hopefully you enjoy the show, and hopefully you enjoy money is even more than that.
So, I don't know if we're going. I just want to talk one thing about Bed Bath & Beyond, because if I think 3 is a bit of a bottom on BBBY, this dip buy that we're looking at in the afternoon, there was another one early on, right down here around 330. So we're challenging that here. I think if we get a bounce off 3, now I'm gonna get some more out in the 3/4 range. If we bounce off 3, I'm kind of looking at that level for a little bit of a consolidation area. And if you do consolidate there, it would give you a bit of a secondary style bounce play. When I looked over at SQL, I kind of felt like the 2 move on the way back in, the first fib retracements at like $1.70 or so, that would be an interesting place for a dip buy. And then the name I'm in Snapchat as well. I guess we'll get to that making more sense when we talk about some Pinterest there. But I just don't see a heck of a lot of reason until the trend reverses to get out of Bed Bath & Beyond. But at this point, it's just pulled 25% back. If it goes all the way back to 4, that's not an automatic reload at 4. That's way too big of a move bouncing to just jump back in front of the short at the same price. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I've gotten burned. I'll never forget the day that happened to me on Sundial, where I had a great short in the morning off $1, and then on the way back up to $1, I decided that I wanted to reshort it at the same level after it made a huge rebound. So I'm not going to go ahead and do that. We're just going to ring the register on the way down here. I think $3 makes some sense. We're about to get there.
AI land before we get to Pinterest here. The SoundHound just with a press release out at 9 o'clock there talking about a new product integration and launch that just came out. So we saw a pop there from 420 up to 480, but volume already dying off. So it might not be a big deal, but just be aware. SOUN moving around on that. Let me bring over this and we'll talk a little bit about Pinterest. Quarterly revenue misses expectations. Yeah, the forecast not great either for pins. Huge move after the close yesterday when this came out, but here we are right back up again.
Yeah, we retraced right back. It was an interesting move to watch after market, but here are some good points from that earnings report, maybe evidencing some of the move. Revenue in Pinterest fourth quarter grew 4% year over year and 9% year over year for overall sales. The company said its global monthly active users increased 4% year over year, and its average revenue per user, or ARPU, in Canada and the US rose 6% year over year. So some interesting signs, maybe some like silver lining there somewhere, Brendan.
Just seeing a note on Dash and Roku with a partnership just coming out there as well, but neither doing much volume at all so far this morning. Neil, you likened this move for Pinterest to what happened to Snapchat back to the upside as well.
Yeah, and pardon me if I start with Snapchat, just because I think this. So what happened to Snapchat, you can kind of see it, not a good earnings report. However, the difference would be it took 2 days to get back to that previous level. Actually even pulled back, and now it's breaking out. I'm long Snap off of this 12. I got 12.21 here. It'd be nicer if I could have gotten pre-markets down at around the 10 level, so you take less, risk an extra 10 cents to take a smaller position. And we'll see if it can go. If it gets through the high, I'm going to take some out. And it was very similar in terms of the growth not being where they need, projecting that growth not being where they need, converting both views and eyeballs into dollar signs has been a potential issue with both. So I guess Pins just skipped the part where it hung out for a couple of days to the downside and is right back at those highs. Now I am going to go for the short off of 28.10. That was the afternoon resistance yesterday. So if I do get shares short at 28 or just in front of it, that is my stop. The same one that I had in the afternoon show, it'll be my stop again. If it blows through the top, I can accept that one is wrong. I just feel like Pins, sorry, not Pins, Snapchat has already decided, it's settled down, it's given a couple of days, it's decided it wants to break out despite the bad news. I feel like I'm not there yet with Pinterest wanting to take out the top. So if it does it, fantastic. I'll be out of the short, but I'm just looking at this opportunity to get 28 down into 27. Even if it sits in the range from yesterday, I think that can be a good gain. So I'm looking for the long. I'm long in Snap, looking for the short off 28. 28.10 will be my stop. That'll be a hard stop for me on Pins. That's the key level. I'll go right back to it.
Ooh-wee doggy right now, guys. We have a big trade happening on Bed Bath & Beyond. Now I got to take something out. So. I've been taking it out, but I was leaving this all the way to 13. I'm just going to put a bid there. There we go. We get hit on EdgeX or whatever I use, the ARCA there. Nice move to the downside. We'll spin the money because that's what's happening right now. It's a big trade right here. I don't know where Bed Bath & Beyond is headed, but hey man, you take the shares so you can get them out, and there it is. So now you're just continuing to make this move to the downside. Bed Bath & Beyond, a good trade here, down 47%, still trying to make new lows, is making new lows right now. We talked about yesterday's level of $3 coming into play. Well, that's here right now, and it just took it out. It took out yesterday's level of $3.15. So we sat there, we took that bid at $3.13. Now we got to see that level right there. Now you're just in free-for-all kind of mode here right now. So we'll see what happens once even these imbalances come out. Bed Bath & Beyond is Deadsville, and unfortunately, it's going to have to wait for the market to get open back up, and then or at 9:30, so that they can get some options opportunities. Because for right now, since options aren't allowed to be traded until 9:30, you're not going to get any sort of a gamma squeeze or anything like that. People that are in there, let's buy the $4 calls, let's buy the $3.50 calls, let's buy the $3.25 calls. That could start to get the stock going back up to the upside, because people are going to have to offset their positions or their option position there if you're writing them. But But right now, you're going to watch out here. There it goes, breaking back down through $3. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's cooked up right now, but we'll see how far it wants to go. Bed Bath & Beyond continuing to make new lows right now. $3 incoming and just got taken out. So watch out there. If you want to get some out, I don't blame you right now. We're going to try to hold for a little bit lower as we've been taking it out. There goes Bed Bath & Beyond. I know there's people long and it does suck, but hey, we're day traders and we're trying to take advantage of this volatility, and we will stack up some cash down here at $3 on Bed Bath & Beyond.
All right, let's go on to Baidu. Huge gapper to the upside this morning. On this note, this morning they've confirmed that testing will be complete and we'll get Ernie coming out in March. Insert your Sesame Street jokes whenever you want. Baidu here, 156. If you go out to a daily chart, 156 is a huge level. And this thing is just gapping straight through all of recent resistance here. Any thoughts on Baidu here?
Yeah, you read my mind here. I was looking at the chart to see what the technicals look like. We're at a very critical level here. If we can break over, I want to say this 175 area too should be really interesting. But Brendo, didn't you wonder what Ernie stands for? Don't you want to know?
Obviously.
Enhanced representation through knowledge integration, guys. Say that 5 times fast.
Wow. Good name for the ChatGPT alternative, guys, coming from Baidu. We've seen these things gap so frequently like this and then end up just kind of chopping around doing not much. Is there a trade here today?
I mean, I don't know. You could have just gone with BERT and just buy everything. It stands for buy everything. Buy everything AI. I mean, it shouldn't be that way, but it's the catalyst that's been moving the markets. And so if it's filling in the gap, which it feels like it's trying to fill in the gap, well, let it fill in the gap. You're already selling the news off here. I will not forget what happened when this broke out at that 40 level, where I was like, oh, big level at 40, it's breaking out. It failed it. It filled the recent gap in, then did this move in here. So thinking it's going to do another one where it just cleanly goes to the upside doesn't make sense to me. I think we could see that 55, 56 off the open area. And if that happens, maybe pick it up at that point. It's not the ADR that I will be looking for, the Chinese name I'll be looking for. The same two from yesterday. PDD's back above the 95 level. That was the gap to the downside. It ends up holding the bid. If it holds 95, you could get a bit of a breakout. That's the strongest Chinese name in the market in terms of its daily chart. It bounced off the 50 period and continued the trend back above 95. I think you're back on that train. It just has to hold that at the open. But Baidu, I'll let it come back into 55, 56. And if there's a bid down there at the open, then it's worth my while. Otherwise, you're already seeing it slip down significantly. So I'll be probably more interested in Pinduoduo, quite frankly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with NIO and Alibaba, and like I said, you know, the way we've been trading lately, you might as well just stick with what's been working for sure. Alibaba up here at 107, so I'm actually looking at a 108 break right here for Alibaba. It's, you know, again, it's not a super key level or anything like that, but you know, it comes back in here to yesterday's top right there, or 2 days ago, sorry, the third. What day is this? Yeah, I guess it's the third. The top there on the third, and then it was the bottoms here on the second. So, you know, we just sort of started February around this 114, 115 area, came back in, hit 108, went back up to 110, then we fell back through, broke 108, then resisted it again on the pullback, then went to 106, then we had yesterday's move down to 103, and now a move back to 107 on news that has nothing to do with them. So I'm going to say that if the Chinese names really want to get going, by the way, we just took another piece out at $3 on Bed Bath & Beyond, so now we could just hold it. We only have 20% left. Let's hold the rest. But right here, 108. Just to say, if these names get strong today, which it looks like they are, up 1% for Chinese names versus market negative, I think that we have a good chance here to break that 108 and go to the upside. But I don't have any stop orders in for that. I'm just going to wait to see if the stock either floats up to that 108. That will be different because then we'll probably use it as a short. But if it starts to really run and the NASDAQ starts to go, then we'll sort of shoot it upside, break the 108 with it, and help push this stock up to 110 again. So we're going to sit there and wait for Alibaba to come through at 108. Other than that, I'm going to stay away unless we get back down into like 105, whereas yesterday's close. And then if we're a strong name here and the market is green, then we can pick up something on the dirt cheap there. But there it is. There's another out for us, just so you guys wanted to see that. We got 303s there, or 301s. I don't know what it was, one of those. 302 half, I guess, 302, 303, right there on Bed Bath & Beyond as you start to go back up. And then, you know, just this SQL, it's still bouncing around 160. This one, you know, because we've come up to $2 now like 4 or 5 times and hasn't broken except for that time that apparently I got in, we're going to wait to see if it takes 160, we're out of this one and we'll forget about it. And then if you are looking to buy some of this, like I said in the first place, like when it was down here, I said we probably stop at 2, right? Then I go long. And then right down here, I think you can probably buy more down at 113, 114, 115, somewhere like here where you had that based on this past rejection on the daily right there. You know, so I think if you can fall back into 120-ish, that would be a pickup if SQL doesn't continue to go. So we are out of this one in 10 minutes when it breaks 160 as this market gets ready to open. So we'll go over the imbalances in a couple seconds when we review the NASDAQ. But a big NASDAQ name coming up that is also on the sticky note. I really like Mr. Softy today.
Yeah, the back and forth continuing or heating up, I guess, between Google and Microsoft, as we said late in the day yesterday. Microsoft comes out hours after Google says they're going to come through with their version of a chatbot and says, oh, but we're going to have a news event tomorrow. So here we are. 1 p.m. this afternoon, guys, 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll get this, whatever it is, announcement, I guess. I mean, a lot of people are just hinting at further details coming out on the partnership between OpenAI and Microsoft, how they might integrate it a little bit with Bing, how they might integrate it with some of their other products. But 1 p.m. this afternoon, do we do anything before that?
I don't know. I think this one might, well, you never know. You might get some speculation, but they've got a lot of ground to make up in the search game, guys. 9% is what Bing holds in the search engine game, 90% for Google. But to build on your point, Wedbush coming out and saying this morning, one of their analysts saying that this is going to be a new AI arms race. So interesting to see what goes forward.
Yeah, and the two biggest players, or so far anyways, going tit for tat in back-to-back days. Google first, now Microsoft comes back with their answer today. So we'll see what happens. We have to consider the fact that the market might be moving anyway, coming off of Powell, remember, at 12:40, and then we get this news from Microsoft at 1 p.m., just a few minutes later.
Yeah, I mean, we'll cross the 1 p.m. bridge when we get to it, I think. For the open, I just like the fact that, look, Softy's already bounced once off the 200-period moving average in this latest move. You saw it kind of react well to a hold of the 50-period on this slightward uptrend, and you got that bounce yesterday right off that 255, so I'm just looking to be long in front of it. It did feel like we'd have a chance to get a 256 dip. When I sat down, it was at 58, so, okay, well, the market's kind of sliding into the downside. Well, the market's okay, here's what the NASDAQ's doing. It just actually went a little bit red. It's mostly flat all morning long, but it's been drifting to the downside, and Softy's been showing some signs of relative strength. So now I have to look at 2 days ago when we closed up at 258 and start thinking about that as a bit of a dip buy off the open. But as long as it's above the 200 period, I'm kind of favoring the longs in that one. I like that 200 on the daily because most stocks on the recovery have already taken out their 50 period. So your new support for any that are lingering around is that 200 on the daily chart. As long as we're in front of that, I'm going to look for dip buys first 58, then 56. I'll probably cancel my 56 because there's no need to have it $4 away at this particular point. If it drops $4 at the open, we got other issues.
Yeah, I'm going long Microsoft 257. I'm going long pretty huge. So if it comes down there, you know, that's yesterday's close. Like I said, I want to be buying this name all day. Let's just see if it can give us a bottom. I wouldn't be surprised if the bottom is 259 right here. Kind of like yesterday's top. We came into it and it was the close from the day before. So I could definitely see 258, 259 being traded here today. So if the market does dip down again, I'm just going to be patient. You already saw me slay Amazon yesterday off some of those levels. So we're going to see if we could do the same thing again here today with Softy or with Amazon. Either way, we don't have Amazon on there right now. So Amazon, stay short Amazon until we break through that 104 area. That's what I wrote down. You can find the sticky note at TraderTV. Sean, thanks for all the likes, retweets, and everything. But here's Amazon on the 3 minute. So here's 104. This is the short that we had yesterday. It was a monster short, and it just went all the way down to 101. So that was like 250, 350 there, 250 maximum would have been, so 350 short, down to 01, so 250 right there. We're going to look to do the exact same thing again, 103.50 to start the short if it does get back upside. I'm already waiting to short that, but you know it's going to have to move. So we're going to be able to watch the market here. The only way Amazon gets anywhere near those levels, I would assume, is if we do start to crank here in the market. And I think with Powell coming at 1240, I'm excited for it. I was actually just talking with Stephanie as we got a coffee there. And honestly, I'm not super excited for Powell because I don't really care that much. It's more about like whatever position I'm in, I'm gonna have to watch out for that or be flat heading into it. I like to react to the market, and if something does come through from Powell, then I want to see these stocks trade at levels that I'm interested in. So as a futures trader, obviously you're going to want to watch out and be very, very careful for what he's going to come through and say. But if you're going to be trading equities, you know, like I just hope that maybe if he rallies the market, then Amazon can get to 103.50, 104, right? Or we could play off some key levels that happen at that time. So that's sort of what I'm looking for when Powell comes through. Bed Bath & Beyond is bouncing, though, off of $3 right now. So with the market going to be in about... Right now, in a minute, we're going to get the NASDAQ imbalances. So let's wait to see how those come through, and then we'll see Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm expecting it to be a big sell, but maybe it turns around and it's a big buy. So in about a minute, you have some actionable events happening on Bed Bath & Beyond. And then SQL, man, still just straight chilling. Now, it can't get above 90. So let's see if it takes 2 off the open. I'm going to put an order a little bit higher on this, just in case it does rip up. Like, let's go 220s. You know, we'll take 10%. I mean, why not? If it gets up to 220, that'll be our first out, and then we'll deal with it after that. But right now, yep, Amazon short. You guys are right there in the chat. That's what I'm looking for here. And you're right, David Kyle. We do not need Powell to open his mouth. But guess what? What we need doesn't mean what's going to happen. He is coming today, and we're going to see what he has to say right now. Here come the imbalances coming for us. So we're going to see right now. Come on, SQL. Let's get to the upside. Hey, maybe there's an SQL buy we can find out there.
Doubt it.
There's Bed Bath & Beyond. So Bed Bath & Beyond does come out as a buy. So you will see a rally. There it is. Here's the buy we're talking about. So we're out of 80%. Remember, we had 40%. Then we got 1, 2, 3. So now we only have 20% left. So we're going to watch out for that. Google's a sell. Everything's a buy except for Pinterest, Google, and Apple. So big tech besides pins, sell on there. Google's a sell right there. So watch out for that coming back in. We do have some longs taking out 102. And then Apple right there is a sell as well. Watch out for that. Ooh, back down to 150 could be a spot for Apple as well. So very exciting stuff happening here. I don't see SQL on here, but we'll wait to see what happens on the open, as that is trying to go back to $2 right now, Brendo.
Some of the semiconductors back on watch again today. There's obviously the AI angle that Sharif will tell you about here in a second, but I want to mention this as well. They're all setting up relatively strong. So the entire group back to the upside, other than Micron. Not a lot of volume behind this yet so far, but Micron a little bit weak here on this. After the close yesterday, they filed a term sheet on a potential offering, 1.25 billion. It would be the max for some senior notes, but this group has been pretty impressive, along with all the other AI stocks.
Yeah, no, I've been talking about this ad nauseum on the midday show, Brendo. You know, if you have to choose a horse to bet on here with respect to the chip makers, I'm betting on NVIDIA. They're the leader in GPUs. GPUs are what power AI is, in addition to crypto, but let's focus on AI for the moment. Having a look at the NVIDIA chart here, look at this. This is the bottom here at 110. The top is at 346. Now we're at 212. A 50% retracement would be at that 228, 230 level. So we're almost 50% back from where the highs were. So a good little trend, a nice little bottom, and you know, I'm looking for NVIDIA.
All right, NASDAQ trying to get back to positive right now. We're basically flat to head into the open here, guys. What do we do with the chips today?
I mean, Sharif probably already said it really well there. I mean, NVIDIA 205 has been the support level for the last few days here. I think if you see anything sort of sniffing that, I'm looking for a long on NVIDIA. And then even if it breaks, I don't know if you get to 220 today. So in this bit of a chop, if you got 5s and you got 20s at the top, that puts 10 in play, at least for me, with some symmetry. I don't know if you get a 220 break today, but that's going to be a big one the day that it happens. I usually tell you how I'm all over shorting Intel. It's at price levels today where it's not as obvious. So I might look to see if it gets back up into the 29 range where it was late yesterday. The other thing this has going against the short is the kind of hard to see. The 50 period is sitting right there at 28.40, and you're just above that. Not a place where I'd look to jump in and enter a short off the low when it's getting right into the 50 on the daily. I'd rather short a pop in Intel. But NVIDIA, yeah, I like that bid at 210 and then 205 as well. The problem with NVIDIA at the open is getting shaken out. The other day I was shaken out of a long that ended up being really, really good, and it happens to you sometimes. I don't want that to happen, so I want to let it get to the downside off the open, settle in a range, make a bottom, and then look for the long opportunity. Don't want to forget this name. With only 2 minutes to go here, CCL pulled back off that 1226 high from last week. I think the dip is potentially on here. If it actually holds 12, great. Look for a top take at about 12:30. I just wanted to see this one open before I would get involved with it. Snapchat's not doing a heck of a lot. It's still holding right around 12 even, but I'm getting out if it breaks 12. And Pinterest might have just missed that. We're already heading to the downside here. I've kind of moved my offer down a bit to get something in front of that 28, but it already ticked down to 27.20s. If it comes up there a third time or like a fourth time, I don't know how good it's going to be if I get it that fourth or fifth time through. Bed Bath & Beyond just tried to catch a bid off 3. It's still not doing it. That's a crazy one. Doesn't want to catch any kind of a bid. And someone asked me what my thoughts on SQL were. I liked 170 was like the first retracement on the Fibonacci. I'm like, oh, maybe if it holds that, that's where it's worth a stink bid. So it looks like that's going to be the case, at least at the open here. I don't mind throwing a little bit of a stink bid at that first retracement level and just give it like 5 cents worth of risk and see if it can get through the highs. But that's the number that stood out to me.
Yeah, we've already talked about that 120 there for a bid there on SQL. Let's see if that can go through. All right, let's wait to see what's going to happen right now. We are long SQL, and it's bumping right now. Let's get through $2, guys, and we'll see if we can't just create some more dreams, not nightmares here today. Shout out to Meek Mill. All right, Prad's on the bell right now. We're getting ready to rock and roll here with only 15 seconds to go. I hope you guys got that, Meek Mill. All right, 103, 104. Let's go here to the upside on Google. Let's go SQL right now, and Bed Bath & Beyond, we're watching out for that. With only 3, 2, and 1. All right, so much energy for Prad there. Thank you so much.
I don't know if you could have less.
So here we go, man. We'll go back up to the upside. There goes SQL trying to break through $2. So here we go now, upside on SQL. Let's see if it goes. Bed Bath & Beyond catching a bid, sort of like we thought there, off $3. So let's see if that keeps on going.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a bid, but I don't think it's that significant right now in Bed Bath & Beyond. It's at 315 to 319. It needs to get back above the quarters before I'm convinced. I'm just going right over to Microsoft because I was looking for a dip.
It's going to halt SQL.
It's not dipping at all. But yeah, SQL's on a halt. Go to your screen. Go to your screen.
Yeah, I'm here right now. So we're already long. We're not getting anything out. Let's see what happens with SQL on this one. I'm actually going to cancel my offers now. Let's see if this guy moves. We'll offer 250 right now. We told you about this name. We had it, and there it is, man. We are now getting rewarded on that one. We talked about Google going long as well today, and there it is right now. It just didn't dip enough for us to get long. We were waiting at 102.25, so it got pretty close. But here goes Google right back up to the upside. So yeah, a lot of stocks starting to take off right now. Apple even 151 and change. So yeah, things are popping right now off the open. 104 coming in for Google. That could be a level as well. I don't want to take breaks long right now. We're still below, man. The NASDAQ is still red. So if anything, maybe we're looking for some shorts. I just don't have any short ideas right now other than Amazon.
Yeah, I was just, now here comes NVIDIA to the downside a little bit here. So we might get that dip. It just got to 14s. It's into 12s. I'm looking for that 10 level. DVY still looking okay. Snap's not doing a heck of a lot. Pinterest is trying to make a move into the upside, but the market is really starting to come down here. Yeah, this might be the time to check out if I'm getting enough of a bid to catch shorts in Intel in front of 29. Just a few more pennies to the upside. I think I'm going to jump into that one. I do like the shorts, just want them to be higher. And I don't want to ignore you, Tesla. Tesla bouncing, okay, it's hard. It's at 195. We're getting a lot of dark pool prints up here at 196.5, but it is bouncing right now off 195. I like 193 on Tesla if we go any further to the downside. Going to get my orders in there because it looks like we have a decent chance at it. Snap is now trying to take out those highs. Just got some into Pinterest for the short. Yeah, there's a lot of dark pools. It's so deceiving. It's trading 95 down here, but you're getting a lot of dark pool prints up at the open price. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Not much you can do about it. Snapchat just broke the high of the day.
All right, SQL right now. Yeah, good trade on Snapchat. SQL still halted. We've shorted Amazon here off 101. We're short 97. We just took a 90 fill there. But like I said, all these prints coming out. I don't know why there's a huge dark pool dump right now, but like right now on my time and sales, we're printing 101.15s. That's obviously brutal. Nowhere near. And if you look at Apple as well, I don't know what's going on right now. Like these Apple prints are 156. 365. So yeah, it's pretty bad right now. But okay, Bed Bath & Beyond again, 320 starting to go. SQL's halted, we're in that name. And we have the Amazon short. I just got to put some more bids out here because with these prices, I can't read the tape now. So we're just going to have to watch the level 2, which is fine. That's pretty much my expertise. So we'll watch this out here. Comes right back in now. We'll put an 80 bid down here, see if we can catch that. And then we'll start the day off 3 for 3 right now. Hope you're enjoying the show. Smash the like, smash the subscribe. No idea why we have 3,000 votes and 1,000 likes. So let's get that going to the upside as well. SQL right now, yeehaw, tapping 218, guys. So we're getting ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, I just took my first out in Pinterest. We'll ring the register there. It does go right up to that 28 level and start reversing. I'm going to get to something because we're talking about those dark pool prints. It's kind of annoying, but I'm going to correct something. Snapchat was showing dark pool prints up at the high of the day, and I said Snapchat high of the day. That was a bunch of dark pool dumps up there, so I was just watching my P&L. It's actually coming down into the 12 level. I just want to make sure everyone understood that. Sometimes you see these prints come through. We can't do anything about them. If I get to 27 on Pinterest here, I want to hold through the low of the day, see what happens on that move to the downside. Want to give it some more room to try to take out that level. I still like the dip buy in NVIDIA. I don't want to move up just yet. I want to give it a chance to come down into my level. You said the tap already on SQL. That's still at 220. And one last one. I'm going to go to Brendan. C3AI is actually at the low of the day and threatening to break lower. So watch out for some of these names in the AI space. Right at the low of the day and threatening to break is AI. 25 is a big level there. Brendo.
Another former runner just popping up, Lucy, if you remember from last week on this new product launch coming out today from LUCY. Huge volume there at the open for this one, now 40%.
So I'm out of Snap at that $12 level. We'll go slap the fail on Snapchat. Pinterest should cover it. There's no way both of them were going to work out, frankly. But whichever one ran, I wanted to hold on to it. We're now through the low of the day on this and through the lows on pins, although I should confirm that. Here we are. You have to actually load it up just in case it's those dark pool wicks again. You're now at 26.70. Just to show you where this went in the aftermarket, I think we could see 25.5. That's where I would be out. I look for that little gap fill from the afternoon to be pretty much everything. Got to check back in at some point. Whoa, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, give me a break. I just got internalization of Bed Bath & Beyond. That's going to be annoying.
Oh, did it halt?
No, it's still in the halt. How did I...
Bed Bath & Beyond's halted? I didn't even know that. Oh,
I'm
even in the stock right now. Yeah, it's halted. So Bed Bath & Beyond,
okay.
we talked about a little bit of a halt up right there. So now we are halted. I was still watching SQL. And by the way, I'm him, guys. Amazon. We talked about Amazon. And so here's the short. It's the only short idea that we had on there. So there it is right there, man. $100.50 coming back in. So this is going to be a really good trade, hopefully, anyways, for Amazon right now. I'm going to put one more bid down here at 50, and there it is right there at 52. Let's see if we can take that right there for Amazon. Shout out to my guy Joe Burrow there with the I am him quote. Okay, Diddy coming through as well. We're looking at that name for a Chinese name, also an ADR in Alibaba as well. SQL, by the way, bang right now. That's how you trade these small caps, boys and girls. You take the long and you hope right there. So we go bang on that one. There's SQL up to 240, already 30% in the money on a re-halt. Alt, open, halt again, upside. It's funny because I was actually waiting at 44 to get a piece out, and we just halted there at 40. So a nice move upside for SQL. We just wait on Bed Bath & Beyond, but honestly, I'm making all of the monies right now on Amazon as that's down here near $100.20 as we go, man. There it is. Huge move to the downside. Hey, it's all good, baby, baby. Over to you.
So I got a bad fill on. I had a 420 stop on Bed Bath & Beyond that triggered on the up halt there, so I think I got internalized with another day trade the world person. I'm just going to get it out. It gets repriced at whatever the open is. I don't want to be long the stock. I know it's halted up, and you could say it's going to the moon. I don't necessarily believe in that, so I just want to be honest. That's not an intentional long for me. I'm just putting a bid at 26 on pins. It's not quite 10%, but it's close enough as far as I'm concerned. It's starting to run out of steam, and you got to be kidding me, Tesla. I like 193 on you. And it bounces right here, like 193.75. Now it's just jamming the upside. Softy's taking out the high.
Yeah, baby.
So you can pretty much forget about the dip buys. It just only wants to go up. We had the poll between Microsoft. Well, the poll this morning that everyone wanted to do instead of hit the like was between Microsoft and Alphabet. I like Microsoft more. I just thought with the market coming in, we were going to catch a dip. Now I want that dip to be to 261. BBY's halted, but I want to go back over to it was C3AI that was breaking that low of the day. It actually bounces off of 25. That's a pretty big level down there. All week long, it's been able to hold that 25, including last week, actually. So 25, bit of a bounce spot. If it crushes that out, watch for a flush on C3AI if it cannot hold 25 even.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait for everything to come through, man. I mean, the market is just now. You know what? Let's take off one more piece here. I mean, we're still 40 cents in the money here. Even more than that now. There goes Amazon right back down. So maybe we are wrong to get a piece out. But we'll put a piece out low 20s here. Man, there it just bumps right back up. All right. Yeah, we'll put a piece low 30s then instead of low 20s. See if we catch that bid now. Because look at the market. You're starting to go back up to the upside. So we've already captured the profit on this. But we still do have 40%. Let's take out another piece maybe at 50. Yeah, let's take a 50. Yeah, shoot, I hate to do that. All right, now let's cancel our 30 fill. Okay, but we took a fill there at 50. I hate to do that, but we did. Right there on Amazon. It came right back in. I'm just a little bit nervous. I don't want to be short this name at this price. It's just we were short because of the market breaking, right, to the downside. And we knew we wanted to get Amazon short. It was the trade of the day yesterday. And right there today could easily be, again, I think SQL and Bed Bath & Beyond might be the ones to trade today, obviously. But we're going to wait to see how this opens up. Look where the tap is here on Bed Bath & Beyond, 369. So you got to watch out for that. That's going to open up a big-time high side, which is why we only have 80% left. We talked about that early, so we're not even worried about it. SQL opening at 239. I still have an offer. I don't think I'll get internalized, but maybe if we open up fast. I'm at 244. So someone's going to have to come up and hit me right now. But hopefully this name opens up very, very soon. It was halted at, I guess it was 9:36. So yeah, so you still have 2 minutes to go here as it's only 39 right now. So 2 minutes, 41. This name will open back up, and we'll see where SQL goes. Hopefully it goes into the money for us even more. Amazon still chilling out. I'm just going to hold my shares, man. We're really happy with the trading today. We're going to go 3 for 3 for you. And wow, Alibaba with a nice fall down as well right now. There goes Amazon starting to rip back to the upside.
CCL just broke that double top from the pre-market. That's a new position for me. Just waited for it to open up. Now it's through. So I just got out of Bed Bath & Beyond. They're into CCL, out of Bed Bath & Beyond. Didn't really care where it opened up. Was just going to take it that long that I really didn't want, to be honest with you. So we'll see where it goes from here. I did not want to reload it blindly. If it gets back up to $4, we'll make a judgment call. I want to see how it's trading when it gets there. If and when it gets there is the big one. Well, wow, Tesla. Are you kidding me? Tesla's gone. But I want to get to Pinduoduo before I go to Tesla. PDD off 95, above 95. I think this can be long. Beneath that level, just like yesterday, I think that's where the resistance is going to be. So Pinduoduo, I think you said Alibaba looking strong as well. Unless I heard you wrong. These Chinese ADR.
Looking weak, very weak.
Oh, okay.
Alibaba's tanking.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's see what happens when we test back at 95. I think I heard you. That's my bad.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, because if Baba's this week.
Yeah, it just fell down to yesterday.
If Baba's this week, yeah, maybe I want to back off on PDD a little bit. Just wait for it to test that 95 before I get too aggressive. I guess I could have blindly reloaded Bed Bath & Beyond, but that's why you get out. Like, if you don't want to be long, then you get an accidental position or something you don't want, just take it out regardless of what happens. The opening price was the best price to get out on Bed Bath & Beyond there. If you did not take that print, then you're out of the money now.
So SQL went the other way. So we didn't even get. It opened at 40. I could have taken it out. I'm just here for. Yeah, I'm just here for the long. And if it works, it works.
It didn't open.
Yeah, it did open. It opened and halted again. So like I said, man, we're just going to be here for that. If it happens for us and we're able to take advantage of it, then fine. I don't know where it's going to go, man. Now the tap is 202, which is still a flat trade, but I'm literally here for that trade to rip up. If it comes back down down. I don't have that many shares. It's the same position that I had off the open as well. So, you know, we're going to have to wait for it. No idea where we're going to go on that one. Bed Bath & Beyond now coming in off that halt, 375 right there. Let's wait to see what it does right now. But it's just kind of moving, not doing too much. I'm just going to hold this and see if we see $3 again downside right now. So again, another profitable name for sure. Obviously, you can see the trades profitable name here today, but we're going to have to wait to see if it does continue its march lower or what it wants to do. Like, it's stuck. Like, what kind of a stock? Like, okay, now it's going. I was just going to say it was just sitting there for a while doing nothing. So Bed Bath & Beyond right now, a trade that we're looking at. SQL is the big worry for me because it halted and went down. So one halt, two halts, down halt. So watch out for SQL here, guys.
Yeah, and watch out to the upside. I used to have a graphic for this one. It was like I was running and jumping and catching a cruise ship, and then every time CCL would go, I would hit that one for you. But it's now breaking and going higher. Oh, I just tried to get some out there at 40s. Like, you know, sometimes you go, and instead of sitting on the offer, just cross a little bit there. So I'm taking more out in front of 40. I'll probably get some next offers at 50s. This one is riding the wave of RCL. So RCL off that 70 level, you never saw 70 again. It's up 8%. So it's a sympathy play we're seeing in CCL here. Strong move to the upside. Ooh, Pins is catching a little more of a bid than I would like. Got to get back over to Pinterest here. It did catch that bid. I was looking at 26. You see it actually bouncing shy of that. Yeah, we might have to think about 26.75 or so. Even the 50 level. Got to lock in that dollar move, I think, because that's a wick bottom, holding a higher low into a market that is trying to rebound here. There are ways to enter back into a trade if it wants to trend further to the downside. I like to take the money and run when it looks a little bit bullish on me. Brendan?
A nice gainer from the semiconductor group. Skyworks, guys, up big time on this morning. $2 billion worth of a share buyback coming through from this one. SWKS 7.5%, just took out the highs.
Right, because I wasn't looking at it.
Yeah, like I had SQL open in a level 2, and I never even saw it on halt, which is crazy to me. I'm all out of Pinterest. If it comes back to the upside, I'll look for like 27.25 for a re-entry there with relatively tight stops. We'll go CCL longs. Microsoft just got to find a way to join this party. And the party's getting a little bit crowded up here. 262 it's now holding. The market just went green. Softy is leading the pack here. Maybe they're going to do a whole like sell the event type thing. I have no idea. But as long as it wants to trend up, then I'm here for it. I'm going to look. I was just at 61s for a dip buy. I'll go for 62s here. Relatively tight stops when buying this high. But wow, this one is absolutely on one. Bed Bath & Beyond, look how quickly that came back down. I mean, it's just right back into those lows. They tried to buy it up. Unfortunately, they failed so far. I mean, look at that. Just absolutely dumping. I think you can short pretty much every single pop at this point. Just always have an out.
Yeah, we just took an out right there on Bed Bath & Beyond, so we'll spin this one more time for you. I mean, this is the kind of day it's been, right? We're going to go perfect here. I mean, SQL, trade dependent right now on that name, so we're going to wait to see if SQL will give us that dream trade that we're hoping for. No promises on SQL, as we have no idea where it's going to open, and, well, we do. The tap is 208, so that's so far so good here. Hopefully we can get a nice little tap open there for SQL. My Amazon trade, I did take an out there at 60. Unfortunately, yeah, not a great out. I understand that, but I thought maybe we were breaking a little bit higher there, and I just wanted to take a little bit of risk off the table as, you know, my stop was going to be 101.20. So, you know, we're short here at 101, so we're 20 cents worth of risk. I was nervous about it. Let's take a 2-to-1 offering there and get some out. So that's what we're doing. And now I can actually just cancel my stop order on Amazon because I only have 20% left of this trade. When this came down to $100 there, you can see, anyways, all of these are just 10% out. So they're all the same. Let's see if we can get downside more here on Amazon. And as I literally just wait now for SQL to open back up, but it's not looking great on this open. So I think we'll put something out here at around 205. That's where it's going to open. Take one fill maybe, and then see if it continues to run. Now, you know what? Whatever. Let's just let this thing open up. We have our stop. Hopefully it doesn't run our stop and go all the way to the downside, so we'll have to watch this. If it does halt again, we'll try to get out. But SQL right now, the only trade that's really of any danger. Bed Bath & Beyond, a great look up there again. And then CCL is 12 cents in the money on that one. That's an awesome trade as well.
Yeah, it just got to 50 CCL, so I took another leg out in front of 50s, kind of like take it every 5 pennies on the way up to 50, see if it can't hold. I think that's going to be a pretty decent level. You never really know about those obvious sort of round numbers when you get to them, but it does feel like that's going to be a good one. Tesla in here. I'm still looking for 262s on Amazon, not Amazon, 262s on Microsoft. But Tesla, I like that 193, but I got to back off this bid because it did bounce off 93, so no need to take it there. It either puts in a higher low that we can respect and I get the long off of the higher low, or it's going to break down and we could see 190. So I do want to respect that. It is coming back in. Tesla is relatively weak, so I want to be very picky about where I get that one. And this dip can finally get me into one of the names I want to be patient with. We talked about NVIDIA, 210. Man, 211, it holds up there. And then, of course, Microsoft. So if the market is going to pull back, this is a spot to try to jump into something where you like that little bit of a dip buy. And I've completely forgot about, I see you DJ Netflix. That was one we liked for the flush.
DJ Netflix?
Sorry, DJ in the chat, Netflix.
That was a great name.
He's mentioned DJ, that's, yeah, my bad. Okay,
Amazon breaking 100.
Sounded crazy. But you're breaking 355. This is the bid. Oh, I got to show 15 minutes. This is the level here on Netflix. If 355 can't hold, you could see another $5 move to the downside.
And there it is again, guys. Like Brittany and like our thumbnail yesterday, we did it again right now to the downside there. So I want to thank my guy Fahad there yesterday for the thumbnail there and everything, because there goes Amazon again. Like I said before, I talked to the guys behind us. It's one good trade. That's it. You don't need anything more than that. And there it is right there on Amazon as it just continues to march lower, lower, lower on this name. And we just continue to bank, bank, bank. So right now, Amazon, I don't feel so bad. Every time we get a delivery at our house now, I'll just say thank you to Mr. Bezos for the stock action. Nice downside move right here. Let's just continue to trade it, though. I just took another piece out. You got to get out on that flush. You got to get out on that flush. Now we only have 10% left. So, yeah, man, what was a good day is getting better as this market continues. That's how trading should be. I missed the Microsoft. We did, obviously, that chat there. I put Microsoft as my choice as well to the long side right here. But nice move up. We had it written on here. It just didn't dip by. All we wanted to do was dip by Microsoft, and we didn't get that opportunity today at all. We talked about 258, 259. I'm going to leave it alone and just let it flow, man. CCL, we took that money as well at 45. So far, so good on that. We talked about that break. And the CCL break was actually a pretty easy one right here. It just goes back a couple days. I didn't want to rate off the pre-market, which kind of sucks that it actually went, I don't know if it went down to 05 there, because that's highway robbery if it did, because I was sitting at 03. To get long, so that kind of sucks. But for right now, we just continue to watch it. Amazon still below 100. Let's just keep our eye on that one, but we're still long here. Short, sorry. Amazon and SQL, I don't know when it's going to open back up again. It should be open soon, I would think. Why is it not open yet?
It must be a 10-minute halt. Okay. So it's 41. So I think in 1.5 minutes, it should be open back up. I was able to get the dip buy in there. So thankfully, two things happened. One, 1250 broke briefly on CCL. It came right back. It's sitting at 53s, but that dip into 62s on Softy, was able to get some at the halfway point. Just finding this market needs to push through. If we can hold 62s, I think we're holding through the high of the day. If it breaks down, I still believe that 60 is a bit of a better buy there. So I don't want to be too aggressive taking out those tops. When I mentioned CCL got through 1250 and then pull back in, well, that didn't last very long, so it's back above that 1255. I want to see about 1275 on the way up. The other thing to watch when you're looking at CCL is what's going on in the world of RCL. It's actually consolidating a bit. So if RCL makes another top breaking out, I think CCL has a much better chance of following through once RCL makes its next move. And then one name, as the market is getting strong, and this could provide an opportunity if this will ever load. Affirm the last couple of days has been one of the names I like to the short side. It is getting right back into this 17 level. Big wall there in the afternoon. It broke that wall at the open. Need to see it slow down in here and then look for the curl. That's a bit of a bounce just now in Affirm. And you want to be careful when you're catching it on a move to the upside to go back into a short or get into a short for the first time.
Yeah. Shoot, man, that SQL. I'm not nervous about it. I just like it to open up. This is what it looks like
Should
right now. There it is. Okay, so 198. All right, let's get some out here. We'll put, I was going to put a 190. Okay, it's going to halt now again on this. So I'm going to try to find my way out of this name. Yeah, it's just, I'm not going to be able to get out, I don't think. We are out. Okay, we got out. So we did get an 88 fill there on SQL. So I just, honestly, man, because of these taps, where they're going, I should have got short there, but I didn't pay for shorts. So you can't get short when you don't pay for them. There it is, man. We tried it. We got out for flat. We're long at 2. We're out at 88 there. Basically flat. It doesn't even affect the net, but still not a great trade there. We did have an opportunity to get out at 240. I was waiting at 244. For that. But as you can see, though, it does come back to the downside. I just don't want to be in it if it halts too many times. We do have that bid down here at 120, though, to get in if that does come through. So that's one thing that we're looking at. CCL just continues to climb, man. Let's spin the money for that one. There it goes. Nice break on that daily. Again, upside. You got to take that every time, especially when there's news. And it's not CCL specific, it's the cruise lines, right, with RCL. So nice little take there for this name. Let's just continue to, watch it and hopefully be able to catch more profit on CCL to the upside. Bed Bath & Beyond ramping back up again. So I don't know what to think about this name.
Yeah, I was about to go to that one. I did just get quick in. There's the wick top. Right to 17 on a firm. We're talking about that 17 level. Wick top, consolidation 90, short right underneath 90, 1-to-1. And when it goes that first 10 to 15 in the money, and then if it gets to the low of the day, we'll take another out there. Stop through that recent high. But the other name, like you mentioned, Bed Bath & Beyond. The party started with Bed Bath & Beyond. Now it's testing back up to the halt price. So it halted at 358, I want to say. Call it 360. If it can't get through that previous halt price, I think it could be good for another rollover. Want to see how it reacts. It's getting very close to it, but I want to be short. The second I see a little bit of a failure or a curl at that 360, that's where I want to jump into the short on Bed Bath & Beyond. I like the short in this name, but if it takes out that high and then gets through the post-halt price, you could see $4 in quick order. We've seen dead cat bounces. They can be relatively violent would be one way to think about it. PDD, I'm glad I got the clarification that Baba was weak, because Pinduo Duo raced right through 95. Baba had already broken the bottom. That got me away from just bidding in front of 95. Now I can look at this 95 on a retracement play. If it starts to hold a higher low, that's a nice entrance long. If it fails it here, I can be short beneath that and then just look to ride the trend into the downside. Oh, did I just miss a curl on Bed Bath & Beyond? I'm going to go for it here.
Is it short again there? I'm not even watching it.
Oh, yeah. It's of course you can.
Yeah, you got to get it off the offer there.
As if I just tried to hit the bid on Bed Bath & Beyond.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, you have tons of shares available, so you should be able to get short.
No, it's more than I thought I was going to get the fill there.
Yeah. You have so many shares here. I'm gonna take some more shares short if we can get it as well. So there we are, easy to get them, like we just said there on Bed Bath & Beyond. Watch out for this 54 area or so on Bed Bath & Beyond. Maybe up to 70, something like that, to hold it up into that level. Get short until then. So yeah, I'm going to be waiting out for Bed Bath & Beyond now to the short side one more time. There it is, man. There's the reload. That's a banger right there. Shout out to Henry and everybody else that was like, want more bangs? Well, hey, more bangs are coming, boys and girls, and everybody watching. And over to Brendan. Any bangers on your desk there, Brendo?
Just looking at this one right now, ZH, wow, little Chinese software company just popping up. They had some executive changes earlier in the week down here, but nothing in the past couple of days. Straight to the upside, though, for ZH on huge volume. Still looking on this one.
Corner of my mouth was just like, dump it. You're like, I don't know. It's a gut reaction to that one. I haven't even looked at it, so I shouldn't have said that. Tesla got to 93. However, I said I wouldn't just sit in front of the bid. I wanted to see it test that level. There's your break. There's your wick bottom. Now it's trying to hold 93. Ooh, wow. This worked with 190 yesterday, a very similar style trade. So let's see if it can really punch in first. There we go. I had to pay up to 31s there. It's like punch in first and then go for it. So I might add to this one if it looks really good, trending back into the upside. As usual, I'm kind of thinking VWAP on this play because I don't know if it can get back to the top like it did yesterday, and I want to be out in front of the low of the day. I did eventually get that Bed Bath & Beyond. I had to chase it to 51s. Ooh, CCL. CCL, double top right now. Double top, decent chance that if it breaks out here, there could be another shot because RCL just went through the high of the day. So CCL could be taking out that top. I'm already sitting to get some shares out at 70. If it breaks and I don't get the fill, I'll probably try to take something out in the 60 range, but I'm looking for that top end break. New position for me, Bed Bath & Beyond short, Tesla long. Let's see if we can get VWAP on Tesla while understanding that this is a downtrend and it's relatively weak.
All right, guys. I'm always going to, I say this all the time, but you know, you always want to hold more shares than you eventually do. And we obviously should have done that here again on Amazon, because look at how far this thing's going down. Now that we're below this $100 mark, I don't really have any targets, to be honest with you, here on Amazon. So, you know, we can look at the 20 period. It looks pretty juicy to me, though. So, yeah, let's just continue to watch out here for Amazon and see where we go. I don't really have too much of a target, as you might have just heard me say. So, maybe down here, 99.50. That's right where we're at right now. So, I mean, if we're already targeting that spot, then honestly, I don't really have too much thought here about where Amazon's going to go now, other than holding on to the short. So 99.50, it's come in. So we'll sit here, wait for it, and hopefully catch that bid, right? So right now, if we do see any sort of a change up in momentum, then we'll be here for that. But for right now, continues to go to the downside. I do want to look, and I know there are a lot of traders asking me about Microsoft and everything right now. We will have a quick look at that as well. But for right now, yeah, it's Amazon, it's downside, it's Bed Bath & Beyond on the reload. We took a piece out when it went to 35 there on that reload, but yeah, we still got to be careful with this name, Bed Bath & Beyond here. I'm going to try another short at 50, then a short up here at 70, and watch out for this 80 mark. If you're going to get out of something, it might be that level. So we're going to watch out to get out here around 80, guys.
Yeah, the market is starting to pull back a little bit here, and the second it did that, I'm trying to get more shares tighter to 193 on Tesla. So I scalped a little bit out, looking to get more at that 193 area. Microsoft, for me, when it made that first break, we got 1-to-1, then we stopped out, so flat trade. But now I want to check back in 260. We thought 62 was extending it, but the stock was strong. The market comes back in. Now I'm going to like that 260 level. You kind of pair back. Be patient with it. Also look to cover some of your shorts. I'm noticing here higher lows on, not Amazon, but a firm. So higher low off this 1660. I'm sitting just beneath the range. Not a bad place to try and grab a little bit more profit and then work back into it if we retest that 17. Of course, I just put a bid in there. I'll let it come back into me here. I'm not going to chase this one up to the upside. But like I just said, Tesla, felt like the market pulling back in was going to give us a chance to get more shares tighter to 193. So I did reload it there. I'll probably do the scalp thing again if it wants to give me that opportunity. Just jump back and forth here. And then if it breaks out of the range, try to hold something for a little bit higher on Tesla. But this market does feel like it wants some downside action here. Bed Bath & Beyond, just checking back with it. Not doing a heck of a lot. I think there's no point. Like, it either breaks this recent high here or it gets down to 320. I don't think there's much in between today for BBUI.
I was looking at Google here. Yeah, we're still on BBBY. All right, so here's the new op. You know what? The one thing about this version, I have to actually admit, I feel like the symbols are flipping a hell of a lot faster than they used to. So I definitely like this new version. Good. Shout out to Day Trade the World for that one. Google just came back into its pre-market levels, but still, I'm still waiting for down here. You know, came back into 103. I'd still like to get a little bit lower on that one. Micron was going to be a weak chip name, but it just went up to the high side there. So let's check out AMD quickly here if we can. On Advanced Micro, 84, yeah, again, so like look where we are right here on AMD. If this is not a buy, like this is normally where I'm trying to buy names, down here at this bottom as we try to go. So let's try it here. We'll try a 60 bid. There we go. We are now long against that bottom, 83.50. It looks like it wants it right now. Let's try to zoom out a little bit here and see what there was from yesterday. Nah, it's the same kind of stuff. So down to 83 here maybe for Bed Bath & Beyond, for AMD. We'll see if we can grab that one here as well. So we are long now, new position on AMD. Let's take it. I mean, the market is really cranking lower.
Yeah, I just got stopped on Tesla.
Yeah, you gotta watch out.
The only long that's now still in is going to be CCL. Like we just broke the bottom on Tesla. That's why you got to scalp some out there. Ooh, oh no, I just keystroked a third of PDD out flat, but I want the low of the day there. But you know what? I still want the low of the day on Pinduoduo. It decided it wanted to hold below 95. Obviously, Bob was rolling over as well, so the shorts once again starting to come into play, and that just makes me a little bit more cautious with this CCL. It still hasn't broken this high. Let's get through the top, CCL. Let's go. Like, how strong is it going to be? If it doesn't break the top here, I'm taking some out in the middle of this range because the market is really making a bit of a head fake and then turn back into the downside. And if that's the case, I just said it, so why not do it? Get some out in the middle of the range. Ring the register on the longs that are working because the shorts have come to play, and they're looking pretty good. Affirm was the other one I just jumped into. I just gave me VWAP, showing some signs of strength, but if the market continues to take lows, I don't see any hope for Affirm holding its bottoms, just given the way it's been weak all week. Brendo, it's 10 o'clock.
Wow.
What's happening now?
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's jump right into it. Everything kind of wait and see, as we were discussing with Arun this morning as far as the overall market. Back to the downside right now, trying to test some lows, but it's all about what's to come during lunch hour today, when we'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell. 12:40, if you missed it. The event itself starts at 12 o'clock, but he's supposed to speak around 12:40, so we'll keep an eye on how that plays out. But that is affecting everything here. S&P 500, 0.25%. The Dow about 0.3. The Russell a little bit worse off, 0.6 for the Russell 2000 once again. We are seeing some stabilization, maybe. NASDAQ composite, 0.2, 0.15 there for the 100. Trying to hold on to some key levels. We were discussing Pinterest, if you joined us early on this morning. Yeah, the huge move down on the report aftermarket comes all the way back. And now here we go, back to the downside, just breaking 26. New lows on the day for pins coming right now. Same story for Baidu. I mentioned this morning, we've seen these gaps on these things quite often, only to get choppy back and forth action, but 10% regardless for Baidu, guys.
Yeah, Baidu.
Baidu was another one to watch.
Yeah,
Oh, I just got my
Baba.
stink bid in SQL.
Ooh, beautiful. Oh, went all the way down there?
Do I want
Oh,
it?
180. Okay.
Yeah, I
My
do.
sync bid is a little bit lower than that. Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know what it's doing right now. SQL. We already took our hit on that one, unfortunately for me. But SQL, nice little move there, back up. I don't know. Like I said, you're the one in it, but
it just bounced off that 170 again.
Yeah, right.
So
okay, yep.
here's 170 in the pre-market. I was looking
why
at
did I
that
do
for the
that?
retracement level on the first move to 2, and it says double tapped it now. So I took the first bounce. We'll see if that's a good one. I mean, there's no guarantee that this is going to get back to $2, but my stop is going to be tight to this level 170, and I have to constantly move it. If we go higher, I got to tighten up the stop because I don't want to get trapped in halts, and this stock has been a little bit of a halt magnet, which, I mean, that's probably an understatement because it was halting a bunch in the open. I think it halted twice at least. So if it does pop 2, likely that it could halt again, and I don't want to have my stop beneath that halt band. I want to make sure I'm stopping out before it goes into any halt. So I got half out here, rang the register. Let's see where it can go. From their Bed Bath & Beyond, however, BBBY, this name has stopped moving. So I should have probably taken a scalp trade down there, the 340s and the 330s. I thought we'd get more than that, but this is starting to slow down. If it's a 10, 15 cent range for the rest of the day, it's a $3 stock, maybe that's just what I have to do, go ahead and take that. But as I mentioned, SQL, probably the more interesting one, is that just started popping back in for me here. Let's see if it has a second salvo to the upside on SQL. I want more shares out in front of 2, and then I'll try to hold to see how far it can go if, in fact, it has made a solid bounce.
All right, so no love still for Amazon, as that is $2 now in the money. So that's a good trade there for that. We won't spin it. We've already spun it many times for that. But AMD, new position alert, man. I know, Professor, you want the money. We'll hit it for some of your trades later on. But right now, we're good to go, guys. It's been a big trade today, obviously, as you guys can see here for everything that we have on. AMD, though, position dependent right now. And we'll see what happens with AMD. We just got a nice 40 bid there. We also got a 60 bid, so we're still in the middle on AMD, trying to get this thing to bump a little bit. I was trying to play this name. Well, I don't know why that's there. I was trying to play this name off of these bottoms there, 83.20, 83.30. So let's wait to see. Hopefully the market can get going again here to the upside. I'm really just hoping for a yes, let's go. I'm hoping for a rip right now. Let's go, baby. We are loaded up down here on AMD, so we're going to spin it again at some point here because there goes AMD. Let's go, 69.70. Uh-oh, there it is. There's the spin that you want. Nice little upside move here for AMD. There you go, Professor. Let's keep it going to the upside. There we go again, man. We can't keep using that Brittany thing. Brittany's unhinged apparently right now. But there's a nice little move to the upside as you go 82, 83, 84, 85. Let's go to the upside, man. We're here for entertainment and for money-making trades. And there you go, man. Hopefully we're providing everything all in one there. Nice move up there for AMD. Let's take it out before VWAP and everything. So we'll hold the rest and see if we get another lower bid here on AMD.
Yes, sir. The long starting to print back because they caught a bid, but there's a halt. I told you this stock might halt again. It's halted to the upside. I got some out in front of $2. We took a 174 long, kind of like 75s, into 2, half out when it got the first 10 pennies. Now let's just see how far it can go. I think there's a double top very likely. If it sees anywhere close to 240, I'm likely to take that one out in front of the high of the day, but I'll let it open up and make a decision after that happens. So SQL, the upside, I just like that. It was like the first Fibonacci retracement. It ends up showing you that that was the bottom. So on the dip back in, I liked 170. We stuck by that, and then we'll go for the dip buy and see how far it can go. CCL, unfortunately, while it was a great trade this morning, has yet to make that second push. But we're holding for the trend here. It hasn't given a solid re-entry point. I just think it's worthwhile to see if this one can continue to the downside. And wow, just noticing this one, Coinbase is at 70 bucks. So it's already broken downside 70 bucks, like 3 times it looks like here, and trying to catch a little bit of a bid. It's getting absolutely flushed, worth keeping in mind. This is a pretty large level. If it breaks this, you could see another $3 or $4 to the downside, but it plays both ways. If it holds this level, you could easily get a $1.50 retracement. Putting Coinbase on my radar and trying not to immediately go over and short Silvergate, because that's a bit of a problem for me when I see Coinbase weak.
All right. Yeah. So just looking here, we still have our AMD. I mean, I'm trying to stay in the pocket here of everything that we do best. So, you know, we still have that AMD long. We like that play. Obviously, we just took another piece out. Did we? No, we didn't. We just got out of something there. Oh, it's Bed Bath & Beyond. We got some more shares. So, all right. So Bed Bath & Beyond up to 50 right now. That's what just filled. Sorry about that, guys. Bed Bath & Beyond now long here. It looks like it wants to go long, but we just took the short there at 50. Remember, I'm only going to trade this up to that high there, which is 80. So if that comes through, fine, we'll take it. But for right now, Bed Bath & Beyond around that 80 marker, that's something that we want to look for, right? So that's a level there for me. 80 on Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see if that can keep going upside there. We'll take another short if it does. We have to reward ourselves one more time. Well, we don't have to, but we are going to. 25 cents in the money here on AMD. So let's start to take that right now, like immediately. If we can get that, we will take it out, which we did. So that's a nice little win for us. Again, up to 90 is really where we want this thing to rally to. So that's kind of what we're waiting for here on Bed Bath & Beyond. For AMD, back up to 84. Bed Bath & Beyond is on my mind, but I'm not sure where we're going to go with this name now.
It's boring.
Like Neil said, it's pretty boring right now and not really trading too much. So I'm short now at 43. Don't have too many shares. We will put on more if it does get back up there. But for right now, I feel like this is just the right call. Wait on Bed Bath & Beyond now and just see where it goes. So if it goes up to 80, we'll get out. We'll give back a little bit, obviously, of what we made here early. But the real flush happened early, not late. So let's wait to see. We just ticked out. Like the biggest flush happened as the market wasn't even open. And we talked about that, right? That was the risk with Bed Bath & Beyond. Once the market opened up, and I even said it, people were going to start buying. They're going to start squeezing this thing. So darn it, wish we would have took a little bit more advice and got out. But hey, I still thought the risk was to the downside, breaking through 3. So far so good on that one. AMD also still bouncing, man. I like the long. I want to get longer down here if we can, near 40. So watch out for AMD.
Yeah, and hitting the lows, but not breaking to negative territory yet. For now is Pinduo Duo. I like this. It closed at 93.80, so I'm looking to add on this trend. If it pops back into 95, we'll go for that. I'm looking at where we closed yesterday as the next leg out. So I'm actually just going to pop a bit down in the 93.70 range, just see how far this one wants to go downside. At some point, I do think we're going to get a bit of a retracement and a pop back up. BBY, we'll address that when it makes a break of the range. I don't think it sits there all day long. That seems a little bit unlikely. SQL is about to reopen. So what I want to do on the reopen of this, it's indicating $1.98, which is essentially flat. My stop is underneath 170. All I'm going to do is adjust it. Actually, no, maybe I don't have to adjust it. If it opened higher than $2, I would have adjusted my stop, but I can just go with the break-even stop that we have. You know what, I'll move it up. I'll move it up a little bit to exactly break even. It was a little bit lower than that. And then just see how far it can run. Halts, if it holds the bottom, that's great. If it doesn't, then we took a shot. You scalped out, I scalped out, and then look to see how far it can go. I like to play with house money when you're making those moves. Affirm, I'm looking for, oh, give me a break. Yeah, I'm not going to get that Affirm reload at 17 because it just popped right back down in VWAP. Good because I'm short. Bad because I didn't get more shares just there. Bit of a frustration there on Affirm. And C3AI, that's the other one where I'm keeping tabs on. No break of the low of the day. In fact, higher lows being put through on C3AI. Watch out. Now that it's held 25, you could see a breakout from 27 and a quarter here on C3AI. NVIDIA is not really in the pocket for a dip buy just yet. I'm keeping tabs on that one. The story for me is going to be, will Bed Bath & Beyond move and can SQL hold? CCL feels pretty safe. at this point. Like, as long as it holds this channel, I think we're good. If it breaks the channel to the downside, the decision will be, do I like the reload at 12.25? I don't want to make that blind call without seeing how the market's doing if it makes that dip back in. PDD, we want to short some more. Affirm, we want to short some more, but it got to be at my price.
All right, this is for you, Henry. Let's go. Yeah, so far so good here on AMD reload. We just talked about everybody reloading AMD down here at 830, and that's exactly 83.30, and that's exactly where we went with that name. So, I hope everyone was able to get some shares down there. It could still come back. I mean, this is still not a horrible price. Of course, we are day trading, so every single penny for me means a lot. So we're only long here. Like, I'm trying to scalp a little bit out, but then, I have scalped out half already. I'm trying to hold it to see if we can get back up, anywhere back up here, man. But again, like we just said, the market's not really trading properly right now anyways, as it's just back and forth. I guess maybe we are waiting for Jerome to come through right now, but who knows what this market wants. So we're going to wait to see here if it goes back up to the upside. We're already long here. So, hey, if it goes back up, great. Yeah, we'll take that. Actually, even right now at 48, let's take a piece. See, just went to 48, then I put an offer, and it slammed down 10 cents. You saw that live. So let's see if it gets back up there to 48-ish on AMD, guys. What's up, Brendo?
Big mover, more earnings, guys. Chegg, downside huge on this week 2023 revenue outlook for the entire year. So not only after the market closed yesterday on the report itself, it's still kind of struggling here. Between 16.5 and 17 on high volume for CHGG, guys.
One good, one bad. Bed Bath & Beyond just broke the previous halt price at 365. The good was SQL. I just got to fill at 208. I rang the register because it was at the halt band at 08s. And it failed the halt. So the second it wasn't going into the halt and broke back down, it's like punch the bid, got some shares that I'm still in it, and I want to give it room to that low, but I don't want it to halt on me to the downside. I got a break-even stop for the rest of those shares. But while that was working, Bed Bath & Beyond cracked that halt price. I'm short. I didn't really take anything out. I do not want to get caught if this starts squeezing into the upside. So the short from this morning was great. If you reloaded it, you probably had to scalp that one. I wasn't scalping it. I was looking for the bigger move. Now I'm out. Moving on to the next guys. Oh, no, CCL did make that pullback. So we said the next decision could be whether we like the dip buy in CCL. I still have the last. Thankfully, we got some out when it couldn't break the high, but I am still holding on to that last 15% of the position. If it's worth the dip buy, I need to see it actually consolidate around this level. Otherwise, you could be seeing a pushback all the way to 12 even. So crazy movers across the board, big cap, small cap. Don't want to ignore what is still going. I'm going to get Pinduoduo out here and try and take that buck. I didn't get the highs. I'm shorting off that 95 low, which does mean I usually have a target in mind, and that target for me is just beneath that previous close price.
Okay, so we will obviously give back a little bit here on this name, Bed Bath & Beyond, because we are short. And I know people are like, oh, are you crazy being short? Yeah, pretty crazy right now being short this name. It's not a great short. We do have bids out in the 50s if it does crash a little bit lower here. We almost got them, actually, to get out because it did come back into 57, 58. We were waiting a little bit lower than that. Obviously, our average price now is 60, so not great here. But my eyes are on it. We're watching it go here. So hopefully it will go back down. But hey, for those of you that are long that name, congrats, man. It's been a big trade right there off some of those bottoms. But hey, we're spinning this for this. AMD right now, the money continues to flow in on this name, guys, here for AMD. So yeah, good trade alert all over the place. Hopefully you guys are in this one as well. We talked about the reload down there a couple times, and that's what it's about, man. It's about like making the aggressive trade, trying to get the reload if you wanted it, and then just moving on from there, right? So that was a good trade for us. Now we can hold. I don't have any more offers out. That just ripped up right there. So if we're just going to take a 30 long and then get out at 60, yeah, we're going to do that and do it over and over again. So that was a good trade there. Let's see if we can continue to hold out for AMD more to the upside. There goes Bed Bath & Beyond. See ya. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet for that last move. I think we could try it, one more time here on that short and then just give it back a little bit more. So that was what, 80? Okay, here it goes. Now you're really getting going. 390 here, and we'll get out.
Coming into play.
Yeah, so 390, 395. Let's see. Oh, here it comes, man. Good longs on Bed Bath & Beyond. We'll have to flip the script out here because this is exactly what's happening now. They've come in. They started to buy this name again. There goes Bed Bath & Beyond. We're short here at 77. So let's see if it can get back into the 50s 50s a little bit, and if it does, we'll take a bid. But for right now, Bed Bath & Beyond starting to move again, so it's alive right now. So we'll see if we can, we're still positive on the name, so we'll see if we can take this back into the 50s now on Bed Bath & Beyond. You know, we can take a dime. Let's take a dime here at 67. There it is right now. So we'll hit the alert, not for our trading on Bed Bath & Beyond, but because it's moving again. So we've got 30 cents, 40 cents here in AMD, $2.50 in Amazon. CCL, we got out a half. You know, we'll wait for this name to pull back. We won't worry about that. But Bed Bath & Beyond right now is what's on my mind, starting to go back up to the upside.
What's on my mind is Alphabet 104. So what market's at the lows, Alphabet's at the highs last I checked. That's what that chart means. So shout out in the chat. Abhishek there mentioning that Google is making, Alphabet's making that move. That's why I love the chat. I'm sitting there staring at Microsoft, barcoding off 61s, waiting for 60s, and you have a name trying to break out the highs. I just want to point out, a 104.35 was the actual high yesterday. So 104, good level. But if it rejects that break, hey, there's always a dip buy in there. And then 104.35 set for the breakout price. I was waiting for Bed Bath & Beyond to get to 4. It never got to 4, obviously. You just saw Sean talking about that. But it got to this lower high. Wick top through 370. Wick tops are entries for me. So I'm going to jump back into it. I'm shorting every single short setup that I can find if we can catch it. So now it's coming back in, but I wanted to see that wick top before getting it. I just don't like averaging into the name all the way up.
Let's go. There's some bangs. Yes. There we go. Finally, so you know, you take enough swings at it, eventually you win. There it is, Bed Bath & Beyond. Nice move. We just took a 47 there, so 30 cents. You see the risk. We got back into it with the same amount of shares. So, you know, we take the risk there. We did get stopped out at 80, but we just should have been more specific. It went right to 80. We could have got short a little earlier, or sorry, a little later, and not suffered that loss right there. But that's okay. It's coming back in right now, Bed Bath & Beyond. We are out of only 40%. Let's take another fill there. We just punched out some at 50. So now we're 50-50, man. We got half left on Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm surprised it just didn't halt there. I mean, it just, well, it's close because it just went down 35 cents from 380. So we'll wait to see there where it gets stopped out. I think we might have just bounced off the halt band there. What's up, Brendan?
A few people mentioning this in the pre-market this morning. CVS with a nice move today on this. Oak Street Health up significantly as well. Apparently CVS nearing a deal to take that company private. So, or acquire them anyway. CVS up 1.5 here, just popped up on a day high scanner on volume here, guys, for CVS.
Yeah, you don't always see the acquirer go to the upside. That's a little interesting. Usually you see it go the other direction to the downside, but the deal's not completed. Alphabet did take out the pre-market high just there. Now, remember I pointed out there is that level, 104.35, that's in play. So it does still need to take that. I don't need 2 bids there. It still needs to take this out before you get any move into 105. That goes without saying. I just went for the reload on CCL because the market started catching a bit of a bid. So we waited for it to get down in here. It bounced off 1220. I added to it here. My average price now 24s. It'll be a tight stop. I'm catching on the way back down. A consolidation would be better, but we do have it here anyways, catching a bit of a bid. And one more for you. Microsoft just caught a bid as well. But Meta, it's not just Alphabet taking out the top. Oh, look at this chart. Give me a break, that wick. There you go. Meta taking out the top as well. So super strength over there in both Alphabet and Meta, both them breaking higher. I got into Alphabet because I knew that 104 stood out there. And now it actually just cleared out that 104.30. I'm going to take a little bit out as it got that 104.30 and look to play some dips here back into yesterday's high, 104.35. Check that. Any dip into that price, I'm going to be adding back in to Alphabet. Market catching a bid and heading into the upside. Some of the longs starting to pay off.
Yes, sir. We're sitting here watching our AMD. It just went to 69. We didn't trade it out, but we do have an offer there now on AMD. And like I said, man, it's really we're just watching Amazon. It's trying to go back up. It's at 99 again. So we'll have a quick look there to see if we want to do anything with that one. CCL, we got a reload down there, so we really like that trade on that reload. But I don't know. I mean, it's only back to 27. We just got a 20 reload there. 20, yeah. So, all right, we'll take a piece out here at 26 if it wants to give it to us, and then we'll see about going higher. We're just sort of barcoding here at 27, 28. So there it is. Okay, we got some markers there. We'll wait to see now if it goes back up to the upside now. 1236, 1237 will be my next offer. So let's just put it there. Let's put it at 35. If we can get that, then we'll take another win on that name. AMD is pulling back a little bit. Bed Bath & Beyond still hovering around 50 cents. So we're out of positive half of that. We'll watch out for that as we go. But for right now, that's the trade that we have on board. We have 4 trades, man. We have the CCL long. We just good out, man. It just came back in there. We're trying to wait for 12s. So if CCL can come back into that level, then I'd be a little more interested. But until then, we'll just try to scalp it out. Next out here, 35. We talked about that one off that reload. AMD, we should have got some out and we didn't. And then Amazon still cruising for a bruising, downside 98.50. So it's also Hydration Nation time once again today. Stay hydrated, man. And you see things clearer. So there it is right now. It's a beautiful day here again to trade. I know I say that every day, but honestly, I love trading, and to me, every day is a great day here, regardless of your net. But, you know, making money definitely does help. The greatest player, the greatest career, from Bill Belichick to his boy Tom Brady. And I don't know if you've seen his new arm piece there, but I don't blame the guy for taking a year off. I
have not.
So wow. Okay, so all right, Brendan over there.
I hate him more.
Yeah, you would for sure. Brendan over there at the big desk with. I'm going to go with small cap recap.
Just a heads up, guys. There's a few people circulating a tweet regarding Spotify and AI. It's not moving on that, but just a heads up, Spotify and AI potentially. Here we go. Yeah, busy morning for some small cap names as well. This was one of the ones we were watching, KPRX, up on an FDA nod for a phase 3 trial for one of the drugs they're working on. If you zoom out a little bit here and look at $5, clear level, did break down or try to break down initially this morning before it got absolutely run through day highs. Now we're just chopping around inside the zone. This is a problem down here. Volume already dying off, but really not doing much. Going sideways for KPRX. I was trying to be short AI versus 2650, and then 27 ends up being the level I should have been looking at. If you zoom out a little bit, it becomes a little bit clearer. But this was support in the pre-market. 2650, it broke down initially out of the gate for AI. Still holding a piece of this. Probably going to be a red name though, unfortunately, because of that stop out right there. Should have zoomed out a little bit, but back to day lows anyways for AI. This was noticeably weak in the pre-market, which is what dragged my attention toward it. Potentially a first red day kind of a trade, but trying to hold up now at 25.50 for AI. Been sitting here watching this one as well. Look at Lucy. Lucy's taking out the highs right now on decent volume. Back to the upside we go, 55% for Lucy. Nothing new as far as news on this, but it's been a recent runner, guys. Watch 4 here for Lucy.
Yeah, I keep thinking you're like Lucy stands for something like, you know, like AMC and GME or like Amy and Jimmy. In my head, I'm like, oh, what stock is he talking about that Lucy? And it's literally Lucy. I got the reload in Google, so congratulations if you got the 104. Unfortunately, I didn't get it till it had already broken, but we did get the dip buy off of yesterday's high, so it did make a nice dip after it got to 104 half or so, dipped into yesterday's top, bought it a little bit, bought a little more shares, and then of course, same double top. I'm going to hold out, see if it can't make the charge to 105. All while that was happening, wow, like you jump from one to the other. Pinduo Duo on that bounce comes right back in, retesting. Now, my first entry was 99.80. It turns at 99.80 this time, so I end up shorting more here in the 60s. Average price now 62s, while I'm out of the 80s. Now just 62s. I'm stopping out at this lower high. Yesterday, I think when it made the bottom and then a higher low, I was a little bit too anxious to hold on to some of those shorts beneath VWAP. If it makes a recovery here, it's actually held green, and if it breaks out, I just want to give it room. When the Chinese ADRs go, you know what they can do. They can rip faces off even after they've been plunging and showing weakness. So I want to make sure I'm banking here and not giving it past this 80 level. If it breaks it, I'm out of dodge. Brendo?
Entrant into the AI world, Staffing 360 just halted to the upside, guys, on this extension, so they were already there, of its artificial intelligence capabilities with active staff. So STAF, again, no volume, but halted currently upside.
Staff, yeah, get that Matt Stafford talk there. Okay, AMD was a miss, man. We missed that one, and the reason why is it went right up there to 69, and I literally offered 69, and then it started to go to the downside, so I should have just punched out. We talked about that again, but we're going to reload it one more time here at 30 if we get it. I'm sitting at 30. Don't Oh, okay, okay, there it is. Okay, so now it's going to tank, of course. And we're going to get out if it takes yesterday's bottom. So look at the risk profile here. 10 cents, takes out 20s. We're gone here on AMD. So I just want to give everyone that profile right now. We're long AMD. Obviously, this is sick today a little bit. And sick, I mean by like not feeling well to the downside rate. There it is. So now we're out of AMD. Just as easy, right? Still a very positive name. So we're still very positive on this name as it breaks lower. And we were long. So you got to sometimes think about that, trading names the proper way and getting them out when they rip and then trying to even get them out even more when they rip. But you can see we missed out on that one. This was weak yesterday. I'm actually going to test a short now in this name just to see. We'll take a 22. Oh, we won't, I guess. We'll try. Oh, don't make me pay down for this. Looks like we'll have to. We'll try to pay down for a 20. Does not. Okay, there it is. So now we have some. We'll get some 22s too. I'll keep that order there. We're going to try a short now on AMD, breaking to the downside. It's way weaker than the market here, like way weaker. Never really got going on any of these bumps. Like there's the bump in the market right here. There's the bump in AMD, but look at the stop at the 50 period. Meanwhile, we were still running back in to the 50 period here. So a little bit of a change of strategy right there. We are now short. Let's see if we can't go down to the downside. We'll go like this to try to flush it down right now. There it is. We'll take a dime piece. You guys know I like these dime pieces. So there it is right there. Nice move to the downside. 807, let's go.
Money, 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 money.
Spin
money,
it, baby.
money, money.
This is why you're here, man. We just talked about why we like it to the other side. We reverse into the short, and that's that, man. So here we go. Nice downside move into 83. Wow, we on one again, guys. AMD to the downside. Let's watch out for 83 break. Should have just took more shares on that, but we're short 22, so far so good. Remember, we lost a big dime on our first place, and we're instantly in the money, 15 cents on the back end. So far so good here. Amazon, Bed Bath & Beyond, by the way. Uh-oh, we just got, look at that fill, a 24 fill? That's 50 cents on that one there. That's for you there, Henry, as we'll bang it out for a 50-cent winner on Bed Bath & Beyond. And we'll hold the rest. We'll see if it wants to go lower.
Yeah, speaking of going lower, C3AI 25 on the bid. 01s is the low of the day. I'm still taking that break. Yeah, I liked it this morning. I don't see any reason not to still take it. It looks like it's going to be a good one. Oh, I have a firm short, but I did miss something. So and we show you guys in real time what happens. It's Ford all over again. This is Intel. You know I like shorting Intel. It got to my offer. I was passive. I was sitting. I think I was trying to get a rebate, to be honest with you. And now it's flushing. I like the shorts if I can get them in front of 29. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. If it breaks VWAP, which it's breaking VWAP now, the first consolidation beneath VWAP is a short on Intel for me. And I just got my dip buy on CCL. I talked about having a tight stop. So there we go. Buy the dip. Tight stop there because it could test 12. Well, it's testing 12 now, so let's see if it can hold up. 12 is the next big level. PDD, we rolled into more shares short pretty much instantly. Like once we were into it, it was already rolling back to the low of the day, so we reloaded right back into 94. This is what you got to do. Find the thing that's flushing, join the parade, hold on to it, try to reload as you go to the downside in the trend. If you find some strength in the market, try to join that trend as well. I did just get trailed out of Google because that was a little bit violent. So we're buying in this range, 104.25 for 104.15, 104.38 for an average price of about 25. We're scalping at the high of the day, trying to hold. It then stopped me out because I wanted to see it retest VWAP on this pullback. The market looks weak. So I want to have a tight trigger on the longs, only around key prices, and be careful to pay myself out, whereas holding on to the shorts for dear life is the way to go. That's what I'm doing with a firm. It's at the low of the day. If it can't break it here, I might consider covering and looking for a VWAP retracement, but that's just another name which could go ape. And speaking of breaking, C3AI just broke that 25 even, so now it is in a bit of uncharted territory, at least when you consider the last couple of days. It was beneath here a couple of days ago, but for the last couple of days, it's been strong above 25, finally breaking it here. Some of the air coming out of these AI names, like AI.
Yeah, the air up here.
Out of these AI names like AI. There's no better way to say it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, you knew, we kind of talked about that, right? It's like Long Island Iced Tea, Long Island Blockchain. You mentioned AI these days. You're going to get bumped up a little bit, except for when real companies mention them, like Google, like Amazon, like Microsoft. And then, of course, today you get that Baidu bump on AI.
That's still...
Yeah. Wait, here, you know what? This is the thing. Like, watch this. BID... you. Oh, no, it's because I already filled it out. Let me see if I can try this again. Yeah, okay, I already found a little bit of a bug here on this, so
Brankles, take it.
We'll wait to see their Brankles, yeah. We'll watch out for that one right now. It's NASDAQ name for NQ for Baidu there. But yeah, this was a name that mentioned their Ernie. Remember, we talked about that here today, so they're going to be putting that into their search as well. Baidu up 9%. And then you're seeing Microsoft. Oh, there it was. It just loaded up. Microsoft. Woo, crypto. That was scary right now. We're going to watch out for Microsoft as well, up to 363. I'm not even throwing it to crypto. Let's see if we have 2K likes on this one. I'm going to channel my inner Fahad right now. This is what this guy does right now. You want to see Brendan? We're going to have to get to 2K. So 1.8K right now. If you want to go to crypto update, hey, if you're a fan of crypto, hit the like button, because guess what? We are about to very, very soon announce a new crypto offering. So for everybody part of Day Trade the World, maybe I'm not allowed to say this, I don't know, but we are going to announce a crypto offering very, very soon.
Too late.
So if you are interested in that, watch out now. You think we're dangerous trading these equity markets. You wait to see what's going to happen when we start to trade some Bitcoin, and then I'm going to be going absolutely ham. So, all right, Brendan, so far not so good. They don't want to see you, I guess. It needs to get up to 2K before we throw it over there, so let's just keep on trading. All right, there it is. You got it. 2K, thank you so much to everybody. All right, over to the desk with Brendo.
All right, quick update, guys, on what's happening so far today. This was a headline that came out late in the day yesterday when it comes to Binance. There was rumors of this the past couple of days, and then they came out and said they were suspending US dollar bank transfers this week. It turns out it's for a very, very, very small portion of their user base, primarily overseas users. So not a big deal overall. I looked at Coin when that came out late in the day yesterday, and it didn't even move on that. So otherwise, it's a wait and see kind of a day. Once again, very, very small daily bar forming so far on Bitcoin, holding the bottom end of the range still. Maybe we're going to move with these Powell comments coming up at lunchtime today. Same story for Ethereum, just stuck in the range, holding the support. I mean, it's grinding up a little bit better. If you look at Bitcoin, we're very much sideways. Ethereum grinding up a little bit better than BTC at this point. That's how the board's shaping up right now. Yep, we're green, but only just. Look at that, exactly the same right now for both. 22.9, 16.31 for Ethereum, guys. So a little bit choppy so far in crypto land. Back to you.
Crypto land. Okay, I'm going to, I'm just looking at AMD here to average it in. I got Fahad in my ear. He has some pretty good tricks up his sleeve here for the light count, but we don't need the light count because we do, but right now we're just gonna spin this one more time. What's up to Henry? What's up to the professor? What's up to everybody in chat there that has been short Bed Bath & Beyond. So, you know, there it is right there. We are now coming back in. You know, we did get stopped out there 100%, but you guys know what our price was. Our price was like 63, stopped out there at 84, 20 cents worth of damage. Now you're coming back into the downside right now on Bed Bath & Beyond. So I'm just going to wait for $3 again. You know, if it comes back up into this area, then we'll reshort it. Maybe not even reshort, because we'll see what's happening right there with Bed Bath & Beyond. But look at this, man. 324, 323. Yeah, that's a good move to the downside. Just an update on CCL, what we were doing here. I did take a little small long here, but that's not... I'm not actually that interested in that. I really want to see it come back in here down to 11.90. I actually want to see it break 12. So it looks like it's going to do that right now. I don't have a big position on. I'm going to wait for this 11.90 area that we talked about in the pre. So let's see if it's going to take that out right now, 11.90-ish. That's my area of concern. So I'm not doing anything until we break 12 downside, and then we'll see if we can pick something up and then wait for 11.90. So we've already taken the profits a little bit there on CCL. We didn't average in huge. We did cross it right there, the 200 at 12.20. So that if you were looking short, that was a good indicator for short. Unfortunately, I was just caught looking long and waiting for this dip to come through. So there's 11.90 right there on the 3-minute. It just goes back to yesterday's kind of high and yesterday's close. So these are generally speaking levels that I want to play off of. So let's wait to see if we can catch a little bit of a trade here on CCL.
Microsoft break high of the day.
Oh, man.
Microsoft is breaking the high of the day. 263.50 just went. I mean, it just happened on Alphabet too, and then it was more of a scalp trade than anything else. So I kind of feel like at this time of day, when you take a breakout, it's probably going to have to be a bit of a scalp trade as well. Let's see if it can actually make a big move to the upside. Where did Google go? I'll get to Pinduoduo in a second, but Google is back down to 104.40, so it's still trying to hold the upper end of the range. I haven't checked in on Apple, to be honest with you. I just feel like we like these, for lack of a better term, AI names. The guy, like it's Google, it's Alphabet. I don't know what Apple is doing, but I'm taking a top 10 break here. I don't want to give it all the way back to 263. I might get half out the quarters and the other half at that 63. As a matter of fact, yeah, I like that plan. I hate you, Pinduoduo. I'm not gonna get 95. It just made another lower high. I tried to jump in here and missed out on it. It's heading back down to the lows. I do want to continue to short the pops in this name, if I can even get them. It kind of curls really fast, and that's part of the opportunity cost of trading multiple names. We might have a bit of a failed break, because sometimes how it comes into the level matters. When you get a nice consolidation, tight consolidation on a break, it can go a little bit faster. When you have a big move up into the break of the high, sometimes it has to settle itself down a bit before it makes another move to set upside. And just one last one, I did take that C3AI short. Want to recap? It didn't break out the bottom end of the range yet, so it's still pretty valid. That bid's too tight. I don't like that one there. It's still in the bottom end of the range, but I think there is a lot of room. This is not necessarily a 10, 15 center. You know, the next level is down here from a few days ago. I guess it's a couple of days ago. About 20, just beneath the 24 level would be the next obvious support level for C3AI. So I want to give it room. If I'm giving it 30 to 40 pennies worth of risk, I want to make sure it's getting down probably to around that 24.50 level before I take anything out.
All right. Yeah, so I took, because CCL broke O's and then came back a little bit, I take 5% of a position here at 12. I'm waiting like at 11.95. See if we can get a little bit of a long there. That's what I'm going to try here on a little bit of a flush down. So that's what we're trying to do. Bed Bath & Beyond, that was a good trade right there. We'll slap a fail on the longs there, but we did take a piece out at, I don't know if you can see, at 22 right there. So we did take that piece out. So far so good on that out now for Bed Bath & Beyond. But yeah, we are trying to get obviously a little bit shorter if it gets back into that 330, 380 area. Other than that, we will wait. AMD did tank down pretty good, man. It got as low as 82.80. Remember what our plan of action is on this one. We could have taken it out. Now that I see what these futures are actually doing now, yeah, maybe that was a good play to get it out, because right now the futures are trying to get back to the upside. We just bounced off 12.5, so I haven't been paying too much attention to the futures today like I should have been. So that 12.5 level, sort of interesting there. I'm going to average into AMD, so my next trade is not up until here, yeah, 35s. So we'll wait to get a short up rate where this level was that we kept defending. Look, AMD's down and we're nicely up on it because we kept cooking it off this level. Once it broke, then we hit it to the downside, right? So for right now, yeah, it's not looking like it's a great downside move, but we already taken profit on the downside. Let's just see if we could do it again here. Looking for more help with AMD. So hopefully it comes up and we'll be able to short that. But our out, guys, if it does, is 83.80. That's about as much pain tolerance as I'm going to have on this short, especially as you can see what the market's doing right now, trying to get a little bit higher. I said to Neil,
it's
man,
still relatively weak though.
Yeah, it's still, the market's weak for sure, I think. Anyways, we'll see. But I was telling Neil, I like that Google break there, upside of 104, missed it right there. That should have been taken. And then I know you have Microsoft. I still like this break as well, even though we're pulling back. Yeah, remember, you're fighting the market.
I took half of it out. Like I said, if it couldn't hold, like that break was kind of a weak one. It tried to resolve itself early on and couldn't really get going, so I took half out with a relatively tight stop, and now we'll see how it responds to that 63 level. If it holds 63, I can jump back in. If it can't hold this area, I have an area stop in there, like I'm going to see it trade beneath 63 and kind of make a judgment call, because I have a hard stop on AI. Everything else is either in the money or sort of an obvious trade. CCL, I'm with Sean. I waited for that 60, well, for that, not 60. Microsoft is in the 60s, and when I'm staring at it, it's easy for me to say it. CCL, I waited for it to get down to 12. I just added there on the up and down at that 12 even level. If it gets to VWAP, I like it to VWAP here in a retracement. I just feel it's a good break if you had it and got out, but that's also a bit of a fail break and a reversal all the way back to the lows, which could be setting up a bit of a short if it were to pop again. Just one last one for you guys to come back over to. Not to ignore you, but I like me some Affirm. It's now back into VWAP. I said if it got to VWAP, I would look for this reload because I might not see 17s again. So going to put some more shares back into Affirm. I have not been able to get a second fill. We just got that one pop into 17, and since then have been patiently waiting for another opportunity to go short in Affirm. It's here now.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, so yeah, I mean, short of, let's just, I just want to give you guys an idea here of what Neil and I are, I mean, Neil's already explained it, but what we're trying to do, guys, is just go back to names that we trust, right? And I mean, that's why my biggest trade today is going to be Amazon. I mean, there's also something to be said about AMD as well. But now Amazon might break a little bit higher here, so we got to watch out for that one. We are watching for our AMD, and we are watching out for Brendan because he's got the sector watch over at the big screen. Let's go.
Still red board to show you guys we're not doing a heck of a lot. Down 0.2 right now for the S&P 500, typical for earnings season. A ton of big movers individually, however, including SWKS we talked about off earnings. Fiserv was earnings as well. INCY, CTLT, Take-Two, ATVI, I just noticed making a move right now. In fact, back towards the highs. TTWO both reporting 5% to the upside for either double E here, 6% back to the upside as well off of a good report. The entire energy group, not a huge mover today, but positive, trying to offset the rest of this weakness that's coming through. Consumer discretionary names among the worst off outside of RCL, NCLH, and CCL. RCL with the earnings report 4%, NCLH 2%, CCL 1.35 back to the upside, all looking pretty good so far off that Royal Caribbean forecast primarily. Outside of the earnings, there was some questionable numbers in that, but they pointed towards higher demand. Consumer staples, utilities, real estate stocks, even all red on the day. So individual names making big moves to the upside, helping offset an otherwise pretty red board here, guys. We're 0.2 right now to the downside.
Yeah, it's not great. Like, as a matter of fact, like the longs that I keep going for the scalp trades breaking out the highs that look relatively strong. Google was good. Microsoft was not. So that one did not hold that 263 on the way back in. So we got to give it up. It just feels like yesterday where you're fighting some of the longs, even though the market's flat. I did reload. This is going to seem obvious here. I just reloaded Pindo Duo. I'm trying to keep it relatively simple with PDD. It broke 95. I didn't really get this top here. It broke 95. I ended up shorting some bottoms. But the last pop, waited for it to pop, shorted the curl, scalped it to the low of the day, pop, shorted the curl, scalped to the low of the day, tightening up the stop. So if it goes to VWAP, I have a relatively tight stop on the way back in to the downside. AI keeps trying to take the low and holding it, which is kind of frustrating. And I wanted to go to Meta. I know we're kind of sticking to the names that we're focused on for good reason. And Meta is, I don't want to ignore strength. I get rid of that wick. I don't want to ignore strength. This is one of the stronger trends to the upside, but I just went for 2 breakouts and went 1 for 2 on them. So loss on Microsoft and then a win on Google. I don't know if I want to grab a break on Meta, even if my 15 looks ugly too on Meta. Even if it looks like it's got a decent break set up here at that 190 level, I'm going to stay away from taking breakout trades unless they set up a little bit later on in the day. But I will point out 183 and 180 are 2 good dip buys for Meta. And heck, if you look at the last few days since the gap, it has not threatened filling in that gap. So there is a dip buy that I still like on Meta if the market does flush a little bit further. C3AI, I haven't even taken my first fill out, waiting for 10 cents. And thank you for the super chat, Michelle Hebert. You know, it was a Bed Bath & Beyond day. That's why I haven't looked at APE today. I hope you're looking good. It says, update for the play. AMC made a higher low on the daily. Buy signal for him at APE at 296. It looks logical. Crap, I think I was long 295, 296 2 days in a row on APE. So I don't want to say it's automatically logical, but that was a good level the other day. If you got that one, I think congratulations. Yeah, that was the higher low yesterday, right in that 295 range. Maybe not the day before, but right there, like that 295, that was that higher low. And it just bounced right off it. Great look. That's what you're kind of looking for. If you're looking for a dip buy, find an area of consolidation. This one's been a pretty solid bet for those dip buys, and maybe you got one here. But the trend has been to the downside. Just want to throw that out there. Be careful buying dips today. Bed Bath & Beyond might have changed the litmus for these.
Yeah, good call on the litmus there. Yeah, watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Trying these school words.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Right there. Okay, so we did get a reload here on AMD. So I just want to talk about that. Again, nice reload. So we'll take it out here if we can get it in the mid-20s, and then we'll take another out in the low 20s. But we got to watch out here because it did rally back up, right? So that's not something that, you know, I was thinking was going to happen, but we did the short, so that's fine. We'll wait for it. Again, we're going to watch out for the futures taking 12,550 for right now, but there's a nice reload. We got it at 37 or 38. What was the price? Yeah, okay, so 37. Now we'll see if it comes back in. So here it comes back up. Remember where we're getting short again. If it comes anywhere near this 83.80, that's going to be a level to short again. Other than that, we're at a level now, and the reason why we short right here is because of this area. It's where we were holding and then not holding back down to the downside. So I'm still trying to make that happen. But again, up here is where we're really looking. So we'll see if we can get that back in upside now on AMD. So bidding in the 20s. We'll see if we can fall back down. We are very, very interested here in the NASDAQ because, you know, if it falls back, then we will have that AMD winner. But we are staying to the high side, and now we are green on the NASDAQ. And green not by a lot, but by a decent amount. Remember, we only have now an hour and a half, or sorry, 2 hours until Powell comes. Right, so 2 hours till Powell comes. So, you know, could be some excitement coming for the market at that time. But here we go, AMD, we're short right now. We'll take a 20 bid if we can get it. Other than that, let's wait for 83.80 on the high side for AMD.
So a couple of things. Yeah, we'll do this one. Will Gronk spike? Why do I keep saying Gronk spike? He didn't invent the spike, and I don't even like Gronk. But I just got my first fill on C3AI. But shout out to the chat. You're the best community ever. Remember Baidu on that gap. Totally forgot about Baidu. We like that. I know Sharif, 155, that previous top, like 55, 56 area. You see it fill in the gap to the downside. Now it's catching a bid. This is another, I don't want to say yada, yada, yada AI because, like, quite frankly, this is probably a little bit more of a real company when it comes to AI. It's a little bit more akin to Microsoft and Google there, but it's made the bounce right where you want to have it happen. If it starts trending back to the upside, this is a monster level, monster area on the daily worth trying to break out from. A bounce from here could easily carry you to 65 or 70. This is now the opportunity for me to look for the dip here. If it doesn't dip off from VWAP and give me the 155, 156 entry to the low, then I can always look for the consolidation breakup. But Baidu is now on my radar. And I go from there to the, you want to go get the idea out of the way first. Then I can talk about C3AI, finally getting down to the 2450 for my first exit. My second bid, I have this really bad habit of, I just bid 24.25 without even thinking about it. No, I want 24, a little closer to 24 even on the next out. This AI name is going in the other direction, but very big difference between the Baidus and the Googles and the Microsofts of the world and the C3AIs and BBAIs of those.
Sheesh, right here. Thank you so much, Tyrell. Thank you so much for that super chat. It's $100 in the building, so we'll spin it right now. Thank you so much for that, man. I'm glad that we're able to make you $1 for every 1,000 we've made you. So 100,000 damn dollars. That's what we're talking about right now. That's a career for many traders. Thank you so much, Tyrell, for that. And there you go, man. That's sweet. I don't know whether or not you know you're still going or what. That's a great level there, and thank you so much for supporting the show. And wow, thank you for the super chat. It means a lot to all of us one more time. And hopefully you continue to make the trades that we're making. We can add a few more zeros to that as well, because right there we just took out some more of the cash on our favorite stock, AMD. We got a 20 bid, like we said, and a 25 bid. And not only that, your boy also reloaded here on CCL, down right where we thought. We put on our biggest position on there at 95. So we have that trade right now. We're long at 97. We'll take something out at O's right there, but let's hold out for that dream back here to 220, 230, something like that. It's not a dream like that one, making 100 grand, but we'll try to make it again right now, back up to the upside, take a piece out. We are getting out. My stop order's still in there, a break of 90 as we discussed earlier. So far so good here on CCL. We're still long. We're long at 97. This is exactly the trade that we wanted. If you joined us early, you know that. Here it goes. Yes, sir. Nice. Yes. Nice backside move here for CCL. Yes. Bang. Ring it again, man. Wow, we on one. Pretty soon I'm going to have to super chat myself. Let's keep going to the upside. CCL really running there.
Yeah, back through 12, I like it. I think you can get to VWAP, to be honest with you. I just reloaded C3AI, and we just got 94s on PDD. So we're staying in the pocket, stick to the names that work. We're trying to tell you guys that, hey, it's not about what you think is the most exciting, it's about what works for you. And I hope what works for you is something that makes sense, that you can stick to, and that you can try to focus on every single day. It is trading setups, it is trading stocks that you're comfortable with, but the market is catching a big bid here. It's about to crack toward the high of the day. I got out of most of my longs here, but I reloaded C3AI. The first short was good. The second short, we are now out of that one. It did just wick top up there. I might re-enter if it holds beneath 25 even, but the way this market is going, I want to be careful, trapped at the bottom of anything at this particular point. So I just paid myself out on Pinduo Duo as well. I'll still hold some because the trend is good, but that's a big bounce the market just did as we go to Brendan to talk about the US dollar.
Ahead of what is to come, guys, throughout the lunch hour, again, if you missed it, 12 o'clock, we're going to get this event underway. 12:40, we get Fed Chair Powell making some comments. Strength so far in the US dollar. In fact, this is a 1-month high we hit this morning on the DXY. 1, 2, 3, 4 straight days, straight to the upside. After the jobs report helped a little bit on Friday, we've been nothing but upside ever since. So 0.18 right now for the dollar. It's off the highs, but 103.8 coming into play. Euro downside ever so slightly, 0.4. Canadian dollar dead flat right now, 74.35. It was up after Canadian trade deficit data came out this morning. That was a little better than expected. British pound downside right now, 0.06. Again, pretty flat. Otherwise, throughout this entire board ahead of these comments from Fed Chair Powell, will he or won't he give any kind of directive as to what is to come from the Fed? We shall see, guys. 12:40 again for Fed Chair Powell. Make sure if you haven't today, guys, take a sec, hit the like, and subscribe to the channel.
Yes, sir. If you hit the like and subscribe, I get to eat a brownie, so I want to make sure I eat that brownie. But I think we might see a bit kind of like an inside range to 1 o'clock, and if that happens, I want to get back into Alphabet. I feel like Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, all of them are relatively strong. So looking for structured longs on top of these breakout prices, ahead of the Fed, can give you A, a scalp trade, B, a potential move to the upside, and names that you know are strong, and then just go back to the well for some of the shorts, that have been there. So Meta, that looks like 187 off of VWAP there. Almost said that in a bit of a suspect way. And Microsoft, 262. Forget about the top break. I want to look for consolidation. So 262 Microsoft, 187 on Meta. It is what it is. And then going back to SQ, I got out of SQL, I should say. Is that an SQLT moving? They're not the same thing. SQL bounced off 170 multiple times here. I got away from the long after it worked once, and then the last home run style, we just got out of it when it broke break even. It's holding 170. That's the right level. I'm going to get back into this trade and give it down to like 165, beneath that 170. I picked break even. That was the wrong call. This level's been good all morning long. I'm going to get back on the bid here, knowing if it breaks beneath 160, this is 167. Sorry, 167 even. Beneath that, I'm out. I'm going to go for the long 170s on SQL.
All right. Yeah, my wife's telling me about the two Kelseys that are playing this weekend.
There's brothers playing in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like the league wanted that to happen.
Yeah, but they didn't. They played before.
No, of course they did. I know they played before.
They played before, yeah. Lots of times there. So, hopefully it's going to be a good game. Neil's going to be on the Chiefs.
What's our bet?
I'm on the Eagles. Yeah, well, we'll figure out a bet. It's on Tuesday.
And
we do want to do some props and stuff like that as well. So what happened to AMD right there was we'll hit the siren, went all the way to the upside. We almost got short, but it missed us, man. We were at 65, trying to be as patient as we can for that short. But look, it just fell back in right there. So before we go, though, I did want to say another thing about all of our friends and any traders there that are located, of course, across Turkey. And I know that Syria as well affected by those earthquakes. So I just want to say our prayers are with everybody out there. And let's keep on moving forward and, just try to survive things like that. There's absolutely nothing. When Mother Nature strikes, man, it is absolutely devastating. Our thoughts are with everybody out there. And even as I'm sitting here trading, I've made over 200 trades. And I'm just thinking about it, like just how sad that is, because I know even, a huge earthquake hit Italy, huge earthquake, Puerto Rico with all those typhoons and all those craziness that happens. Mother Nature is just something that no matter, what your race, religion, political belief, anything like that. Just everybody stay safe. And again, if you can have the chance to, I have no affiliation with that, but any sort of donation.
The Red Cross is always a good go-to. There's a lot of good ones out there. I just find when you have natural disasters, my go-to is the Red Cross. I feel like it's the easy place to always jump into. So, there's always charities out there. I would say be careful. When I was an accounting student for a brief time in school, one of our projects was doing audits of charitable firms, and you just go for ones that you're comfortable with. But I'll echo that times 10. I believe that one of the most selfish things you can do in life is to give. So when you get an opportunity to do so, you go ahead and do it. Everyone can relate to something like that. And I think, once you understand that, hey, that could be you, that could be your family, and then that impetus to give can be out there. We like to give you guys a little bit of something every single day, and it's always about paying it forward. We say it all the time. I believe in paying it forward. We only have about 3 or 4 minutes to go here. I know the boys are locked and loaded. Just want to go back over to a couple of things, just to recap, because let's get some stuff out of the way. I talked about C3AI. If I got wicked out, which I did get wicked out, I would get back in beneath 225. So I did jump back into the trade. That did give me that stop out, but then immediately rejected it. So kind of going back to the well, shorting that name, just to go back over to it. And Alphabet is making a charge at the high of the day. It looks like Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, all relatively strong. I want to try and get a dip buy back into VWAP of at least 2 of these, if not all 3. And then Pinduoduo, unlike yesterday, the trend is clean on PDD. By this time yesterday, it was kind of stopping me out on the way back up. This time it's just continuing the trend. It does not want any part of breaking it so far. I'm looking for all the way at the bottom here, and all the way at the bottom, well, okay, it's like 92.5. It's not really all the way at the bottom. I'm looking for the afternoon support from yesterday.
All right, guys. Once again, man, only a couple more minutes to go. So, let's keep on trading and keep on watching this. By the way, those of you that are killers like this, look at AMD, man, right back down to the downside again. Now we're really going here on AMD. So let's see where we want to go on this, but it's a nice downside move. Let's put a bid out right now. We'll take a 14 and spin this one more time. Man, there's been a lot of that today and a lot of these today as well. So hopefully you guys are able to capture some of this profit with us as we sit here and trade and make. I don't have any negative names today. Actually, I lied. I have one negative name today. SQL, and that was a 10-cent hit right there on SQL. So that's the only negative trade that we have. We made it early, and it's literally actually what I'm down is probably whatever a latte costs at Starbucks right now. So we're down a little bit right there on that one. Let's wait to see what does happen. But yeah, other than that, man, we're pretty good to go here today. And I want to just thank everybody for all their help and all their talk in the chat, all the names that you guys pointed out to us in whatnot. Definitely a big help for us as we go. But yeah, man, more to come. If you thought today's show was good, you're about to have a midday show that's going to be 10 times better. And then we're back at the end of the day to celebrate what Jerome Powell is going to do to the market today. Whether or not you think it's going to be red or green, you want to be able to trade that volatility. And by the way, awesome Bed Bath & Beyond retracing again, guys. We're short 77 here. Bed Bath & Beyond all the way back to $3 and tanking right now. Bed Bath & Beyond just stepping up a little bit here. Let's put a bid at 13s. And there it is. There's the spin again. This is exactly what's happening all day today. Good trade there on Bed Bath & Beyond. Wow, now the tank is in on that name. Let's go, Brendo.
All right, quick look before we wrap things up here, guys, at what is to come tonight and tomorrow morning on the earnings board.
Man.
Chipotle, you know what? As far as trading names go, Uber is the one that stands out to me in the morning. I prefer aftermarket earnings, but Uber is going to be tradable. There was a big level that kind of failed to break out at 34 before. CVS, not interesting at all. This is an Uber kind of day. Well, tomorrow's an Uber kind of day. Today, it is all about 1 o'clock. You get both the Fed. Well, you get Powell speaking. I shouldn't say the Fed. You get Powell speaking, and we get the Microsoft AI
CCL
event thing or whatever the heck that is. So we'll see what happens with both of those. Just make sure you stick to your plan. Do not violate it, and be patient. Because sometimes when we wait for the Fed, you kind of just trend around, and that's what we're going to look for here. Go longs and strong stocks and short weak ones. it's easier said than done sometimes.
Yeah, CCL also, we just took another piece out for CCL. I'm not trying to get too cute with this name. If we do get back up to the upside, you have 12.10 there, the 50 period. So here we go. We're long at 96. This was exactly, I love when trades basically pan out exactly as you thought they would. A breakdown there through 12s gives us that 96 fill there, or was it 97? What were we at? We're at 9. I think we're at 96. Yeah, whatever. Our average price right now is 97. So nice move to the downside here for CCL. Took advantage of that one and just got some out again upside. So, all right, it's 11 o'clock. Thanks again for watching. For everybody here, thanks Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks Brendo. Thanks everybody. You're going to go over right now to the big guys at the big desk. It's Sharif and it's Luca. So let's go, boys.
What is up, guys?
What's going on, everyone?
Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. This is Luca. Let's get it started. But before we do, Luca and I just want to extend our thoughts and prayers. I'm sure Luca can talk for himself. For Syria and Turkey, some bad stuff happening out there, Luca.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate. Thoughts and prayers, as I was saying yesterday. It's really, really unfortunate to see there. So, thoughts and prayers to everybody over there. And market related. Things are moving, man. Things are moving. Lots of trades. You got anything going, Sharif?
Yeah, I do. I've got a couple of trades, Luca. I got Baidu long here, and I've got a Microsoft long. I'm trying to build into this Microsoft long. I'm not going gung-ho all at one time, printing on this Baidu long. So the thinking here with Baidu goes as follows. Let's bring in the side chart and have a little discussion about this. So, big move up. This was because it popped up over 14% on the Hang Seng overnight. So when we opened up here at 4 a.m., it shot up from the yesterday's close of, I want to say, around 144, all the way up to that 165 area. There was zero liquidity in that region. So I said, hey, let's see what the 50% retracement. My guy's always talking about mean reversions. Let's see where it is. So I did some fib over here, using some fibs at 143 top and 143 bottom, 165 top. And guess what? That 155 area was a 50%. So I said, let's go long 155. That's the plan. Took that one long. Nice scalp in, scalp out. Didn't really hold it. Now we're at VWAP, and we're knocking on VWAP's door, and we want to break through it. Yeah, we've wicked through it. Now we're creating higher lows, and there's a nice little trend here. So I want to ride this through the reclaim of VWAP and possibly move back into that 76% retracement area, give or take. So give or take around 160, 159. There we go. I get filled again. So we got basically 50% of the position out here. We're long 157.29. Where did I just get filled? I got filled at 150, like right below 159, 157.93. So nice stair stepping up here, looking for the break of this top, which is at 158.20. So next level I'm going to wait at, that 158.25. Let's go and hang out there. I'll sit at 24s or 23s so that I can, get more likely fill here. There we go. So Baidu is the trade that I'm doing well on. The trade that I'm not doing well on is this Microsoft long. Now, I said in the intro that I was trying to build into this, and that's kind of a nice way for me to save face. That's the truth about that. It's not going my way. This was a quarter position and then a tenth and then a tenth. So I'm building my way, but I'm building my way in, but it's not going my way. In fact, look, it looks like it's breaking through the 50 period here on the 1 minute chart. The trend line that I had drawn, which was kind of like a very upward trend line, very steep, looks like it's breaking. So my next saving grace literally is probably that 262 area, which happens to be VWAP. So I'm going to see how this one does. I'm not in the biggest position, so I can afford to take the decline. It's been relatively strong, and as we all know, that I think when are they starting? When is the Microsoft thing starting?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. So
yeah.
The Microsoft event that is going to be centered around AI is at 1 o'clock. It is tanking on me though here, so it's time to add. Hold on.
I love that.
On. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to go and we're going to punch along here, and I'm building my way into this VWAP retracement. So we'll see how Microsoft does. There's obviously been a big move up with speculation, but I do see a bit of a double top here. So it's concerning me a little bit, this trade, but we'll see what goes on.
Yeah, guys. You know, this is exciting, man. Exciting day. Amazon was exciting, guys. I'm in a Google trade right now. I'm long. I don't know if the position board is updating there, but yeah, I am long Google here. Essentially, it's creating a little bit of a flag pattern, and if you look at the 15-minute on this thing, now things could change obviously very quickly, but if you look at the 15, it curled down. It sort of held that 102. And then we're sort of grinding our way back up, and I feel like we're going to get a 105 test eventually. And so what I want to do right now is basically scalp the bottom end of this range. If we go lower, then I will be adding to it. But let's see where this wants to go. I'm going to try to get some out at the 50-cent mark if it wants to pop there, and then the rest out top of the range. And then, yeah, maybe we get a 105 test. We'll see where that one wants to head from there. What's going on, Michelle, in the chat? I know you're talking about APE, so let me just quickly talk about this. Guys, yesterday, to end the show, before I do get into APE here, yesterday to end the show, BBBY, how about that move, man? How about that move? That was crazy, crazy move. So as you guys know, I was shorting it. I don't know where the fills are, but I was shorting it. And I was shorting it here, and I said, the move's not done. And I'm expecting this to go higher. And guess what? It went higher, and I lost on the short, and I got smoked. Or not smoked, but I did lose on the short. And then I was like, you know what? It's now time to go long. And Michelle, I was thinking of you as I was punching the highs here at $5. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? Maybe it can go to 6. And it ended up going to 6. So I had a nice trade where I just kind of got long there, made it all back plus more. So nice little ending to the day. Definitely can't complain on that one. But how about that offering after hours, man? That is something special.
Wow, bro.
And we're obviously we're down here. We're down. Yeah, exactly. Vinny V. I got smoked because I was shorting it.
I asked this question to Brendan this morning. I want to ask you too, since it's a perfect segue. Do they make the offering if we don't have a 93% move in the stock yesterday?
No.
They don't make the offering.
They don't make the offering. They're waiting, man. These guys know what they're doing. They're waiting there. They're waiting, they're waiting, they're waiting. They're like, a squeeze is eventually going to come. These are meme stonks. We know where it's going to go. And then as soon as the squeeze happens, the paperwork is ready to go, man. And okay, where'd that go? The paperwork is ready to go, and they just come out with that right away. So, I mean, you know, they're doing their job, right? They're doing their job. And who knows if a buyout comes around the corner, maybe an LBO. Who knows about the details? You guys can look into. I think it was on Zero Hedge. They had the article posted there. But yeah, definitely interesting, and obviously the stock is down today. I was kind of late to the party with the short. I think Sean was all over the 360 shorts that were bangers. I kind of let this go because I was doing a few other things, but yeah, I think I'm down on the name, but it's basically paper cuts, and I wasn't really super committed, and I forgot about kind of scaling into this one. But yeah, if BBBY goes above VWAP today, I want to short this thing. So I did locate. I'm basically waiting. I'm going to be waiting at around 350 and higher to take this short on pops. Hopefully it can get up here, and then I think we go back down. Michelle, yeah, APE, APE, AMC, everything moving together. This 3 level is kind of interesting. It's holding for the time being. The market is ripping right now. Just a heads up, everybody. Market is ripping here. Google trade is looking really good. Nice move to the upside. I'm going to get the rest out over here. That was a sick trade. In at 104.30s, 104.50s, and then top of range. That was an absolute banger there. Hopefully some of you guys had that one.
No, I mean, I'm waiting for the retracement. You know, they're eventually, what came out right now? We don't have any economic numbers. I don't think anybody's speaking. We'll have to obviously double check. We got Brendan at the big desk. Anything we can break live to him, but what a move up there. I didn't want to punch out of my Microsoft right there. I said, look, this is probably going to retrace south, but is it, foreshadowing what's to come, especially maybe going into the more liquid times here? And today, ironically, the more liquid time is going to be the typically illiquid time, which is that lunchtime hour. So let's see, I think we're going to get a nice little bump up. Yeah, now we're moving nicely up here on Microsoft. We're long 77, so we're like only 10 pennies out of the money now. We were building into this position. So let's take some out here at 63. Should we make our way up there? Where are we at with shares? So we can take this many shares out. Let's wait up here in the 90s. 262.94 is where I'm going to hang out. If we make our way up there, it'd be nice. Now the nice corresponding move here, though, Luca, on the futures, the ES March contract, that bottom has really held the last few days, I want to say. Today, obviously, lower than yesterday, 41. I want to say the majority of the action took place at that 41.08 kind of area, 41.05 to 41.10. A lot of wicking below here, but not really a sustained break. And there you go. We get a nice little bounce up. Now we're above VWAP on the ES March contract. So futures holding up those lows. You heard Arun talking about them today, being a buyer around that 4,100 area. But There we go. So now Microsoft, the move is stalling out, and so we'll have to wait for this one to print. Let's check quickly on our Baidu. This one's kind of going against us here for the remaining 50%. I got to decide whether I'm going to find an area of support to take long, or what we're going to do. We're going to have to wait or just punch out here. So we're reaching an interesting critical level here of support. Let's see how we act around this 156 area, and then we'll decide from there.
Yeah, guys, heads up, Amazon's at 100, and I'm not really too sure what to think. Initially, I was going long, and then I sort of said, I thought it was going to break 100. I don't know if it did break already. I feel like this wick is not real. So maybe it did break. I don't know, but I think maybe late to the party. But essentially, long through 100, didn't really explode to the upside the way that I wanted to see it. The overall market is ripping. As you guys can see, the position board is like blocking, but you just see that one candle coming up there. Yeah, that was a nice move. 5 minute on the S here, guys. Nice like quick rip to the upside. And same sort of pattern, man. Wick off bottom, wick off bottom, wick off bottom. Eventually, that 41.10 area holds. Then we get the nice flush move to the upside. Yeah, Powell's coming on, you know, around 12:30, 12:40. Will be interesting to see what happens. I'm not sure what to do with Microsoft at this point. It is my best name today, and I had some good trades on it. I'll share them with you guys. Basically, waiting for everything to resolve, watching the down move, and then sort of scaling in, taking size, getting out just a little bit because it kind of looked like it was going to pop. But keeping that and then adding to it on the 100 break and then covering right at the bottom. Then trying to go long, getting out of that long, and then essentially trying the long the whole way down. So lose, lose, win, and then flipping short, winning on the short, and then a little bit of scalps and chopped around. And now I'm just kind of waiting to see what this 100 does, because 100 is a key level, man. 100 key level, psychological level. I think it's going to print 100 a couple times, but the only thing to worry about here is if you're going for shorts at above 100, this thing could break 100 and like rip to like 140 like very, very quickly. So yeah, this is definitely a level where things can move very, very fast. And if the market continues to move to the upside, I kind of want to favor the long. But then if we turn at any point, maybe there's a lot of sellers here that then are going to jam it back down. So yeah, as you guys can see, not too sure. You got something going there?
Oh, baby, we are printing on Microsoft Luca as we get that pop up. Let's take a little bit more out here. There we go. We got a nice little pop there. So where are we on Microsoft share-wise? We're still holding heavy, so we probably should de-risk a little bit here, and that's exactly what I'm going to do at 63 is we take some off there to take a little bit of risk off. But very nice move so far on Microsoft here. Averaging into that Baidu position was the right move at this support level. Now brings us right back into positive territory. Does it on Baidu, but it's kind of spready. You know, I'm thinking maybe, I'll de-risk a little bit here. Let's go ahead and pop some out. The liquidity is a little suspect. Okay, so we do get the fill there. Let's flip back to Microsoft here. There we go. So printing nicely on that one. Let's go ahead and take a little bit more out here. All right, so how much are we holding left on Microsoft? We're good. We're in the good area right now. So I don't know about this move here. I'm going to let it run. I think my gut's telling me to let this bad boy run. Where's Microsoft? Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and, oh, wow, what a flush down that was. Let's go ahead and take a little bit out here. Okay, so we're doing well on Microsoft. We're doing well on Baidu. I think I'm going to take some more out on Baidu here because the area of illiquidity scares me a little bit, and I don't want to get caught out on the bottom. So there we go. We take some out of Baidu, and now how are we doing on that? We're doing well. So we go from a little bit of a scare here to the downside, and we do find our footing on this market. It pops up, I don't want to say today's highs, but definitely an after the market, an after the bell high, excuse me. So good little move here. Obviously some anticipation of what's to come. Like there's so much to come today. You got the Microsoft event, you got Papa speaking, you had Kashkari on in the morning.
Yep.
He was running his mouth and saying all sorts of stuff. So very interesting day today so far. I can't complain, Luca.
Yeah, I'm going to go long Amazon here. I'm going to go long on these little bit of dips. I do expect that this thing can go all the way down to 99.70 in a flash move down. Just the nature of this kind of trade that I'm setting myself up for. But if for whatever reason we break the 100 level, I just want to be involved, and I do think that we're actually going to go and test the 100 level. So I'm basically kind of like long on these little bit of dips, and then if we pop back to 100, I think 100 will print. So I'm going to get some out just in front of 100 and then hold some in case we do get a pop to the upside.
And then if we go to like 100, 15, 20, then I'm gonna consider the short. So this is the move essentially. Now we'll see if this wants to continue. It's going 105s, 106s. Is there genuine buying that's coming through? I'm gonna hold on just a little bit longer, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, so flush right back through. Let me just get out of the rest of that and then reevaluate. I kind of like that. Now I'm gonna offer a little bit higher to see if I can get that short up there. Maybe 100 is where it wants to stay. Maybe 100 options, maybe hedging. We went all the way down to 98.40. We come back to 100. Do we just kind of stay here and then flush back and then do test VWAP? So this is a double-sided trade for myself. I am going to long on the dips, and I'm going to short on the highs. And we're going to see how that one goes. Reliable Rudy, what's going on, Reliable Rudy? Saying, hey, Luca, can you explain how I stopped out of SQL? Oh, wait, is this, okay, one of those. Can you explain this? I do that to Ian all the time. Ian, look at this. Can you explain this? Explain how I stopped out 163 when I had to stop 160. That'll happen.
Yeah,
so
slippage.
Let's look at SQL, and let me just quickly read the question again. You got stopped out of SQL at 163 when I had the stop to trigger at 160. So I assume you wanted to trigger, let's say, below 160. So you said, okay, if the stop goes below 160, then it should get me out of the long that I'm in. But it triggered you out at 163. Sometimes it'll do that to you, and to be honest, there's no clean answer. It doesn't make sense. That happens to me all the time. It doesn't make sense, but it's just a product of the Wild West and the digital warfare that we choose to participate in. Digital warfare essentially means that the robots run the show, and anything can happen, and they can print price here, and then your chart might not show it. There's all these things that can happen. So I don't know the details of what happened to you, but again, it could be a slippage thing where you had, an order to do something, and then instead of getting the actual 163, you get 160 because slippage. And then there's another scenario where you don't think it actually printed that price, but then your stop was triggered. In that scenario, who knows? It's digital warfare. So it is what it is. Rainmaker saying, Luca, can you explain stink bids? So stink bid would be on SQL, me bidding 101 right now, and it's at 176. This is an extreme example, but I bid like 101, and I'm hoping that it like flashes down, I get the fill, and it like goes right back up. So a stink bid or a stink offer is essentially something that I don't think is going to fill. Something that would be like really, really far, and I'm just hoping that it like wicks me in very quickly. So a more realistic example would be on something like an Amazon right now. If I say like, okay, let me bid right now for the next 10 seconds, I'll bid like 99.51. So just below VWAP, and what I'm hoping is this sell-off, it's 30 cents away, but what I'm hoping is it goes down and fills me in 5 seconds and then just reprices, and then I'm instantly 30 cents in the money. So that would be the goal of a stink bid there. So yeah, we'll hopefully that gives a good example for you. Yeah, it's not so much stinky, but stink bid. Yeah, sometimes it could be stinky if it keeps going. Then you got the bid and it just keeps going. Then you're like, oh man, I don't want this at all. Guys, save your questions for later on after 12:30 because a lot of things are still at key levels and it's hard to multitask, answer questions, and look for trades.
I'll answer some because I'm out. So
yeah, sure,
I'll
go
get
ahead.
to some guys. Meet my Chanel or Channel. Luca, can you please explain how to use trailing stops? So here's how I use trailing stops. So basically, if I'm long or short in a position and I'm in the money or I've already scalped out, I'll basically trail it, and I don't want to trail it based on my risk. I want to trail it using key levels. So if I see, for example, if KPRX here, if I was long into this, and we broke this level here of 5. If we dip below 5 and I've already profited, say at 520, then I may want to take everything out because that would not be the trend that I'm looking for if it was to break that $5 level. So you can either trail your profits or you can move it up to key levels as the price action moves up. At which area you could say, no, if it breaks this area or if it goes above this area, then the trade that I'm looking for is no longer valid. Therefore, I need to have a trailing stop in that area. So a couple of possible uses for it, depending on really how you stop. There's really no, I've heard there's other techniques out there that use ATR, average true range, to kind of base your trailing stops. Those are valid as well, but they're kind of subjective in the multiples that they choose to use. For example, how many days ATR are you doing? 14, 10, 7. It's basically going to come down to what the majority of people use out there because it becomes sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy where when multiple people see the same level, they tend to use it. So there's all these different ways. I just say use the price action and base it off there. Key levels on the chart rather than using any sort of complicated calculation. That's just where I land on that one. Let's see what Paul's saying. Amazon above 99.63. Let's have a look here at Amazon. It's kind of been the laggard lately. You've been hearing Sean say that this one is the one to go short. Especially like with the bad earnings that they had, they were the worst of the bunch here. So you had a big move
nice
off the bell on Amazon. 102.50 is kind of where we're hanging around the pre-market. We got all the way down to 98.27, kind of a double bottom off there and retraced, reclaimed VWAP, but most notably below the 50-period moving average. Now hanging at that 99.57. So your question was 99.63? Yeah, 99.63. So my phone keeps ringing here. Somebody from the States really wants to get a hold of me. 99.63, okay. So, yeah, I don't know if it holds VWAP here, but here's the thing. I just don't like taking these weaker stocks long when the trend is down. So, yeah, even though you might get a nice little bounce here off a key level, that's just not my sort of trade. I'm definitely looking maybe to even short this if it was to if the market was to sort of trickle down a little bit. So that's my look on Amazon right there. But I want to get to KPRX because this one I was shorting earlier and I just kind of got lucky that I added into the halt and I got a really good ACB and then it flushed down because this one was super tricky. Now it's set up in the way that I like. You guys hear me talk a lot about these flat bottom breaks, especially with these small cappers that made new highs and then immediately retraced. Well, this is the one. So there you go. You get the high at 589 off the halt, and then you have a series of stair-step downs. The best part was that you kind of held below VWAP here for the consolidation area. Prior to that, when you had the breakdown from the high, you reclaimed VWAP. In fact, you even halted to the high side. So here we go. Period of consolidation below VWAP, flush down. Period of consolidation, we want all the smoke on this one. So here we go. I'm going to big boy short into this. Let me just check something real quick here on KPRX. Yeah, no, we're good. All right, so let's just go ahead and punch here. And I'm going to have to give myself, obviously, an opportunity to add on retracements, upward retracements. I'm thinking into that 490 and possibly even that 5. That's where I want to add on this one, but I'm definitely looking for a flush down, maybe into 440. So let's see how this one does, Luca. What are you seeing on Amazon?
Yeah, man, Amazon, I'm waiting for this. I'm not really too sure. I mean, maybe it continues higher, but we're going to have to see right here. I'm just going to, yeah, maybe that's too early for a little bit of an up move here. But yeah, essentially going for like the VWAP average long and then giving myself one more shot, kind of breaking 99.50. Do we get a move up, or is this downtrend going to continue there? We're going to have to see what happens next here, but yeah, I'm not really too sure what's going to happen here. But yeah, anyways, if you guys, yeah, feel free to continue to ask questions. Offers are out on BBBY, waiting for that. And somebody was saying Tesla from before. Tesla, it's not really, I mean, 195 is interesting. It went over, I think it touched 195. Initially, there was that bounce. There was like the 195 bounce, then we broke, then we spent some time at VWAP, then we flushed back to 195. So I'm watching, 198 and 200 on Tesla. Looks good if we can get there, but obviously at 194 right now, not really sure. I think I'm going to just be patient and wait for things to, continue to get to areas that I really, really like them and then go from there. Yeah, the Amazon long, not so good. As you guys can see, I'm out of that one. So now I just wait and see. I don't know. Let me look at Snapchat. Where is this thing? Because yesterday we were looking at this. Over 12, so I guess breaking the 12 level and holding, but now showing a little bit of a top-ish range here. Kind of over here. So if we can get back to the highs, that would actually be interesting for maybe a 1250 fade, but I don't like it as much as I liked the 1160 yesterday. It's kind of like in this just channel right over here. So yeah, I might just leave that one for now. Bloodbath and Beyond. I like that one. Bloodbath and Beyond. Yeah, man. It's crazy. It's wild. It is wild, man.
Luca, look at this paper hand trade of the century over here. I get the long. I add to the long. I take everything out and then look at this, bro.
Wow, that's
that just makes you feel good, like you're a solid trader. Your instincts are solid. No, I'm tongue in cheek, of course. I'm mocking myself. I need to have more of the C word, Luca. More conviction on these
More
trades,
conviction,
man.
yeah, man,
More
for sure.
C word on these ones, because the idea here was valid, but I just got I got weeded out of this one. Sorry to interrupt.
No, man. No, of course, no problem there. Feel free, interrupt away, man. Interrupt away. So I guess the 100 short was good there. Kind of sad. I keystroked into like a little bit too much size there. So yeah, man. It is Tuesday, not Monday. What's going on, Luca? Why are you doing that? Yeah, diamond hands, Sharif, man. Diamond hands. You got to work on those diamond hands there.
I got cannoli hands.
Yeah, I wonder what's the small caps that were moving was SQL. Where is this? Oh, this is halted. Yeah, go figure. This thing halted to the downside, I guess.
Again?
But VWAP's holding. Anytime you see a level that you like and it's holding, always make sure that you map the low of that range. So like, let me just see here. That is 163. 163 maybe, and right now it's showing 170 potential indicated open. When did this halt at? 11:24:30. It is now 11:25, so that'd be 11:29:26 is when this is going to open. So yeah, guys, make sure you are watching those positions there. Yeah, cannoli hands, paper trade hands. Yeah, man, and yeah, SQL halted. I think I have shorts on this one. Not too sure, but I'm not really too. I don't love this. It already did the extension to the upside. I actually like the long on this a little bit better if it can hold the 265, 263 area. So let's see if this thing wants to open. I'll revisit this back at 11:30ish. So SQL, bring it up over here, SQL, and yeah, why is this not co-linked? Let me just link this. SQL, if it opens and holds 163, then I'll consider the long on that one and see if it wants to get back to the top of the range. 2 is the level, though. 2 is the very clear level here. It's, it went over 2 one time, and it did a quick over-under. This is after the initial down halt. And then every time that it was halted to the upside, the highest that it was showing that it could open is 2. And so it would show that it would open at 2, and then it opened down here. Then it halted up again. It showed 2, then it opened down here. Finally broke 2, did a quick over-under. That was the volume, and then never really went back above there. So 2 is like the super clean level. 195 to 2, I would say. If we can get back up there, that might be interesting. If we clear 210 to the upside, and I would almost even say like 207-ish, which is this potential halt price, even though it did go up and then down, up and down. These are my upside levels, and then, downside support levels, 165 and 160, but more so the low there of 163. So I would watch those levels, watch for when this opens. Going to open in the next 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll see where that one wants to go, get a couple trades going maybe. But yeah, let's go back to see if Amazon is actually going to the upside. I feel like this is going to go up now, so let me just get long again here. I'm just going to get long again here on Amazon. If we curl back up to the upside, I feel like we can do some over-unders at VWAP. If we do go back down, I'm gonna like officially give up on it. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Sharif, thoughts on Microsoft?
Yeah,
263.75.
I was in it. I mean, I was trading Microsoft. So here we go. Here's the trade. And another paper-handed trade to add to the list of paper-handed trades. But hey, it's profitable. I'm green on it, so I can't complain. Basically, start with a 25% position, add heavy on the bottom here, because this was a key area of support that we talked about. It was also VWAP, but it's not on this chart. It's on a different chart. So we add heavily into that 262 area, and we ride it to 263 and 20 cents. So we take, I think it was a bit like a 75-penny winner when all was said and done. But look at that. Now we're heading 263 north. We're creating newer highs. 263.67 is a high of day. Meta, Microsoft, Google, all near, and Apple, sorry, all near high of day. So nice little move up for these big cappers in anticipation of Papa Powell stepping up to the mic. Also probably as well in anticipation of Microsoft's event. But let's speak about the short that we have on here at the moment on KPRX. Kind of setting me up nicely, making another low, testing that 462 low, but immediately upon touching that low, pops right back up into 472 on the ask, so a 2-penny spread there. I'm looking to add above this 483 area, maybe even in a 480, that-ish area. So I've got a sizable position on it now, but if it should retrace into that mid-80s or even that 5 area, if it wicks up really quickly, I'm gonna have an order waiting there to trigger on that one. I've got some resting profit I can't even talk. Resting profit takers through that 461 level, because that's the area where it's always bounced off of 3 times now in the last 20 minutes. I'm taking some off there. I'll be sitting in front of the $0.50 as well at that 451. Should it make its way down there, and then we'll see what she does at that time. I think SQL, excuse me, just opened at that 170. This one's an interesting one, you know, because it's not showing you that it's done for the day. Number one, it's up 220%. Number two, it's hovering around VWAP. In fact, it halted at VWAP and then opened up. It's kind of printing some green candles. So unless this one gets a decisive break of VWAP to the downside and really starts trending towards that $1.25, $1 area, you know, this one you're still looking long. And I mean, you have a lot to aim for here at that 240. Looks like we topped out. So let's see what this one does. I haven't traded. I've been an observer of this one all day. Have not been a participant. So SQL on the radar as well. Baidu giving up that entire move that I just complained that I didn't get. So it doesn't last for that long. That V-shaped Christmas tree kind of recovery to the downside, or breakdown to the downside, is BIDU. So those are the trades that I have on at the moment. My KPRX short. Let's see what people are talking about here. Martin Toon wants me to look at Fubo. Sure, let's have a look at Fubo. I haven't pulled that one up in a while. Let's bring in the trade ideas window here and set it up. So FUBO. Let's see what this one's been up to. Luca, I haven't been up to this one in a while. Let's go, Fubo. What a flush down. Okay, so, you know, not the biggest range here. This is what we're talking about. This is the 2-minute chart on Fubo. It's been tight. It's been a tight range. 295 is kind of where the day started around, and now we're hanging around 255. We made a bottom exactly at that 250 area, so that ends up, the $0.50 ends up being an area of support. I haven't traded this one. I don't think the volume is enough on it today. 7.2 million. That's only 1.7 RVol. It's got a good short float though. 25% short float. So yeah, a decent candidate should get a headline. But you know, this one's kind of just been dead to me for a while. Let's have a look at the daily chart to see what this one's been up to. Let's go daily. All right, let's go chart. You can do it. Michael Hebert just sent a super chat. I'll get to that. And Michelle Hebert, I'll get to that one in a second. Come on, Fubo. Wow, this one's not loading here. So yeah, what you got over there?
No, yeah, I'm just, it's funny because you're talking Fubo, and I look at that line down, and I go, whoa, yeah. Fubo down. Okay, yeah, nice move down there, 272 down to 250, a little bit of a volume spike on that. Yeah, guys, just managing some things here. Basically, Amazon, the long is looking okay now, so scalping it out, long below VWAP, covering a little bit above. Now waiting to see, does this one actually pop, get into the hundreds? We'll see where that wants to go. Gabriel asking, why are they trading $1 and $4 stocks? Hey, man, this is a $100 stock over here. $99.64 stock, man. And I'm all over this thing. I think Amazon probably pumps back to the upside. Market is now going back up as well, so we'll see where this one wants to go. I did start a Google short that I don't actually love so much. I thought we would go through 105. So instead of adding to this one, I'm gonna just get out of this
green.
one
The ES just went green, guys, breaking through yesterday's close of 41.23. We just popped up into that 41.25 area. Let's see what it does. We're printing days high on a bunch of stocks here, guys. Google, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, all at days highs. You got Tesla and Amazon as the laggards. I haven't looked at see what Netflix has been doing today. Netflix is still kind of yeah, it's whatever. It's down 0.7% on the day. Microsoft pumping to the high side here. Holy! Someone telling me Fubo tanking. Yeah, let's pull up Fubo, guys.
Let's go Amazon.
Because you know let's just make everybody happy here. Let's pull up Fubo. We'll have actually that one ready when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, nice move back to the upside here as we get some of the final prints coming through for the European session for a busy morning here. Just wrapping things up, trying to get back to positive for some of these. We're just waiting for a few more to come in, but this is the way things are shaping up right now. Still waiting on Germany and France, but 0.25% to the downside for both, 0.25% for England to the upside. It's been one of those days, kind of back and forth, but looks like it's going to be relatively flat. Again, everyone waiting to hear what Fed Chair Powell has to say throughout the European landscape. Just saw a note on this one worth having a look at maybe. Lucid back to the upside on heavy volume here, guys. There's speculation that the Saudi PIF fund is going to do a capital raise that could involve their position with Lucid. So it was down big time, but big move back up here on volume for LCID.
Oh, we're going to have to keep our eye on that, especially after that Friday. I'll never forget that Friday when this thing went absolutely buck, you know what. So let's pull up Lucid. We got to be ready to trade this one. If I can only remember what exchange it's on, Luca. NASDAQ, that is, in case you're wondering on there. I haven't upgraded today. I didn't upgrade the software yet. Now you don't have to put the exchange. What a relief in my life. All right. So let's get to the Lucid trades. Technically still down 3.65%, but here we go. More upward action. You know what? Let's dabble in this a little bit. We're going to punch here. We take in a quarter position. We get a nice little wick down. Let's see what this one does. I'm out of this one if it breaks 40, so it's going to have to continue for me to stay into this one. Let's have some profit takers ready. I'm going to hang out at 71 just because I'm feeling whimsical, and then we'll see what happens. But a lot of volume stepping into this one now. How much volume we got on here, Luca? I'll tell you that one in a second.
Yeah, I see.
We got 14.1 million.
Yeah, man, it's funny. You're like, I'm long Lucid. I'm like, yeah, so am I. So here I am. I'm long Lucid. But if we break 1150, which could break right now, I'm out of this trade because it's gonna dance around there. Not really too. If it keeps going, I'll hold on to it. But if we break 1150 to the downside, I don't really know if I want it. I could probably get a little bit of a better price, so we'll see where that one wants to go. Heads up on Amazon as well, so I am fully out of the long here, but if we do break back through 100, I'm going to try a long on it to see if, first time didn't work, second time was okay, or didn't work. Maybe third time's a charm to the upside. So we'll see if that wants to break 100 and go. If it doesn't, then, yeah, maybe the shorts are good, but I don't necessarily want to flip short right now with the market ripping to the upside. So we'll see what happens next. So 3 longs on board, still in Lucid. And Michelle, shout out to Michelle. I am now long ape here, so we'll see where this one goes. If we break 3 to the downside, or maybe even below this, maybe even I'll just use low a day. We'll see what happens. But all I know is yesterday, you were saying long at 3, and I was like, I don't know, or you're saying like long down here, and then this thing went all the way to like 336. Lots of liquidity on ape. This is one that's definitely not going to halt, or for the most part, wouldn't halt as much as you think because there's lots of liquidity there. So yeah, let's just see if this wants to go up. If it's got a round 2 in it, then then I hold on for that one. And I am in SQL long as well. I basically got the long where I wanted it, risking off of just the low over there. I thought this move can continue. It kind of stalled, and there was like a lot of size that popped up on the offer there. So I just got out of some of it. Gonna hold some though to see if we can get towards that 185, that 190 area, and then I will take the fill over there. But I feel like if we get there, then I might as well just hold, because if we actually break 2 to the upside, we could go again, and then that gap, even though I showed the levels before, that sort of area, if we clear this area, I feel like it could be off to the races and run. So I feel like maybe I'll just hold that. I have the stop in place, so that's like now back burner. We'll see what happens next. Google, that was not nice, man. First of all, I should have been long. I was long here. I said, okay, if we break 105, or we're going to get the 105 test eventually, and the long's going to be good. And then I flipped short. This is small size because I thought maybe it's going to go back through 105. I'll cover, like, same kind of plan. Ripped my face off instantly. Tried to get out, missed it, and get out for the bigger loss than expected, but it is what it is. Yeah, stopped out of Lucid there. So I guess that one's below the 50 mark. And Amazon flushed back down. Huh?
I'm going to hang out for a little bit on Lucid. I got a quarter position, so, I mean, it's not going to dent me. But here we go. I think if it breaks, here's the level that I'm looking at, that 30s area. If it breaks this little peak here, I'm gone Zeno. But, eventually people are going to have to be interested in this for it to go up. It's not going to go up miraculously. So the news, and you know what? The market's kind of the ultimate determinant of whether the news catalyst is worth the buy or not. Because whether or not you agree with people, that's what happened. The stock either moves up on the headline or it doesn't. And people's ability to decipher and absorb information, especially very quickly, is it's never been this good. So the market discounts everything. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here. So let's see if it breaks through this 30 area. There we go. We got a nice little retracement back into the $0.50, but it's still below the $0.50. I'm long 55, so it's no skin off my back or skin off my shoulder. What is the expression there? Lucid needs news. Yeah, it does, Ron. It does have news. There's basically reports circulating that there may be more of a cash injection by the Saudis or them to raise more money, essentially, and that's what is required at this point. So that's the news we're trading off, and the reason I'm punching long here is because of what this one did a few Fridays ago, where it just absolutely went parabolic, and so its propensity to do that is somewhat in part determined by its history of doing that. So that's why we're long. Let's continue to see what happens. All right, KPRX. We add on that pop up into 79, so I get a nice little add there on KPRX. I'm still waiting for this one to break down. The next area where I will add, where there's a clear level of resistance, is going to be that $5 area, which also happens to be the breakdown point right there. So that's where I'm looking. My plan has not changed whatsoever on this one. I'm looking south. I want to take it down through 61s and then 51s. I get a nice little add at 79s. So going according to plan, but Lucid making me wait. And you know, I don't care much if it breaks 30s, then I'm gonzino. What's the chat up to here? SI popping above VWAP. I didn't look at SI today. Let's look into SI here real quick. Yeah, okay, decent. You know, it's only done 2.6 million shares on the day, reclaiming VWAP. Let's bring in the trade ideas chart here. I got to make this a little bit smaller. Otherwise, it gets hard to drag. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit smaller here, Luca. There we go. So then we're going to put in SI. Let's go, dude. How come it's not popping up? There we go. Okay, so let's make this a little bit bigger, actually, because that's too small. All right, so here we go. Interesting area. So we're getting an indication here that this might be an interesting buy area. I have this filter on that Michael Noss helped me set up, where it kind of the program kind of gives you indications of where it might be a good buy area. So looks like the buy area was around that 19. This is a daily chart. Yeah, 19. So this is for what's it called? The daily. So let's look at the 3-minute. There we go. We have a bit of I want to say, breaking this high here at 1768, that neckline, that makes for a good long. And then you have the reclaiming here of the 200 period and the 50 period. Looks decent. You know, I mean, it's been strong. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm kind of preoccupied with these other things, but nice looking chart. It's down on the day, obviously down 7.35%. So you're going against the trend if you're taking this long, but you never know with these ones, Luca.
Yeah, guys, feel free to ask a lot of questions if you're interested. Now, I am basically chilling. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta prioritize your mental cap, you know. And if you feel that you're tired, don't jump into too many trades. That's the fastest way to burn money. So yeah, there's that. Or size down. Size down. It's just a product of what I do. So yeah, just being transparent.
Fubo.
All is good. But yeah, guys, if you have questions, where is Fubo? Because
so it made a nice little look at this continuation.
York,
so that's
right?
a bear flag, if I've seen one.
Yeah,
and then a possible continuation through the low. I mean, it's not for me, but it looks good.
Yeah, Luca, happy birthday, my brother. By
Here
the way.
we go
yeah,
again.
Here
we go.
Not again, man. Let's have a look here at Meta. Where's Meta going to?
190, brother.
Yeah, 190. It's that's like an interesting little kind of sideways action pattern. The bigger thing, guys, is obviously 1240. Powell's going to talk. You know, is the market going to trend? Are we going to get some continuation to the upside? Do we get whiplash and then reversal? All these things I'm asking myself. I think there could be a potential really good trade there. As I zoom out on the ES to kind of see where we stand here, I feel like this general area, this topish area, is very, very clean. And then bottomish area, very clean. You know, obviously huge would be 4,000. If the day that we break through 4,000, if that actually happens, this is the daily, and don't mind the red here. If we break through, 4,100, that's what I meant. 4,100, I feel like we break trend. We could easily go to the downside. Now, it still is earnings season. The bid tends to be strong in earnings season. So maybe we do get that continuation, that pop. But respect the levels that are in play. We'll see if any of these levels want to get breached. Meta, huh?
Meta is just pumping, bro.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. 40 cents instant.
Yeah, instant.
Wow.
50 cents now. Look at that. 52 highs. I'm not involved in this, guys, but looks, yeah, Meta's blasting. Juan Padilla said, I hope I didn't butcher your name. I feel like I butcher a lot of people's names in the chat. I should be better with that. All right, there we go. KPRX breaking through that 61. So we get a little bit out of this one, but we're still holding a sizable, and I really mean sizable position on the short. So I'm hanging out here in front of 51s. Let's see if this one can continue to break. There we go, another leg down. I want to see a nice continuation through 50s. Obviously, at these stocks, the $0.50 is likely to be a level, so be aware of that. If you're holding and you want to risk manage, unload a little bit off in front of that 50 level area. So we're well in the money on this one, but not nearly satisfied enough. So yeah, I hate when I say that. It sounds like I'm greedy or something. But let's take a little bit off mid 50s here. We'll hang around there. Yeah, popping right back up. Is it? Wow, the spread opening up like 5 cents on this one. That's interesting. That's a development. All right, so I'll let this one continue to work. It's not going to benefit from me staring at it. I've got all my levels set up. Lucid, though, I think I'm just going to punch out of this trade. Like, I'm down like a really nominal amount of money on it. 25% price, and I'm like, what, 5 pennies out of the money. I think I just want to punch out of this one because it's not doing anything. I think it would have made the move already unless somebody is going to, unless someone's is gonna punch in at the moment. There we go. We're getting a move back into the mid 50s. Every time I say I want to punch out, it starts moving up, and like it's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna move up. Here comes the move. I am getting out of this one, guys. It's gonna be a loss, but it's gonna be a really, really small loss. So no point even talking about it. Harry Krishna asking, can you please check JP Morgan could get back to 136? Let's have a look at JP Morgan. So let's bring in the trade ideas chart. Hello, computer. There we go. So JPM, let's type that in here, JPM, JP Morgan Chase. So let's have a look. Currently, we're at 142, so obviously we want to look at the daily chart here for it. Let's go look here. Let's zoom out of this area. So where are we at in terms of price action? We're hanging out at that 142.95. Couldn't get back to 136. Okay, so you're looking short, obviously. Looks like that level. Okay, so if I'm looking here, there's a clear level of support. I want to say at that 138, 137.5. So it'd have to break that, and then the next level of support below that is at 133.62. So you're looking for 136, kind of a random level. I don't see any. Okay, I see the peak here, so that could be an interesting area of support at 136.5. I'm not sure exactly why you chose 136, but. It's trending up. If you're looking to add more, are you short or are you looking to add more? I don't know. It's an uptrend. If it makes its way down, I'd be buy. If you're buying for the long term and you're long oriented, the area where I would add on a retracement is 138.10, 139ish area. That's the bottom on this trough right here. So you're at 143 right now. So wish you well, but not. Stock I typically trade too much. Hope that helps Luca.
Yeah, somebody was asking, hey Luca, why doesn't HKD have options? It's been, the IPO was 6 months ago. You got to keep in mind that there's a lot of, somebody has to sell options, right? So options are readily available. It is a huge market, and there's a lot of dealers selling options. But they don't have to, right? They don't have to sell options. It's just up to the discretion of if anybody wants to sell them. If the shares are not available to actually go and find, if brokers don't have shares available, then they might just restrict options from being sold. So HKD is one of those kind of Chinese IPO things where it could be a little bit sketch in a sense, where you don't know how many shares are available if the float is locked. So, for example, somebody who's buying call options, the other person has to deliver those shares. And so if the shares are not actually available, then you have like a squeeze. And you have maybe that's a product of why the squeeze on HKD actually took place initially. Brokers didn't actually have the shares. People were getting liquidated. Who knows where the shares were? I don't know anything. I don't know the details, but there's maybe something there. But essentially, the way I would simplify it is somebody needs to sell those options, and I would not be selling options on HKD. I just would not, because I've seen what it could do, and you could definitely get your face ripped off, and I've seen the liquidity, and are there shares available? So maybe that's the reason. Maybe that answers your question there. Meta is going to 191, guys. Meta is just a solid uptrend, man. That 190 break was pretty clean. I didn't think it had it in it, to be honest. That's why I didn't take it, and kind of slow. Two reasons there, but. Yeah, clean break, 50 cents, 60 cents in the money right away. Now going to 191 there. I really don't know what to think on this one. Yeah, man, I think we're gonna see where that wants to go. So I guess I'm stopped at a Lucid again. I think Sharif was like, oh, I'm getting out of this trade, and I'm like, let me try one more time because it's kind of bouncing 1, 2, maybe 3 times. Maybe we go up. So for me, this was a risk like 4 cents, 5 cents to potentially get a push towards the high and then break. That was what I was going for. So a little paper cut on it, not really too crazy. Someone saying, Luca, my meta puts got destroyed. Yeah, man, it's this is the market where if you're in the money and things are trending, that's great.
Trend.
Yeah, go with the trend, man. The trend is your friend. The trend is more important than a lot of other things. There's a buyer here on Amazon, by the way, guys. So I think I might get long Amazon here. I kind of like this long here. Yeah, let me get long Amazon here.
All right. Narman Baheg wants me to look at Tesla long term, so I'll just bring in the Tesla chart here real quick. So you know it's been looking good lately. Let's have a look at the daily first and foremost. So you know Michael Noss always says buy these happy faces. Well, here's a pseudo happy face. We're at a very interesting junction that below that 200. We've been below it a while. It's a clear area of resistance. Former area of support. Look at this. I mean, we bounced off it a bunch over here before the eventual breakdown. So, and then when we broke below it, we retraced to it and rejected off it. So, no question, the area where we're at is a key area of resistance. Let's see if we break out and close above that 200. I'm definitely going to be interested to see when do they report. Let's check the trade ideas window real quick. That'll tell us TSLA. Let's go. It'll show me. January 25th. Okay, so they already reported. Tesla already reported January 25th. Am I going crazy here? Okay, let's like look.
Wait a minute. Did they report?
Yeah,
no, I don't think they reported.
No.
Or maybe they did report.
Okay.
I don't know, man.
I'm gonna have a look real quick because this one will show me events here. There we go. Let's go to the events calendar, and then. Earnings, let's go corporate earnings, and we're only going to do earnings. There we go. So let's search for earnings here. Earnings. No, this is not working. Okay, so I'll have a look later. Chat, do you guys know what people are saying in the chat? Okay. When is Tesla reporting? They did already. Well, that's January 25th? Yeah, okay. Sean's going to have a look. I did. I looked at it. January 25th. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy in there. They did report already. Okay, yeah, that's right, guys. I totally forgot that they did. So many things go on from, like, just like I have such a short-term memory when it comes to this stuff. But yeah.
I know.
So,
we look at so many different things.
Yeah,
it's easy to forget.
To me, I so easily forget what I did. Sometimes I forget what I've eaten. Anyway, so yeah, Tesla's fantastic. Let's have a look at the technicals now. Yeah, I know, right?
Eggs.
Well, that's easy because I'm always eating eggs anyway. So Tesla at that 200 level. Let's see what it continues to do. I mean, we saw Elon coming out with a couple of good positive notes this week that Twitter, you know, maybe not a going concern as much as it was. They're looking to break even. You're hearing some, you know, good stuff coming out from him. So they're projecting 2 million cars possibly this year if nothing really intervenes. So decent headlines coming from here. You can't say there's really any major headwinds. Obviously, any of that could change, Luca.
Sorry. Yeah, let's look at some other stuff here. AI, Neil saying low of day here, pushing towards low of day. I guess there was 25 break was not in play. Yeah, low of day break there. This thing is down 11%. This is a kind of telltale sign, man. Right in the morning, I'm just looking at this for the first time, but look at this, man. It kind of showed you in the pre-market. You know, this was the top, then kind of blow off top, does the volume, quickly reverses, tested that area again, and then so it's like 1, 2, 3 times intraday, and then finally fails to the downside. So, I mean, if you see this, and it shows you once, it shows you twice, maybe you try it again. Maybe there was a seller there for whatever reason, just above 27, just would not go to the upside. And I sort of want to zoom out on this to see where we stand. Are we close to any specific levels? Okay, I see. This is not like a super clean level. Based on previous kind of experience, but I guess this name has been strong for so long, and then we kind of go to the upside, we make that little bit of a high, we kind of flush back in, and then we sort of top. This looks very similar to CVNA that day when it did flush to the downside. So yeah, nice little move to the downside there. I guess next support that comes into play that I would see here would be potentially 2350, just based on this double top. If we flush in, you know, where do you expect to bounce? Break of 24, run the stops. 2350-ish area would potentially be the that area of interest. So we'll see where that goes. I think I am stopped out of SQL, so I guess that went to the downside. Yeah, this is the thing, man. You got to have a stop in play, in my opinion, at the low of day. If it shows you that it wicks down, and again, this is the 10-minute, but if I go to 5 just to kind of zoom out, if it wicks down and shows you that it wants to hold 163, and then I try the long, it's good. Make the little bit of scalp trade win, now lose on the rest of the position. But at this point now, I'm not really going to go for anything. I'm just going to make sure I clear up the rest of my orders. APE, still in this trade, waiting for it to sort of go to the upside. I'm going to throw a stink offer, guys, stink offer at 350. So if for whatever reason this goes to 350 to the upside, wicks me up, and yeah, man, that would be awesome. Gregory saying I was doing well on Amazon until Luca went long. Yeah, man, it's I was doing well as well until I went long. But I saw the buyer was kind of holding for the time being. Huh? Yeah, no, Amazon the short is better. I am like very, very tired today, so yeah, just not making good decisions, but it is what it is, man. All good. Go long Meta, because Meta is like strong through 190 and then kind of back below, back in this general range here. I think done until 1240, man. Done until 1240. Just basically wait until those trades come out. This area is interesting now that we're back in this range. Do we flush down and then pop back up and then kind of go around over here? Somebody asking AMD. I'm short if you want. You're short, on Meta? On AMD. Oh, there you go. AMD. Sean is short, guys. Sean is short, posting in the chat. Right here, right now, Sean is short.
Right.
Yeah,
here,
man. It's
right now.
Yeah, it looks.
This is where,
It's not too bad. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's see where this one wants to go.
Oh, no, good question.
CVNA bottom retest 20. No, it's not at 20. Get out of here.
All right,
Yeah,
guys, what's going on here? We're still hanging out here on KPRX at the same level. I'm still hanging out low at that 55 and 51. It's still showing me the same setup, but it's a slow mover. So I'm going to be patient on this one. I think it's a good short, and on any pops, I'm definitely going to be adding just like I did here to get a better ACB. So that's my plan on this. Fubo looks like a fantastic flat bottom break that is like developing here, Luca. So I'm going to take an exploratory short on this one. Can I just find out here quickly if we can get, let's see, a few BO. Let's find out what the situation is on this one. Yeah, so this one is short sell restricted. So it's going to be tough to get the short on this one. So we'll have to wait. I'll have a look later to see if we can bamboozle something. But all right, that's it for me at this moment. I've not really gone too much, just hanging out with this KPRX short. What's the chat up to here? Short NVIDIA 216. Let's have a look at NVIDIA. NVDA. Okay, so NVIDIA is trending up. Not to be, not really surprising because we've got a nice big move on the most of these. But the nice move was the fact that it was very trendy, a very sideward bound, I want to say, the majority of the morning. Someone keeps calling me from Montreal. What is going on over here? 212 to that 214 area, and then you had that nice break through 214. We're hanging around 216 here. What's the daily look like on this one? Do we have any? Okay, so we have a possible top here at 219.50. That goes back a few days when we made that high. So let's go ahead and put that at 219.50. That's $2.50 away at the moment, but it's good to know, especially if Papa starts coming out and he's talking and he sounds dovish. So NVIDIA looks good here. Now, am I punching long at day's highs? No, that's just not my style. We're hanging in front of 217. We're sort of sideways for a little bit on the market. Maybe you could build a position in here, start adding maybe, and then add into that 216. I want to say 215 and a half possibly. You're going to have to give this one room. But here we go. We're getting a 217 test as we speak. So let's go ahead and pull that one up. Where are we here? We'll get rid of Lucid because I'm not trading this one anymore. So pull up NVDA, and that's a NASDAQ stock. There we go. We're testing 217s now. Let's go. Come on, computer. Give me NVIDIA. There we go. 217 coming into play. Rejecting now. So 10 penny, 15 penny move to the downside. That's to be expected at 217 level. That whole dollar, half dollar, we always see that over and over. It's up nicely though, 2.8% on the day. Look for a retracement. I mean, Meta's retracing now off that 191. It's coming down into 189.2. So you have some of these big movers retracing a bit. Apple also retracing off the highs. Microsoft as well. Meta definitely the worst of the bunch, but that's to be expected that NVIDIA should be doing this as well. So we got a bit of a move down on these markets. I'm not going to punch in long here. I don't see the plan, but it looks good. And obviously, take it on any retracement. If you've been watching this, 216 definitely is a long for me if the market holds up. So see how that one goes. Brian James saying loose and consolidated. Yeah, it just didn't have the move. Usually these ones that react off the news headline, they go in a certain way. Didn't really see it on Lucid. Gave it a bit more time. No need to hang out and watch something fail. Let's just cut the losses and move on. What other people saying? Zippy R saying Neo. Okay, sure. Let's have a look at Neo. That one's kind of been trading like a buyout lately. It's been so. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So we have a move down, 2% down on the day. You have a big move down, then a consolidation sideways. No trade for me here to be had, except maybe just playing the range. It's obviously quite range bound and has been since around 10:10 in the morning. So, almost 2 hours now. About 10.75 to the high side, and I want to say 10.66 to the downside. That ain't for me. That ain't gonna cut it. Onward and upward. Not looking at that one. What else is chat up to? BBBY death. I don't know, man. Like not that bad. Here we go. I hope you weren't long fives, but in terms of making a big move recently, it's kind of been range bound. Kind of tried to reclaim VWAP in the 200 period here at around 10.15, 389, rejects immediately and comes right back down into that area. We'll talk that and a bit more when we get back from Brendo at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. Remember, 12:40 is when we are expecting, according to the Fed's website, that is when we are expecting to hear from Fed Chair Powell. This event, however, scheduled to get underway right now. In fact, 12 p.m. Eastern. I just read and heard as well that it's going to be an interview setting, so it'll be a Q&A. There'll be a reporter or a host asking Fed Chair Powell questions. There's not expected to be any written speech released beforehand or any speech given by Fed Chair Powell. So what will the questions be? We'll have a look when it comes out in about 45 minutes. Here's the market right now. Still pretty flat ahead of that. So 0.1 for the S&P, 0.2 downside for the Dow, 0.37.5% for the composite and the 100 NASDAQ. All eyes, all ears on Powell. Few analysts I noted this morning saying this doesn't make sense. Shout out to our friends at Seeking Alpha. Not necessarily the surprise aspect of this appearance, but coming off the jobs number on Friday, we'll see what he has to say. Coming up here in, again, 40 minutes or so. There's the market right now, dead flat. 410 holding on as support right now for the S&P, guys. If you haven't done so already, make sure you take a sec, hit the like, and subscribe if you haven't done so.
Yeah, guys, like, subscribe, and share. We got to grow, guys. We're going to grow with you. So market super range bound. Like Brendo said there, 41.30, rejecting. That's been a level. You've heard Arun talk about that 41.30 ad nauseum the past couple of days and maybe even going into last week. So we're going to be range bound until Papa speaks about how he feels on jobs. And here obviously I don't have any information, but here's how I feel. He was asked about the JOLTS job number, which came in stronger than expected at his Wednesday meeting last week. And he said, I don't want to emphasize any one report or any one figure or any one number. I don't want to give it disproportionate weight. So my expectation is he's going to say, I don't want to emphasize any number or any job and give it overdue weight, but jobs are the jobs market being as tight as it is and unemployment being as low as it is still a problem. We're still having inflation in the service sector, not so much in goods anymore. Housing as well, services excluding housing, that's also been an issue. So he'll probably comment about those two. I don't know, maybe he dances around the whole thing and doesn't say anything. I think that the markets probably would find that more dovish if he doesn't say anything, to be honest with you, Luke. I don't know how you feel about that whole shebang.
Yeah, it's, I'm not too sure. I have no idea what the market's going to expect. I don't know what he's going to say. I don't know what a lot of people are thinking right now. But there was actually a cool indicator that shows kind of retail buying relative to institutional buying. And I almost want to say that institutional selling is high and retail buying is high. So, maybe follow the institutions with that one. That's why I'm sort of patiently waiting. And again, guys, to bring over the daily of the overall market. Everything is moving to the upside. You can't see the red candles because the background is red there. But essentially, everything moving to the upside. And I just feel that at the first sign that we turn lower, which maybe a lot of people feel the same way, but we have that kind of range set in. Last year was a terrible year. If we turn lower, if we break 4,100, do we get that 4,000 test break and below?
Wow.
It'd be crazy to see a flush lower. You looking at NVIDIA?
Oh yeah, baby. We
Yeah,
take
spend
that
the money.
217 break, and we are punching out how much we got. We still got 43% of the position. That's already a 50 penny winner. We front run that 217. We take it 216.97. We get the front run there and the pop. There had been obviously a bit of a tug and war. There we go. Let's take another piece out as it breaks 50. Now we got a third of the position left. We're riding high, baby, and we're letting this one run. Stop. Someone was asking me about trailing stop. This is exactly where I would use a trailing stop here, and it would be break even. Break even being 216.97. We're still hanging out. We could get a flush because you haven't had that move up in the market to kind of dictate the pace for these big cap names, but NVIDIA has kind of been secular a little bit. We talked about this one and how it does well with the AI headline, this and that. You guys have heard it before. I'm not going to talk about it again. I just got to look quickly at my other trade at KPRF. We're going to have to spend the money again. I'm sorry. This one flushing to the downside. We get into the 40s. Let's take a little bit more out here. What a trade on KPRX. We size in heavily. We're short 75s, guys. We just printed 39s. So this has been a fantastic short to the downside. Let's take a little bit more out to de-risk. And now we're holding an appropriate size, so we'll let that one go. Back to NVIDIA, we go up into the 80s, baby. This one, like, come on, print, man. There we go. We take a little bit out there, so that's over $1 winner. Pumped about that one. Let it run. Drop the cash. What's up, Luca?
No, I love to see it, man. I love to see it, and it's you love those up moves when they're just going and they keep going. You're like, get me out. Where's my fill? Get me out. Nice trade on that one. Somebody was saying, can you have a look back at Snap? So I was just looking at this before. I just think it's kind of channeling at the top of the range here. So yeah, above 240 into 250 feels like that overhead resistance level. Yesterday was a very, very strong move for anybody that doesn't remember. From 1090 all the way to above 12 and then kind of stalling out. And then today, getting the, I guess, giving you the little bit of a morning dip, but holding yesterday's VWAP, which is kind of interesting. Like yesterday where it dipped down, yesterday's dip area, just that 1180 area holding back to the upside. Yeah, it is just, channeling over here. I mean, it's still up 2%. So what would make this sell off if the overall market sells off? Maybe. But this upper echelon area is somewhat of resistance. So that 12, that 1250 is kind of interesting there. We'll see if it gets back there. Maybe I'll try a short there. Adam, what's going on, Adam? Saying XOM, could you have a look at XOM mean reversion play here? I've been staying away from XOM for the most part, but I want to look at the daily because I know the 115 level is kind of interesting. So 115 was an all-time high on January 26th when it did break to the upside, then pulling back to the downside, doing some little bit of chop action, never really getting through 118.50 to the upside, and sort of dipping down into 110, now going back to 115. I guess I kind of do like that, in the sense that the 115 was like the overhead resistance before it sort of sold off, then went back, then broke above, came back below, and then getting there. Intraday, it is up 2.2%, holding the lows and robotically moving to the upside. I just would not. I'm not gonna short it here. I'm personally not gonna take a trade on it right now. But what I would look for is maybe an extension through 114.50 to the upside. So if this could get to like 114, like 60s, going closer to 115, then it's more extended. So it's just like very, very. It feels very, very robotic right now, and it could just kind of float around. Eventually, it's gonna come test the 50 period, I think. But the thing is how many times do I start shorts and then the 50 period, and then we just kind of time passes and it just stays here, and then 50 period is like basically my break even, and then I take the break even. So you really want to see crazy extensions on things. That's where mean reversion really gets good. Maybe this can get back to 113 if oil sells off, but if all things considered, I would wait for a potential more of an extension there, and then maybe it gets a little more interesting. Like 115 is like the better level to play off of. So in this range, even though it looks extended and VWAP's all the way down here, I would almost want it to get to like an extension of 115 or above 114.50, playing off the 115. That would be kind of my play there. I want to go back at Google and look at this to see what this is doing. Probably just floating around, maybe some over-unders. Not really too sure, but maybe I should have just held on to this long. See, I'm over here. I mean, hindsight 2020 in the world of trading. Sometimes it makes you feel sad, man. It makes you feel sad because taking the long, getting it out, absolute banger, and then just ripping to 105 there. Don't really know where this thing goes next. I'm going to probably just stay away from Google. Sean had a nice trade on AMD. I did as well. I covered that into the flush, into below VWAP on that move there, just because I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'll just take that win and then reevaluate, see where it goes. Maybe over under 84. Let's see if this thing wants to get closer to 84 and go over 84. That would be interesting if it can do that.
Aaron's a machine gun, bro. I love it.
Yeah, there's a trader behind us who sneezes like 7 times in a row. He's you can't see him because I'm blocking him.
Yeah.
He sneezes like 7 times in a row, and I learned the first time, I was like, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you. Now I'm just like, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay,
yeah, I know,
now bless
right?
you. Yeah, somebody's saying RCL coming back, go long.
Okay.
We could have a look here. RCL, where's RCL?
Decent earnings report today, Luca.
They have after the bell?
No, they did already. They already had it. It's
Oh,
good.
they had it
I
this
mean,
morning.
it was
Yeah, yeah.
mixed. I mean, on the if you look on the top and bottom
Yeah,
line,
I'm
they
just
were
like
missing.
not on
but-
my game today, like clearly.
All right, guys, I'll just get to NVIDIA here real quick because it's retracing into my my entry point, 216.97. Now we're hanging out at 217.25. I'm holding 17% of the position left. So that's why I've been okay with it retracing so much. I'm hanging out here. I still got an order sitting here at 217.92. But that looks like it's a ways away. It retraced into the 30s and popped right back into the 60s and 70s. I'm like, okay, it's going to be a bit volatile. I'm going to give this break even. Here's a perfect example of a trailing stop. Let's go ahead and enter that in now. So 216.97, and then we're going to cover everything 216. We'll give it to 90 in case it goes bonkers and there's seems to be a period of area of illiquidity. There we go. So we'll enter that stop so we don't have to worry about it. And then if it moves up, great. We also have a resting order waiting to take profit there. The market near highs. I don't want to say like technically on the ES we're near highs because the highs were made last night, last night after the bell, 41.36.25. But after the bell this morning, we are definitely at day's highs for an after the bell high, that is. I hope that makes sense. So we're hanging out. We're hanging out there, and when we hang out there, usually these big cappers are more upward bound than downward bound. Obviously, Papa is going to come on in about half an hour. I'm speaking about Fed Chair Powell. Papa Powell is his nickname on the show, so he's going to be he's going to be talking, and he's going to be saying some stuff. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be allowed. I don't know if people are asking him questions or what the format of that is, but if he starts speaking about the jobs numbers, a lot of people are going to be listening. All right, NVIDIA coming back now into that $0.50 area, so I'm kind of happy I didn't sell into that retracement. Hopefully we can break through that 218 as, again, the future stay near those day highs levels. All right, KPRX short. This is secular. You guys know these small cap crappers. They don't really care about what the market's doing. They don't really care about the big cappers. They just march to the beat of their own drum. They're obviously easier to influence. If you have a sizable account, you're able to take bigger shares and move them. And so that's kind of what we're looking for here. We're looking for this continued downward move. We've been consolidating sideways again, riding this move down, but at some point we're going to have a retracement. It's just a matter of to where. I'm thinking probably that $5 area, and the retracements could be quite aggressive and speedy in nature. So
speaking of those retracements there in KPRX, I love the short that you have going there. I was actually short this in the morning. Take a look at this. Short this in the morning and kind of taking the win. Had a stop order in. Thank God, because I was doing multiple things.
It was halted.
This thing goes into an up halt.
Yeah.
This is why. This is where you put a stop. If you think you're getting swept, I mean, what's the float on this thing? Like 4 million?
I'll tell you in a second.
Then we actually opened. We went down. I thought, okay, let's see if we slam through 5. So I took the short again, quickly stopped myself out, then flipped to long.
1 million float.
1 million.
I don't know
1 million
if it's true
float.
or
Yeah,
not,
no,
but I got
it is
1
1 million because the SQL I think is 4 million. Yeah, and then I flipped long, essentially playing off of the 5 level. And guys, going back to the example I was giving before, where you want to see where these small caps like quickly move to, at least in the morning or when they're doing a lot of volume, you want to see where they move to and then where they stop. And so why did I go long at that specific level? If I draw like a line here, it was right at 510. So at 510 there was a buyer, and it wicked down once, twice, 3 times, and I was like, okay, let me try my luck. 4 times, 5 times, then you got the up move. So eventually it did break. But when you see these kind of setups where something is not breaking a specific price point, I'm like, okay, let me just try to get long in front of that, and I'll just put a stop below. And then if we break, then I'm wrong on the idea, and it is what it is. So that was like the long there. And then I thought we were going to eventually get a high day clear out on this thing where we would like fly to the upside, break the high or break the 560 level, basically do this volume but intraday no halt, up and down, and then flush to the downside. But we didn't end up getting it. I think volume was the tell. Volume died very, very quickly, and now this thing is just absolutely dead. Stair-stepping to the downside. I don't know if that's the correct terminology, using it like that, but like step down and then flat bottom. Yeah, flat bottom break again. So where's the bottom of this thing? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I want to put this to 24 to see where this move started. And there goes the chart. Let me just load this up again very quickly. KPRX. And
just made another lower low there, Luca, but I think I'm hanging out at 35s. Yeah, 35, so I didn't get filled. I think I printed 37s. Here we go. We're getting 38s
I'd say 4. Like, if I had to guess, this thing eventually tests 4 today.
Yeah.
Like, I know you were mentioning it's going to rip back to 5, and I do think that's
And I want to
possible.
add.
Yeah, it's like every time we see these things stair-stepping to the downside, at any point, they could just rip to the upside. And so it's the same thing where it kind of flushes off the open, does nothing, and then out of nowhere, 9:45, it's like, okay, well, let's just go up like $1. And so at any point, this thing could really move. But if nothing's happening, you know, volume is basically dead with this thing. Maybe it just keeps going to the downside. Short looks really, really good there. So, yeah, not a bad short going on that one. I'm noticing that APE is just slowly putting me more in the money. 4 cents, not crazy. $3 stock, but yeah, slowly going to the upside. So shout out to you, Michelle, for that one. Roblox, sure, let's have a look here. Luca, look at Roblox. No problemo on New York. Let's see if this wants to load.
Come on, fill me, man.
Roblox, ooh, right at VWAP here. Interesting. Maybe a short is good. Let's see if I can get the short here. Yeah, this is...
I like when you open up a chart and you immediately,
immediately
feel
get
some
into
sort
position.
of way.
Yeah,
no, but
yeah,
it makes
Roblox.
you feel some sort of way.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? Like,
it does, man. When I look at this, where it's like I pull up Roblox, I see it right at VWAP. It rejected the first time. It rejected the second time. Third time's a charm. Let's go to the downside, baby. So let's see where this one wants to go. Yeah, maybe the bottomish area can get tested again. Not to say that I'll hold for that long, but if we flush through the 50 period, then I'll consider covers on that one. But yeah, let's see where this wants to go. First target would be 37.80ish, 37.70 if that can get there. It's just not going above 38, and I do feel like if we do go above 38, those are maybe the money shorts if this thing wants to stay suppressed all day. So down 2.66%. It had its kind of run up, and now it's just sideways action. So yeah, it feels pretty good. It's kind of funny, yeah, Sharif. Just pull it up right away.
you know,
see where this thing wants to go.
It's like, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
All right, I want to talk quickly about the NVIDIA position that I had here. I get out right for that, my break even for that remaining 17%. Follow the rules. I don't let it go against me. I was out the majority of the position on that way up. So, you know, no point gambling and giving back some of the profits here. You had a good setup. You didn't get everything out. It didn't break 218. Sure, it could continue off here. It breaks 217 by what? What did it break it by? Not even 25 pennies. So, you know, it could easily see 218 here. I mean, and I could miss out on that. That's totally part of the equation. You have to kind of accept that, or it could go against me, and that's the risk I'm trying to avoid against. So that's why I'm out of that NVIDIA trade, but a good trade nonetheless. This one, though, KPRX, looks like we moved down into that 435, but buyers stepped in. We didn't cross, so we didn't go into 34s, so I'll have to wait for now to get printed. I'm hanging out at 35s. Let's see what happens. Now, what's the chat up to? I saw some people putting some good stuff in earlier. Meta. No, Meta's not doing much at the moment, guys. It's setting up maybe for a continuation here long, but I don't know. Some people saying Tesla short. I haven't been on Tesla basically the entire day, so my analysis on it, may not be that good. But it looks like we're, by Tesla standards, this is kind of an inside day, where you have a bit of a 197.25 top and a 190.110 bottom. And I know that is a bigger range, but by Tesla standards, maybe it's not. We're kind of consolidating sideways here. We haven't seen that big move up that we saw on some of these other big cappers like Microsoft, Google, and Meta. It's kind of just been more, dead for the lack of a better term. Down 0.4% on the day, so it's not down a lot. This could benefit a lot if Papa starts talking and all these big cappers start moving, so don't put it past it. But I don't have a trade on Tesla at the moment. I'm going to leave that one to be. I do like how Meta is setting up, though, and here's why I say that. So let's take off Fubo here and go to Meta, because I traded this one earlier. And it was a quick trade, and it was another paper-handed trade, if I could be fair, because it started running and I wasn't part of it. But here you go. You have that big move up, the retracement, and then the consolidation area. But do you notice something about this consolidation area, how there's continuously higher lows? I don't know. Is that by accident? Or are the buyers stepping up there for a possible retest? So I see higher lows for that consolidation sideways area. And on a big move up, maybe say through 189.60, 189.75 here, I may want to be a part of this. So up 1.7%. It's not the biggest on the day. Microsoft's up 2.7%. So it's still stronger, but not the strongest by any means. Quickly before I send it back to Luca, KPRX continuing to flirt with that $4.35 level that we've earmarked here for our profit taking. It's still making lower highs, which I love because it's stair-stepping down, and I want to be part of this one as it continues to print newer lows, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am chilling, man. I'm chilling. Amazon now actually flushing to the downside, so hopefully somebody short this name as this thing just really, really flushes lower. There was, obviously lots of sellers above, so the shorts close to 100 are really good. And there was a little bit of an iceberg offer that comes into play, just trying to sell that last little close to VWAP selling, and then we actually flushed. I did try to get short, but I just missed it, which is unfortunate. But here we go down now to 99. I wonder if we go straight to 99 for a test there. Where's the market? Yeah, market curling around now. Is this thing going to go back to VWAP? That is a great question on that one. I love
everything's retracing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
everything. No, man. Keep, yeah, for sure, man. 100%. And let's have a look here at AMD, see where this thing is. Why is everything so slow today? Everything's slow, including myself. Primary slowness here. All my big caps, Denver Trader. What's going on, Denver? All my big caps are below 50 SMA on the 1 minute. Yeah, the market is going down here. It is curling back to the downside. I just feel like this pop. It's like pop, very sharp rip, then do nothing, drop. Do we? Is the fake dips? Where am I going with the statement? Basically, the traps. Are they trying to trap bears and then go back to the upside, or do we actually reverse? I don't know, man. But as we get closer to this upper line here, 41.32 on the ES, maybe we get some more resistance on that one. I'm noticing that Roblox is now below the 50, going to the downside. So looking pretty good. I'm going to take some of that win. If it wants to fill me there, great. And yeah, maybe continue going to the downside. 37.80s would be awesome on that as well. And yeah, man, yeah.
Can I get to one real quick? Because
Yeah.
D-Loaf asked me about Nat Gas. Guys, I put this sticky note on my desk. Now, you won't be able to read it, but it says UNG, which is a Nat Gas ETF. Bradley's playing with me right here, man. Look at this guy. Every time I put it on one camera, he moves it onto another. This guy's trolling me hard. That's Bradley, guys. That ain't me. UNG, I said Nat Gas ETF, look for bounce for all-time lows. Okay, so I reminded myself about that yesterday. So let's pull it up here. And this is not a day trading stock for me, guys. I'm talking about a swing here, and you'll see why in 1 minute. Let's load up this bad boy, and let's go to the daily chart, because we want to see the macro picture here, because this is what I'm talking about. This line right here, this 823 line, that's all-time lows on this ETF, okay? Which we got to back on December 24th, 2020, okay? Look at the move up all the way to 34, and now we're right back here. So I said to myself, we're at all-time lows. We got to bounce here, right? Well, I don't know about that. So there's a saying on the floor here that they teach new traders, especially Greg, the floor manager. He says, don't anticipate, participate. So here's what I'm looking for. I see 2 green candles so far off that 823 all-time low. Give me 3 or 4, and I'm going to punch along on this one for a possible retracement up to, I want to say 1350, 14, the 50-period moving average, to reclaim it. We've done that on a number of occasions before. We've broken below the 50 period. reclaim, broken below, reclaim, and even break it to the high side. Look how many times we retrace to the 50 period. So off an all-times low, where you know you're likely to encounter support. And I know that, you know, commodities trade a little bit differently than equities, and the considerations and the dynamics are a little bit different. But I like this for a possible swing. I may get into it on my own private account here. I'm thinking maybe a couple of more green days show me something. It's just the fact that you have all these false breaks. It puts together 3 or 4 good green days, and then boom, back down to the south side. So, you know, going without saying, my stop on the swing would definitely have to be that all-time low area, or maybe even the low of this first green candle. I mean, it may be some just random part, but I like this for a possible swing. That's kind of the crux of what I'm trying to say. I use UNG. I mean, obviously you could trade the futures as well. It's just easier for me to trade the ETF, and so I'm going to do that. I hope that answers D-Loaf's questions. But yeah, it's a lot more complicated to trade these commodities because so much more macro than these equities. And the thing is, too, what I was reading in some of the CMT materials is that commodities tend to trend for much longer than these equities. Like, I mean, I haven't seen it personally firsthand. I'm new in this game, obviously, but well, that's what the textbook says.
Yeah, it's commodities are definitely trendy, man. Definitely trendy. That's why a lot of people, when they ask about gold, you know, where do you think gold is going? It is a super long-term play, man. You know, once it gets going, it'll just trend down or up, man. Down or up. But yeah, commodities obviously. Yeah, equities. They like to dance around and reprice themselves based on the theme of the year, I guess. So you know, is it a growth year? Is it a value year? If it's a value year, then it's more based on where rates are, because then you have the risk-free rate to base off. So a lot of these moves in the equity market could just be, you know, repricing of where rates are, because rates kind of move. Bond market is the bigger market, and then equities kind of reprice themselves. There's no real heavy selling or buying sometimes. It is just kind of repricing. So that's why you get these sharp moves. So understand that the market that you're in, and react accordingly.
Brendo.
But we are going to go to Brendo now real quick.
I just saw this one popping up here, guys. Zoom, 15% job cuts just coming through there. So volume spike, nice move up for ZM. Just heads up. The live feed has started here for this event for Jerome Powell. They have not taken the stage yet. I'll let you know when that happens.
Thank you so much for that. And Sharif is going to do wonders and go get a Spro. I am going to get long Zoom right now and see where this one wants to go. If it wants to keep going to the upside, great. I will let it work for me. If it goes back to the downside, I will just cover this. So let's see if we can get this all the way to 79 over there for a fill. I'll take a 50-cent winner if you want to give me one, Zoom. Come on. Zoom to the upside. Let's go. Oh, no. Okay, stop. Maybe that's a bad stop. I don't know. My stops today are just not in the right places. Sometimes it'd be like that, but I think this thing still could go. That was just a bad fill. Maybe I just, yeah, now let it go. But yeah, Zoom to the upside, but now maybe without me, but hopefully with somebody. Yeah, maybe with Kathy. She's still in this thing. Yeah, nice little pop back to the upside there. We'll see where this one wants to go. There's really no, I was looking at the daily very quickly, and there's no like specific levels that interest me on the daily besides 80. 80 being more of a kind of closer even dollar, 80 as opposed to 79. But something that's notable here is where it closed on these two, sorry, where it opened and then where it closed on these days. Being 79, like 20-ish area. So maybe it can actually get a test of 79.20. Yeah, guys, this is terrible. This is terrible. You know, when you're good, you're good. But when you're bad, and just like book a vacation and take some time off. That's all I got to say there. But yeah, this is going to the upside. I would have taken it from here. I would have taken a 50-cent win on that. For the scalp trade, I am just, yeah, okay, well, whatever. I wonder if Amazon is going to bounce at the 99 area. I feel like a lot of people are just waiting to see, you know, what's going to happen going into the afternoon. Is the market going to run back and test VWAP? I have no idea. Yeah, Bon Jamon saying short snap. I'm waiting to see if this wants to go higher so I could actually get a fill. But I guess now that we're below VWAP, it's kind of done. So I guess I'll just cancel that order. But yeah, I was thinking the 1240 level for the short if we did wick up there. This was like at around this time, but we didn't. We just kind of fell off. So yeah, that area there is really, really good. Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Yeah, guys, Zoom is popping for sure. Yeah, there's news. Brendo just announced that there. It's on NASDAQ. Yeah, and I had the. I don't want to pull it up anymore because my arrows are just looking absolutely terrible there. But yeah, man, nice move. Somebody's saying LIXT halted. LIXT. Let's have a look here. LIXT halted to the upside. Oh, this is one of those low volume multiple halt things. You know, it's kind of funny when out of nowhere something is doing nothing and then it just explodes and then halts. I guess it's missing an arrow there, not sure why, but the last print was at 160 and then halting to the upside, showing a $2 open. I'm not sure if this will be a 10-minute halt, or sorry, it will not be a 5-minute halt if I had to guess, just because it halted and then I assume it opened and then halted again. So yeah, just heads up on that one. It is showing a little bit of volume, not too much, but 1227. So yeah, I would just watch this in 5 minutes if it doesn't open, in 10 minutes if it doesn't open, then at that point, I'm not really too sure what is going to happen next on that one. Someone's saying, again, can you check Zoom? Yeah, sure, man, no problem. We'll go back to Zoom. Yeah, moving nicely to the upside. So long story short, Luca, drink more Spros because I don't know what I was thinking on that one. I thought I put the stop at 78. I guess not. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, man. This is like a nice move to the upside. You know, and this is the beauty of it, man. We come in hot with the news. So, like, I'm getting this news right away, and I'm getting, you know, my first punch is like, okay, 78.35, but I probably could have gotten 78.20, 78s. And so now this thing is at like approaching 80. Yeah.
What's going on?
So this is like this is a product of me being a terrible trader, but you know, this is a sick move to the upside. Moving into 80 now. Did I think this thing would go straight to 80? No. No, I did not think straight to 80, but zooming to the upside, Sharif. Now above 80, I have no idea. I mean, does this thing stall? Eventually it's going to stall. Wow. I got to just remind myself, do not short this thing unless it like really continues to get super extended. So
lots of FOMO here.
Buying is still coming in from what I'm seeing here. It probably goes and tests 81. Wow, nice move there. Hopefully somebody is long.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, that's a straight line. Thank you so much.
Oh, come on, dude. Okay, so 82.50 is a level that goes back to the third. Another level is 84.42 that goes back to the second. So be aware of those levels. Those are daily levels, highs. Those aren't close. Those are high of day. So, you know, they're the intraday high and low I think are less important than the close because, you know, intraday money it's less committed money, right? Whereas the money that stays in at the end of the day is the more committed money. So, wow, this thing is just going, dude. I mean, do I punch in here? What do I do? No, I mean, I'm not going to get in here. It just goes against my plan. It's going to continue to go up, though. Yeah, there it goes. Now into the 75s, 80s, 90s. There we go. Here comes 81. 81's going to print soon. I don't see too much size here on the book. There, 81's done. 81.20s. Luca, are you printing here? What's going on?
I'm not long. No, I got long and I put the stop at the wrong spot. So that's my own
I missed
fault.
all that. Okay. So
yeah, no, I got long and I was like, okay, let's go. And I thought I put like 78s, but I don't even know what I did there.
Unreal move up. Hasbullah to the moon says, don't do it, Sharif. Yeah, I know. I'm not punching in.
Now I want to short it.
I know. Luca's going to short it.
It's like, yeah.
I mean, that 82.50.
What did somebody say? 83. 82.50. Yeah.
I see 82.50 on the daily. That's the first level of resistance that I'm going to see there. So that's what I was shouting at that one for. I got 3. There we go. 82 is about to come. It's going to come into the picture right now. 82. There we go. 82 broke. And now we're, oh, wow. Wow. 1.5. Wow. 15%. I mean, we never like to celebrate these layoffs because there are real people and real lives
sad.
At stake here, but sadly, Wall Street, the estimates, they want to see cost cutting in what they look to be times of austerity, and they celebrate news like this. So whether it hurts sometimes, but this is the way it is. The truth.
You know what? I am looking at this now, and it just looks terrible, guys. It just looks terrible. But the thing is it. Like I would have gotten out at 79, so it would have been even funnier. Like and then to still see this all the way to 82, guys, 82.
Unreal.
Yeah, eventually there will be a pullback. Like anything else, things pull back, but 15% that's very large. And the market likes layoffs. Layoffs are sad.
Sadly.
But yeah, layoffs are the common theme. And anytime companies announce layoffs. Stocks go up. So yeah, next time you hear that news, I guess the theme is to punch long, Sharif.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a surprise. I just did not expect this kind of move. I'm like, what's fundamentally changed? Are the 15,000 or 15%? Well, 15% is not a joke, guys. Let's just be real about it. Here comes 83, though. I just saw 82, 60 prints, 70 prints. Are 80 prints coming in the card soon? I feel like an auctioneer again. And we get so excited when these things start moving. What's the short flow? Do you have a chance to look at the short flow?
For what,
I can
Zoom?
look at that. Yeah, I got the trade ideas window here. Let's
double
let's
check.
bring that
Usually-
in and bring in the ZM. Okay, so we're gonna look at the short flow real quick, Luca. Short flow 6.37%. Not big. It's not small either. 2.92 RVol. So a lot of eyes on this. Up 6.4% on the day. The float is 202 million, which is not huge for some of these big capper names. I don't want to call this a big capper, but you know, Zoom it's not a small cap crapper, right? Like, here we go. Now we're getting a bit of a flush, Luca. What do you see here? Do we see a possible? I mean, I don't want to influence your thinking. So
I'm not shorting. I'm not going to take a short.
Okay.
You know what it is? The spread is there, and this thing like bounces around. Even though I think, you know, potential pullback, it's not something that I want to like stress myself out with. So I'm just going to kind of chill. But somebody called it, man. You said 82.50. And, you know, when in doubt, guys, zoom out, right?
Did I get that right? 82.77.
82.77.
Oh, come
so
on.
You could've, yeah, man, that was a banger. Over
Why do I
82.50.
talk and not do things?
Well,
why do I bother talking about it if I'm not going to execute?
It's always, guys, and everybody, oops.
Oh,
okay, I got everybody in the chat. When you're multitasking, you know, it's easy to look at something and be like, oh yeah, 82.50 is like maybe that first level, but then you see like how fast it's like there, and then it retraces.
And then we got another level, Luca.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about this one. 84.50, 84.42, so 84.50. That's the next level. That goes back to February 2nd. That's a recent high. So, yeah, and then we got 90 basically, 89.50. After that, I'd say 90 is a level after that.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. Now going higher, so a little bit of a pullback and continuation to the
Are we going to punch here? I'm going to
Wow.
punch, man. Okay, that's it. So I'm punching long. Yeah, I'm taking a quarter position. I got to get into on this a little bit. We'll see what happens. Maybe we ride to 84. If we ride down, okay, so what's my plan on this? Let's talk this one out. Where do I get long? I got long 32s, 25% position. So 30 pennies out of the money, obviously to be expected. 82 and I'm out. I'd say a break of 82. I'm not going to add to this one. This was kind of like a FOMO deal. Let's just try to catch whatever we can type play. Not my best moment, to be honest. 82 and I'm out of this one, but retracing against me now. I'm a whole dollar out of the money on this one. There we go. Now popping back into the 60s. We'll see what goes down with this one. Not
It's you know, it's funny. You always kind of say, yeah, let me. This is the worry, man. When you're punching on a move like this, you have to really find an area that it makes more sense. It's not. Sometimes it's FOMO, but you got to digest the news in real time and then say to yourself, okay, how far can this move potentially go?
Okay, here we go.
The initial long was not a bad idea, but now the extension is here, and I just feel like maybe we go sideways just a little bit. But who knows what happens? I mean, this is the moving average. Maybe we dip down and then consolidate. I just feel like at this point, volume spikes. We hit a sort of area where volume capitulates. Then you get the not so much reversal, I want to say in this case, but more so some sideways action. Will this be a little bit of a bull flag that sets up? I don't know, man. It'll be interesting. But yeah, Powell in like 5 minutes here, 7 minutes. 3 minutes, 12:40, 12:45-ish. So we'll see what happens. I don't really want to hold any positions. I'm in this ape trade, and it's like not really doing anything. So, Michelle, maybe I'll regret this, but I'm going to just get out of that one. And if this thing runs for whatever reason to like 350 into the close, then just know that I'm in the back sad, and I know very well that I made the mistake on that one. But today is full of mistakes, and
83 is an actual level now on Zoom. It like could not break 83 on this last ascent and then just tumbled down. So 83, an interesting short level there. Look, if this breaks 82, I may start looking short on this one for a retracement. Let's look at what's it look like from the 5-minute chart. Does it look like a topping tail candle? If it breaks 82, it will be a topping tail candle, which is typically a reversal candle. And That rejection off 83 was key. Here we go. We get another test. Are we going to get another test here of 83 back into 82.97s? 83 breaks this time pretty handily. There we go. We're rocketing back. Wow, I can't believe I'm back in the money on this one. There we go. Rocketing back to the top side. I was like writing this one completely off. Let's see if we can break that 50. 83.50 is really the next level here to break. It's rejecting still, Luca.
Somebody was like, Zoom, go boom.
Zoom, go boom.
And I was like, Zoom is zooming, guys. Yeah, man, it's what a move up there. Hopefully one of you guys caught that and is just in the money. It's crazy, man. Where's my thing? Crazy move.
Oh yeah.
That's a move and a half, man. That is a move and a half. You know, next time a company comes out saying we're cutting the workforce, I'm holding.
I'm done with that.
Nice,
that was
nice trade, man.
no. That was a garbage trade, bro. That was garbage. Yeah. I know. I was like, look, 82's my out. Don't do that again, boys and girls. That's not the right. I mean, it's not right for me. I shouldn't have done that. That's not my kind of trading. I don't punch in at highs. But we, I gave into FOMO straight up, and that's what happened there. I'm lucky to be out of this positive. Lucky, and that's all it was. Simply luck. All right, so let's move on from that into the actual trade that I don't think is so lucky. I think it was planned better, which is this KP RX trade. Look how many times we're going to reject off that 35 bottom. Like the spread is opening up on this though. It was like 7 pennies a second ago. That's a lot for a $4 stock. I'm wondering if I should just de-risk here, but what's the incentive for me to de-risk? I'm already up well on it. I'm holding. Yeah, I'm holding about, I want to say, where is this number? 30% of the position. 30% of the position. So, yeah, it's still a sizable amount. Short 477s. Talk a little bit more about that when we get back from Brendo's at the big desk.
All right, guys, just want to make you aware, this is what's happening right now. This is a live feed from this event. So the lights have come on. Fed Chair Powell has taken his seat. So expect some comments to come here shortly.
Wow, yeah, I'm attentive to this. Looks like he's with Rubenstein. Rubenstein, obviously a billionaire. He comes on. He's on a lot of these talk shows, giving his opinion. I think he's been. I don't want to say dovish, but he's been more positive in his outlook. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. If maybe I got this wrong, but I recall him being a bit more positive last time he was on. So interesting, because obviously the questions have something to do with the interview, right? Whether they're slanted left or right, or a bit dovish or hawkish. So we'll see what Rubenstein gives him, but this is going to be really interesting. Now keep your eye on the market. We're already seeing a bounce here on the market, 41.26. Don't know where this is coming from. Don't even know if Papa has opened his mouth, or even, it looks like David's talking. 41.27, we're pumping up here on the market, Luca.
Yeah, man. If we get a crazy up move, the one thing that I'm watching kind of break to the upside is a potential. This is the thing. Amazon short has been so good, and I know Sean's listening to me right now saying, "Dude, don't short Amazon again don't long Amazon again when the shorts have been so good." The over under 100 could be interesting. So again, not a clean level. Not so much want to putting my stop at. Yeah, okay, that's a nice move there. What a move up. Okay. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I have absolutely nothing on board here. This is things are moving fast. I'm gonna just sit back and chill because things are. I don't know what's gonna happen. Everything's kind of spazzing out. Somebody's saying I'm retiring. Hopefully in a good way, man. Hopefully you hit that retirement package.
Real pump.
Yeah, nice little move to the upside. This is the thing. So as I was basically explaining what I was gonna do, it kind of moved, and I sort of like missed out on that, which is no big deal because it's not really. Yeah, exactly. Someone's like, I'm retiring. I'm like, man, hopefully in a good way.
Yeah, of course. Good for you.
But yeah, this is the thing. So now we go back down very quickly.
Exactly.
So I'm actually happy that I was distracted with my words here. What I was going to say, though, is like, not the 01 long, but breaking, but it stops and reverses right off 125. So yeah, Amazon 100 short is a banger. I hope Sean's in that there.
Wow, yeah, you're already 50 pennies in the money.
That was too fast for me to react. I'm just kind of chilling, waiting for something to slow down and show me.
These
algos, what a move,
dude.
Man. Oh my God. That's a banger, man. I think Sean's like short Amazon.
Sean spun the money there.
Yeah, just spinning the money for the short there. So that was a sick over-under. And guys, if you're ever asking yourself, oh, that's too fast for me to catch, how can I structure that a little bit differently? If you're locked in and focusing on it, over-under 100, let it break. and then, you know, maybe take it with a stop order back through, because it's easier to structure that. You just wait for the fill. Then once you get the fill, you know you're in the short, as opposed to trying to like punch and miss, and then you kind of get bad prices. With that, you can always choose your price, right? So you could choose your price there. I don't know what he's saying there, but he said something good.
No, it'd be nice to have some closed captioning here so we could read.
Yeah.
It'd be
It's
nice.
yeah.
I'm gonna try to weasel my way here. Keep going. Sorry.
No. Yeah, no. It's
I
I mean,
wanna
it's
know.
fine. I just think like regardless of what he says, things are going to be moving up and down. And then do we
question.
get trend for the rest of the day? Is the question. Now Amazon all the way back at 100. So maybe there's another chance here to short this 100 level. Powell running the stops. Crazy volatility, man. That was a nice move there on Amazon. When you have these kind of news, these events that come out and things happen, look at, you know, you could look at the broader market. You could pull up the market ETF. You could pull up the ES. Wow, that was actually crazy. I don't know if it went all the way down there. But yeah, you could pull up the market, you could pull up the futures, or you could pull up a specific symbol if you're looking at a key level. So for example, you know, Amazon sell off the 100 level. You could watch that there and then react to that level over there.
So Proudly set me up with some closed captioning here for the video, so I'll be able to keep an eye on what Papa's saying.
Beauty.
He was talking about the labor markets. Let's send it up to Brendo. He's got some news.
All right, so the first question, guys, was specifically about the strong number that we got on Friday on the non-farm payrolls report. His answer was something to the effect of, in the statement or in the release last week, they said there's still a long way to go. There's still work to be done. So he's just reiterating some of the points that we've heard already.
I would say that that's good news. That's just my opinion. The market was probably waiting to hear. There we go. We're pumping to the high side, baby. The market is probably waiting to hear whether or not he was going to become more hawkish as a result of the stronger labor market. But we are moving, guys. We're moving on all of them. Nothing is spared at the moment. Even Tesla movement, not nearly at day's highs, but Amazon back into that 100, and there's some good movement here in the market. Sadly, I don't have any of these big cappers long. I'm kind of just fixated on this KPRX short, but I should probably focus on what's moving. 41.45.75 is the high of day. We just made that right now. I have a level here on the futures ES March contract at 41.47. Probably the better levels at 41.5. There we're about to test that as we move up. There we go. So we're now really pumping high on these stocks, baby. Oh my God, the bull market's in full force. I love it.
I love when we move up and then there's always somebody in the chat saying, the bull market is back, baby.
Yes.
Wow, what a move to the upside. That is a super strong move to the upside. What is like the best? Google, man. Google's at 106 here.
I'm taking this out.
Yeah, Google up 3% at 106, breaking to the upside.
Oh, baby.
Wow, okay. Wow. And I'm chilling, man. I'm basically chilling here. There's a little bit of size on the bid on Google. Probably going to get taken, but 20,000 shares at 105.90. That is interesting, man. Yeah, maybe I'll just go along Google here.
All right,
Let's see if
Meta
this fills and
testing
goes up.
191 days high. Microsoft testing 266.08 days high. Google testing 106.08 days high. Apple testing 154.13 days high. Wow, we're near days highs on all of them, Luca. So, if you were long here in anticipation for Papa, but you know, anything could change. He could go off script, who knows? But typically, I think, you know, he likes to stick to a line and kind of go with it. He's talking about the president, the Senate, and basically the election cycle, the 12 Reserve Bank. Okay, so he's going off on something not related to jobs. I think the market is going to really be listening to jobs and the inflation talk. So we'll see what goes on there. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure Brendo's listening to it as well.
Yeah, it's you know, as fast as we go up, we could go back down because you know, anything can happen. He can say one wrong thing, and then the market's like, wait a second, no, we're going down. So I just feel like I want to short Amazon if we go down. If we go back through that 100, but I'm gonna chill here and just kind of wait to see what happens next. Yeah, man, you know, liquidity sort of not dries up, but the moves are very, very fast one way or the other, right? So plan for this. If you are new to trading, if you are watching this, I think somebody said it really well in the chat saying, if you're trading this, if you're trading J-Powell meeting, you're either paper trading or gambling, period. Not necessarily. I mean, it is gambling, but you could still have setup on these news-based things. You just want to make sure that you're playing off of key levels, right? So, for example, the 100 level on Amazon, on the initial move up, you could take a long through 100 and then you're in the money and then it comes back down, you just get out of the money. So it's a asymmetrical risk. If it keeps going to the north side, it's a great trade, great scalp trade. And then if you lose on it, maybe you lose 5 cents. It's the same thing that just happened here with Google. I don't know where the fills went. Oh, I maybe took this off. But it's the same thing with Google where I'm like, okay, like if this wants to keep going to the north side, I'm going to punch in, but if it goes down right away, I'm just going to punch out. So I take like a 5 cent loser, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm not going to pretend to think that this thing can't go back down 60 cents, which is not part of the plan. So I basically punch in. If it works for me, great. If it doesn't, I just get out. So it's like asymmetrical risk, right? I'm seeing 2% target won't change. 2023 expected to be significant declines in inflation. So yeah, that's really, it sounds like good news initially, obviously.
Yeah,
and
well,
the
he's saying
market's
good
liking
stuff.
that.
Brendo is saying here he reiterated his 2% target for inflation to reach down. That won't change. 2023, he said, expected to see significant declines in inflation. Not sure if he specified with respect to goods or services there, but he's made that distinction in the past. But the market liking what they're seeing here, 41.55 to the high side now, is the ES March contract.
Zoom 85 now.
Yeah, I know, man. Well, there's no way I could have. That's just an absolute gamble. You know what I mean? Like to hold it into there. Basically, here's what I like about the stock market. So, again, you don't really have to be first into this. You know, you obviously saw that bump up. You know you're looking for the market to react positively, and that's going to be one of the first thing he talks about because that's what everybody wants to hear. And now you have it. So if you're long any of these big cap names, good on you. All right, so it's time for us to start looking for some of these big cap names without really just punching in at day's highs here willy-nilly, but you got to assume we're probably going to trend up here. All right, so let's look at the levels for the ES. March contract, let's go to the dailies. We have some good resistance levels with which to work here. We have back on the second, we made a high of 41.32, and prior to that, we did that 42.08. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for, you got to be looking for that number one, that 41.30, sorry, not 41.32, 41.94, sorry, that's what I meant to say, 41.94 and 42.08. So I'm looking for that 4,200. That's my look for today to see if the market can make its way up to 4,200. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to punch in long here. I'm going to build a position. Which one is the most relatively strong? It's going to be either Microsoft or Meta for me. I don't want to trade my book since I'm in this Meta. So let's go ahead and go with Softy. I'm going to take 50% position here on Softy, and then maybe we can work in. I don't get that fill for some reason, so let's go ahead and do that again. See if we, hold on, why am I not getting, so I am filled Microsoft, but it just wasn't showing up. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit more information. Labor market, so Pal's saying labor market strength, still a significant issue, but much stronger than pre-pandemic. Oh my God, I can't speak today. This is an issue when you're doing a show about talking. Okay, yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, no, I'm long Softy. I'm looking to build a position into that one. Yeah, I gotta get long here. See where we can go. Already in the money, well in the money on this one. 66.30. I'm long 31s. So we were just in the 40s now, retracing back into 30s. Well, it's quite volatile. So we'll see what this one does. I hope I didn't punch in at the wrong time, but we'll, I want to ride this trend. I think if he says the right things, we could easily see 4,200 today on the ES. So I want to be part of that, and that's kind of just a guess on mine. But if he doesn't poop the what, then we'll be good, Luke.
Congratulations, King of Rings, CVNA 70 cents in the
Ring.
money. I love to see it, man. I love when.
Baby.
Yeah, I love when. Sorry.
No, I'm just happy. I'm printing here, man.
Yeah, man. Absolutely there. And I love when people are like, let's go, 70 cents in the money. Yeah, man, things are moving. Microsoft moving to the upside. Everything moving to the upside. Looking really good to the upside. Yeah, hopefully the long is not wrong.
No.
Zoom mean reversion trade, absolutely not. Not when things are flying. Yeah, not when things are flying, man. Not when things are flying. Yeah, man, let's go. Somebody's saying pump and dump. Somebody's saying when Powell gets off, do we reverse back to the downside? I don't know, man. I don't know. This market, you just kind of go with the trend.
Yeah.
If the market's going up, then stick with your longs.
I agree.
Yeah, don't chase. If you think the long is good, you always will have an opportunity to get in on a dip there.
$1 in the money now on Microsoft. This one's pumping to the high side. Spin the money, man. All right, we got 43% of the position left. I'm going to run this one. I want to see this one touch 270. No, of course. You know, who knows? We're at days highs on the ES. Why would I be taking profits here? Let the profits run. Take your hands off the keyboard. At least that's how I feel at the moment. There we go. Now coming into that 267 and a quarter, 267 and a third. Let's see if we can get to 267 and a half. Let's continue with this one to the high side. I'm seeing green on all these big capper names. They're moving, Luca. We just got a test of 40s there, 267 40s. Let this one continue to print. Keep your hands off the keyboard. At least that's how I feel for my own trade at the moment.
Yeah, man, things are moving. I'm watching Tesla. It's going to 197 right now, and I wonder, does this have the steam to actually get this to 200? That would be
50.
kind of interesting.
There we go. We take another piece out at 50. No, 267.50. Just broke. It's continuing to ride to the high side. 33% position now. 41.67.5 is the high of day. Let this run. He's saying the right things, it looks like. I have no idea. But he's obvious. The market is really liking what they're hearing. 267.63. Why did this all of a sudden? There we go. A little bit more. Are we going to take a little bit more here at 67? How much do we have on board? Yeah, let's take this much out. So we'll take a little bit here. If it can come back into my level, we get that fill. Let's wait now. I'm not going to take any more out until 268. So let's hang out at 268. I'm going to sit in the mid 90s. If we can get up there, that would be awesome. We're already in the 80s. No, on the high 70s. Didn't quite make it to the 80s there. There go the 80s. Here come the 90s. Wow, Microsoft is rocketing to the high side. There we go. We're going to get filled. No, we didn't get filled just quite yet. I'm sitting in the mid 90s, man. Let's go get filled. 41.68 now, high of day. Where are we on Microsoft here? Yeah, okay. I'm just going to leave this one. I've got my outs for it. You've got to assume some sort of retracement here, but it's just rocketing to the high side. There we go, back into the 80s, back into the 90s now on Microsoft. All right, man. I don't know what else to say other than just let them run.
Yeah, man. Let your winners work for you, man. Let your winners work for you. That is the name of the game there. Yeah, Ford, Tesla took off. Ed, everything took off, man. And yeah, somebody's saying Tesla does have the steam to get to 197, or sorry, 200. Yeah, 200. We'll see what happens there. I'm basically watching everything now, just chilling. Nice moves to the upside. Nice trades there, Sharif. Though the Microsoft trade was absolutely awesome. And yeah, man, things. That was a super strong move to the upside. Hopefully everybody was in that move. And I'm just kind of sitting back, chilling here. But yeah, maybe getting a little bit of a dip. Usually when you get these kind of news-based moves, you get the first move up, right? Then the move back down, holding that initial range. So look at Microsoft as an example. The move up, the move back down, holding that area, then popping to the north side and just continuing, not really giving you any pullback, just doing a little bit of consolidation and then off to the races. No real kind of lightning bolt to kind of give you a dip by, right? So anytime it doesn't give you a pullback,
go baby,
it'll just keep going. So. Yeah, man, that was congratulations to the longs on that one. I love to see it, man. I love to see it. Yeah, NVIDIA over 220, Apple 155, Google 106.50, Amazon 101.20. Man, what a move to the upside. That was awesome. And yeah, Luca, try the short. Yeah, no.
Don't do that.
I'm basically chilling now. I think I'm just gonna relax, man. I've just been like, when you're off, and you just gotta recognize that and take a chill pill, you know. So yeah, I'm just basically chilling. No problem with that one. And yeah, Michelle, I let the ape long go just because I don't know, it wasn't moving, but I guess you were on lunch, so you didn't see. This is obviously before the move. I sold at the worst possible time, although I might have like sold it. I was just like not convinced, and I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, now back up. I think everything was going well in the morning. Everything not really
Microsoft
going crazy for me right now. But yeah, markets are going crazy.
Oh, wow.
Nice move to the upside.
Wow.
Hopefully you guys are killing it, man. Hopefully.
I'm still holding 13% of this position.
That's a
I
banger.
took
Look
some out at 268.90s, but 267.90s now. Almost $2 in the money now on this one. I'm gonna hold. I think we could see 4,200, guys. 4,200s could be in the card. He's still speaking. I'm looking right at him. The market's continuing to go to the high side. They haven't heard anything from him that they dislike just yet. That's reflected obviously on the chart. Let's hold this Microsoft long. We've scalped a lot out of it so far. 41.75 now is the high on the ES March contract. We're creeping in on that 4,200 not so long ago. And by not so long, I mean like 10, 15 minutes. We're at 41.25. We moved up 50 points. There's really no reason we can't move up more. So let's hold on to this one. And if the market gives us a reason to get out, we'll get out. But so far, nothing. What's the chat up to? I'm really hoping a lot of people were long to get a stake in this big boy move up. Holding on to Carvana to 17. Tommy XXI says. Michelle Hebert responding to you says, yeah, Luca, better take some time off than tilt trading. You'll be back, man, for sure. Absolutely. Luca, can you please explain stop levels and ATR so we don't get stopped out on a correct thesis?
Yeah,
you want to take that one or no?
For sure, guys, do not like revenge trade and tilt trade. It's not so much that, it's just I think someone said it best. They're like, yo, you need sleep, and I'm like, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'm just like off, and I'm not even speaking English in my own brain. But not tilt trading. Like everything's fine, man. Everything's fine in terms. It's just like, yeah, my trades aren't like, I'm not like doing what I should be doing right now, and I can see that I'm off. And it's just things are not flowing the way that they usually flow. But thank you so much for that. But yeah, it's all good, man. No worries there. Yeah, and ATRs and stops. So the thing with stops is when it comes to trading, you want to make sure that you're not. Sorry, where was I going with this? You want to make sure that your thesis is not invalid if you're in a trade. So for example, I'm now short Amazon. Why am I short Amazon? To be honest, I don't really know. But I just think that extension to the upside, maybe we get a pullback. We have size on the bid here that's at 101.10. And I feel like the market wants to fill this size. It's trying to find a way to fill this size. So I'm essentially short ahead of the size with the anticipation that the size is going to break. It's like a little bit of a scalp trade. And then if we break the size, we then flush lower, and then we get a pullback. Now, the long is good. But in terms of where is your stop to make sure that your thesis, that I don't get stopped out unless my thesis is wrong, because it's a little bit of a scalp trade. So this is the move that I was going for. So, like it fills the size, it flushes to the downside, and then I take the win. So this is essentially like my scalp trade, a part of my playbook. It's going up, extension, you have size on the bid. The market wants to find a way to fill the size on the bid. Then there's probably stops that are below that size. So I take the short ahead of the size, it prints the size, it breaks, it triggers the stop, I take the fill. That's the scalp trade. Now, where am I wrong? I'm wrong probably if this goes to like the high again, or if the size moves up, or if the size disappears. So with this particular trade, it's not based on ATR and ATR and like where's the stop. It's more so based on this is size on the book, and I've seen this before. So if the size is pulled, I have to just get out of the trade, because I am basing this trade on the fact that the market wants to fill the size. Now, going back to ATR of a particular stock, what is the average ATR on something like an Amazon? Well, it started at 102. It went all the way to 98.50. This looks like the extension. So you have the low mapped, you have the high mapped. Now, if you're taking a long off the bottom, which is essentially what I'm doing, I can basically take a long at like 98.50 and say to myself, well, look, I'm wrong if we go through 98 because it already moved $4. Is this going to move another dollar, another dollar, another dollar to the downside? Like, not unless it's a crazy extreme day. So again, the basic theme with what I'm saying here is you want to make sure that your stops are when you are wrong on the trade. Don't just put them in random areas like myself. Like I was going long here and I just like stopped out, and I wasn't necessarily wrong, but as a scalper, you have different criteria for the stops. It's more discretionary. You're basing it on the tape. When I look at this, I'm like, the long should work. It didn't. I got out of the long, and then it flushed. So I wouldn't be like holding through this because the plan was just like, I think there's the buyer here, and maybe we get that pop. Or if you're using the 100 level to short, maybe you're wrong if it goes over 120. So you're shorting like, let's say 99.98s, and then it goes into VWAP. It's giving you a 40-cent win. So you're risking 20 cents to make 40 cents. 2-to-1 on that trade. Don't get out of the trade unless it actually shows you that you're wrong. In this case, going over 100 by like 1 or 2 cents doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong on the trade, because it did go over 100 by 1 or 2 cents, but then it did end up flushing down to 99.25. So like 75 cent was the whole move. You could have gotten 40 cents. That would have been great, almost 50% of that one. But yeah, Tesla can't get through 197, which is that's something I was watching as well. When you see this setup, this is kind of interesting, like over-unders, and the high of this move is like 197.20-ish. For whatever reason, I don't know if there was size there or like a dark pool, but it is literally a hard level of 197.20 197.21 or 197.22. So yeah, basically a quarter, 197.25, and now flushing to the downside. Yeah, definitely struggling on that one. So heads up if you are trading Tesla. I don't really know what.
Brendo adding
there.
more comments here. Just want to get to them. Saying services sector remains a sticking point. Not seeing disinflation yet. Appropriate to maintain higher rates for some time. You guys have heard about that. We've had disinflation in the goods sector as a result of what people, are theorizing is the improvement of the supply chain. That hasn't really been the case in the service sector, where things continue to get a bit more expensive. It looks like the market taking some profits or hearing something it didn't like. I was reading the closed caption here. They're asking him about what it feels like to be like the chairman of the Fed, and whether people treat him differently, whether he can have good relationships. Pardon me?
He makes $190 a year.
He's making $190,000 a year. So he's disclosing that. I'm sure that probably was available, though. It's a federal salary. So, all right. So I'll get to your question in a second. I can't really say your name. Ya2B37. I'll get to your question in a second, but I want to update you on my Microsoft trade. I'm holding 13% of the position left. I'm long 266.31. I put my stop, my trailing stop, at my break even, 266.31. I won't let any part of this trade go against me, but I have a feeling we may pop back up to the high side here. You can't assume we're just gonna. It's going to be like one big move of all green candles. There's going to have to be retracements and profit taking around these levels. So to be expected, if you're setting up your stops, as you heard Luca just explain, using the ATR, the average true range kind of philosophy of how you should set up trailing stops, keep in mind that, in this case, you have to give some room for profit taking. So whether you have to adjust your entry in order to take account of that, or give yourself a few more pennies, but keep that in mind. There is profit taking at these levels. So interesting to see what's going on at the moment. Microsoft making its way back into that 266.5, very close into my stop. So if I get stopped out, I got stopped out for the remaining 17%. Don't care. It's been one hell of a trade on that one. So let that one ride. Look at this KPRX one, man. I got out of this one because of the strength in the market. And I said, even though this marches to the beat of its own drum, I don't want any strength in the market kind of shaking me out. And look at that big pop up, but retracement south. But I got out right here. I got out at 49s. I was short 77, so that ends up being quite profitable. Pumped about that. Looks like I'm out of this Microsoft trade. I get out for the remaining 13%. It wicks me out, then pops right back up, obviously. But hey, that's how she goes. We ride Microsoft to the high side there, doing quite well on it. No trades at the moment. See what Papa's talking about now. He's talking about his preparing sessions for his testimony in front of Congress, probably the banking committee or whatever they have down there. So yeah, I got no trades on, but it's been one hell of a move today, and we were expecting this type of volatility, Luca. At 1240, we got it. We got that big pop to the high side.
Yeah, it's man, what a move
Crypto
to the upside,
pumping,
and what a move back to the downside, man. Yeah. I have no idea. Are we gonna bounce here? Are we gonna continue to go to the downside? Just a heads up there on Amazon. A heads up on Amazon. Sorry, what?
Crypto's pumping.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Amazon all the way back down to 100. I wonder, do we get a bounce here at 100 in this general area? I'm short, but if we go a little bit higher, I'm just going to stop myself out. I'm not going to take any losses on this. If it goes to 100, I kind of want to flip long for a potential bounce, quick bounce. So we'll see if this wants to actually dip down into 100 and then kind of flip long bounce there for a little bit of a scalp trade. And go from there, man. Go from there. Let's look at Zoom, too. Zoom kind of rejecting off that 85 there. I don't think it broke 85. So 85 being the general top. Is this going to be a little bit of a head and shoulders? Probably not, because really good news. Up 7% now. Very strong, man. Very strong. Pretty good. Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Meta, stronger as well. Meta to the upside, reversing back. I don't know, maybe bounce plays, maybe, man, maybe, I don't know. But Amazon is kind of on my mind right now for that 100 level.
A bounce, man.
Maybe that was the bounce at 119 and then reverse back to the upside. So this was just
shaken out of that.
Huh?
I got shaken out of that.
Well, you had the.
I had the trailing stop on my entry. But again, the market doesn't care about your entry. I don't always will. Yeah. I complain to myself all the time. Base it off levels.
The market doesn't care about when you got in. It cares about the price action. It cares about where it had support and resistance. That's where it cares about. So I feel like I got shaken out of that trade, but can't complain. I mean, it's something to learn for next time. So sorry to interrupt you there. I just wanted to make that point.
Man, interrupt away, man. Interrupt away. It's all good. Never an issue there. But something just to go back to Sharif's screen very quickly in terms of trailing stops, because somebody was asking before. There's, the idea of, being in the money, and then if you go out of the money, you kind of get out of the trade. It's one way to do it. It's not necessarily the right way to do it. So going back to the person asking, where do you put stops in general to show that your thesis is not invalid? Putting it at break even is not the way to do it, man. It's not the way to do it.
No,
but it's just one way. It's just one way. So for example, this Amazon impulsive short punch is we're going down, we consolidate. Size comes on the offer, it doesn't fill the size. I go, okay, let's see if I take the short here. If it continues down, I'm going to try to cover at 100. So it actually was not a bad trade, but it goes from like 45s, 50s, all the way into 20s, then back up, and then I get out, and then it goes even higher. So this is not really a trade that I want to scale into or that I want to hold. So I want to see it work for me right away. So there's one type of scalp trade where you say, I'm going to punch in, I want to see it work right away. If it doesn't work right away, I don't want to hold it because anything's possible. This is an up move in general, and we do have the 100 level that could potentially bounce. So it either works right away. If it doesn't, I don't lose anything. So asymmetrical risk. But at the same time, if you have specific setup where it does require kind of like a wider risk on it, then you have to respect the level. So for example, with 100, where I'm going to try, maybe it wants to go to 100, go to 100 and then bounce quickly. What I want to see is I want to see it flush into 100 and then quickly rip back up 20, 30 cents. If it goes to 100, breaks, and then we're at 100, like 85, then I don't want to be in that trade. So again, it's not that it could still go 85 and then bounce, but reacting in real time, it's just certain things that I want to see. So again, there's a difference between, playbook. You see it before, it requires this amount of risk. You take the trade, you want to give it that amount of risk. And then there's another type of style where you're like, okay, scalp trade, I'm going to punch in, I'm going to see it, if, give it like a couple seconds. Does it work for me right away? Am I going to be able to get the 30 cents from it? Or is it going to just break down and keep going? So for example, this 100 level that I'm looking, we'll do this in real time because I kind of like the setup here. I'm going to bid in front of 100. And what I'm hoping to see is a rip into 100, fill my order, and then rip back up. And if it does that, then maybe we pop back. Maybe I can get 30 cents. But again, if we like rip lower, I don't really want to add to it, but I'll watch the tape and think about it in real time. So this is what I'm watching right now, the Amazon 100 level. It was good for the shorts for so long. Then we kind of ripped above, went to the upside, maybe now 100 before resistance, now turns to support. That kind of ideology is better on a wider time frame, but still not bad on a short time frame. So I'm going to just put a line there. It kind of acted as resistance, pop, drop, held the low, pop again, continuation with the rest of the market, come back down. Do we have a sick dip buy here to then continue back to the highs, right? So if that happens, that'd be sick. But for myself, I think I'm going to go for the scalp trade on the majority of the size, and then maybe I'll try to hold a little piece in case we do run back up. So we'll see if I can get the fill. This is something that I'm not going to really chase the fill on. I'm not going to try to get long up here just because of the risk to return. You obviously have to think in terms of risk when you guys are trading. And always look for things that make the most sense. So, whether it's a 4-to-1, 2-to-1, but it does change with the trade at hand. So, 100 coming into play right now. Let's see if I can get the fill and it can bounce. I don't know where my bids are, but I hope that they fill here.
Microsoft event has begun. Microsoft CEO says we're going to move fast on search. Brendo writes in the work chat here. So, eye on Microsoft. So that's basically, those are the only 2 pointers that he wrote there. So, I was already involved in Microsoft here. It's kind of finding a flat line at that 266.20, holding 266 for now, but not looking like it's, poised to go to the upside. That could change at any minute, though. I'm keeping an eye on it and not really having any biases one way or another. Let's trade the price action. I'm not sure what Papa's talking about still. I saw him talking about some of his colleagues there who he talks to in the Secretary of Treasury and some other people that he confines in. They were saying maybe former Fed chairs. I'm keeping my eye on that as well. He's talking now about his stat. Anyway, so I won't keep you updated. Yeah, I've got no trades on. I'm kind of waiting for something to resolve itself here. We've had that big move up. We had a retracement. I want to say about a quarter of the way down on some of these big cappers, depending on which one actually. Some of them are quarter, some of them are halfway down. Microsoft seems to be about a third of the way down from the breakout point. Consolidating sideways now. That could change at any minute, especially when Papa stops talking. The market could skyrocket or flush. Who knows? Let's trade the price action. But yeah, no longs on, no shorts on. And I haven't been looking at this scanner at all because it really hasn't been exciting. But as I look up there, this LIXT just went gung-ho off, I want to say 80 pennies and halted once, twice to the high side. Made a 270 top. Let's bring it up here. Let's talk about LIXT. Is that a NASDAQ stock? Yep, LIXT. Here we are, NASDAQ. So this was a decent move, consolidating sideways, but holding VWAP at the moment, now up 173% is LIXT. This is an interesting one. 230 seems to be a level here. We're holding above VWAP. You kind of want to see that for continuation. Let's see what this one's all about. LIXT Biotechnology Holdings, great biotech company. That's all the rave lately. Is a drug discovery company that uses biomarker technology to identify enzymes targets associated with serious common diseases and then designs compounds to attack those targets. That came in with a headline at around, I want to say 12.16. It basically, here's the headline. Let's load it up here for you guys to see. LIXT Biotechnology Holdings reports that its lead clinical compound, LB100, can kill cancer cells through hyperstimulation of cell proliferation signals in the clinical models. Not a science guy, don't really know what that means, don't have time to read this whole thing, so I'll just leave you with that. There's a headline, it's made a move, and yeah, trade it as you want. Sorry, Son? Sorry?
TLDR, too long to read.
Yeah, too long to read. TLDR, Sean says. All right, quickly before I send it back to my boy Luca, Meta
so
making a big boy flush from that, I want to say almost 194 top, 193.78 top on Meta. Now we're back into 189.90. Sean pounding the table there on his short on Amazon, 101.58. It made a high there. Retracing now below the 100 level, 99 in the mid-90s. So we'll see how that one pans out. But nice moves to the downside on some of these big cappers. Microsoft seems like it's stronger than the bunch, though, if I can make that observation, if I'm allowed. But yeah, if anything comes out from their event there, I want to be punching long here, especially if I see some nice moves to the high side.
Yeah, so I had the sick bounce on Amazon, but I sent out that was a so anyways, going back to what a good example of a bounce is, I didn't do that correctly, but essentially bounce at 100, then fly all the way up to 130. So exactly what I'm looking for. So comes down, pops a little bit, drops down, fills, instantly pops to 130. And then like that's like the 20-30 cent win that you're looking for, and then you don't want to be holding as it comes back down. So yeah, I didn't do that well. But the short is good, man. The short is good, and I think Sean's like, oh, why didn't I hold that? You had the short.
Oh, here comes some of the reason, guys. Powell.
Yeah, go ahead, Sharif.
Powell, jobs data surprising. Will continue to react to data appropriately. Expect significant improvement on inflation before the end of the year. Powell will have to do more rate increases. Nothing new. The market not liking what it hears about that. I guess it wanted a cessation of interest rate hikes. That was not even priced in. In fact, this morning, when I looked at the odds on the FOMC rate analyzer or whatever predictor, there was a 75% chance that we get a third rate hike this year in the May sitting, in addition to the one that we're already priced in to get in March. So nothing really new. Maybe hearing it out of his mouth will change all that. But I'm reading some of the closed caption here and reading some of the stuff that Brendo was sending in the chat. So he is now speaking on point. The market did not like that. Retracing all the way down into that 41.34, popping back up though into the 41.40s, but below the 41.50 level, and now 41.75 is the high, guys.
Yeah, man, what a move up and reversal, man. That was kind of crazy there.
Is it time to punch long here? Or
yeah,
what?
That's I have no idea what to do, man.
There's
Things are
nice
moving
little
around.
reversal
I
candle.
am chilling right now. I'm chilling. But 99 notable on Amazon. 99, it didn't break that the last time. It rips down, touches 99.17, and then kind of gives a little bit of a bounce. I wonder if do we break 99 and then just kind of go towards the lows? Maybe. But yeah, that 100 level was super clean. If you guys flip short, I think I maybe should have flipped short on that. But yeah, somebody's saying, Luca, can you look at SQL? Sure, absolutely. SQL is, so I actually had a long playing off that low, and then breaking the low, kind of going back down. And then, you know, volume is always the tell. When you're looking at this, the volume looks very, very light right now. So even though it might look like, oh, it's holding support, going to the upside, unless we get, I want to say over 2, which is obviously far away, but 2 is like that level where if we break 2 to the upside, then kind of crazy things happens. Maybe there's a lot of people that are short, and you know, if they didn't cover, we get to 2, maybe get a squeeze action going there. But if it stays at VWAP, it could just easily stay like in this range, like right over here, and then I would say this level over here, which kind of lines up with VWAP, and then this over here. So it's like it's in this bottom end range right now. Maybe it faces some resistance at 170. If it clears that, then the next level would be 195 into 2, and then the next level would be kind of clear skies into the upside and then high a day.
Come on, fill me, man. I'm hanging out here. It crossed way more. Okay, so I took the dip there on Microsoft for the retracement. I'm sitting in the mid-90s to take a bit of profit. Fill me. There we go. We get the fill as it touches 266. I took a 265.42 long, so 50 pennies in the money. Want to ride this one maybe into the 266.50. I'm out of a lot of the position. Okay, so I don't have that much left. I only took a quarter position. That's the truth on that one. So I'm going to hang out here in the 266.40s for the last little bit. If I can get filled, great. But it's another dub on Microsoft, the strongest of the bunch in my opinion. Let's go up to Brendo. He's got some news.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're going to deal with a Brendo's mic issue there. And there we go. We're popping up here on Microsoft. I'm sitting here in the 40s. Am I going to get filled here? I'm seeing high 40, high 30 prints. We get the fill. We're going to spin the money again on Microsoft, man. What a move up. I get that nice little 265. 37s. We ride it over $1 to the high side. Sadly, not a big position. Brendo's ready for us. Let's go up to him.
Guys, sorry about that. Battery died. Yeah, event has wrapped up. Powell has left the stage here. Just to summarize, nothing we haven't heard before. A lot of the comments that I passed along to you guys, again, stuff that he is just reiterating that came out last week in the announcement itself. So nothing really new coming from Fitcher. Powell saying higher rates for longer, more increases, the same old story, guys.
Yeah, Papa doing a number there. Yeah, and like, you know, thankful for that great rally he gave us. He gave us ups, he gave us downs, he gave us everything. That's what we want, guys. We're intraday day traders. If we don't get intraday volatility, how would we make money? So we need that intraday volatility, baby, and we thank Papa Powell for that. Yes, go ahead.
No, it's so funny. Papa Powell. I love when you're just like, Papa Powell to the north side, let's go.
Let's go,
baby.
Man,
that was a nice move. And somebody was like, I think it was Chill Vibe saying, meeting over, back to a regular scheduled program. It's kind of funny because like there's a few names that look the same, but Amazon is just kind of doing this sideways, all the way up, all the way down. Is it going to just now like do the same thing, like sideways, or do we get some continuation? That's kind of funny, man. Something notable on Amazon, guys, heads up here is the 99.50-ish area, holding, bouncing, giving a little bit of a pop. Are we going to go back to the north side? So yeah, notable levels on this thing right now are, you know, this level kind of 99.30 into 99.50. A little bit of support playing off 99, and then obviously 100 over there. What else is? Yeah, everything kind of looks the same. Google back down, VWAP bounce on that one. Let's have a look here. Where's, or no, what was the other one that I was in? Roblox, yeah, up and down. Everything the same, man. Everything the same. Tesla to 200. Where is Tesla right now? Oh, 193. Maybe not anymore. Yeah, Tesla, that bottoming area is pretty interesting as well, like 93 to 92.50. Kind of dipping and then ripping, dipping and then ripping again. Not really too sure where this one wants to go. But I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I am like, definitely got to follow the plan, man. Follow the plan. Make a plan, follow the plan. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, no big deal. You'll have another shot at it. Here goes Amazon now to test that 99 and reverse. And reverse back to the upside. So, yeah, kind of interesting. As you guys can see, I'm just I am not in an Amazon long. I don't know why it says that. Yeah, but anyways, I'm not in any positions right now. I'm just basically chilling and waiting. Yeah, imagine I was in that long at 100 as it's going down. Yeah, no, thankfully I covered that. But yeah, Microsoft, somebody's saying Microsoft dumping.
A little bit.
I don't know about dumping.
I want to talk
I
about
think,
Microsoft real quick because there's
yeah.
another news headline coming
Yep.
out. Microsoft VP announces Prometheus model to help it engage with OpenAI's tech intelligently with its knowledge of the web. So, you know, that's kind of the idea here. That's the holy grail. So far, ChatGPT, I think its data goes up to 2021, nowhere newer than that. The holy grail is to kind of learn everything or to be able to synthesize everything that's available on the internet because that'll be the most current. So it looks like they're trying to build a bridge in between that. That'll be awesome. I can't wait to see where this goes. Let's go up to Brendo. He's got some news.
All right, this is actually from somebody, it looks like, at this event. They're actually showing an example of Bing with ChatGPT incorporated into it, talking a little bit about some of the features that this combination will bring to users, guys. So this event's still underway.
That's hilarious. Like, okay, guys, we're just looking. There's a monitor right here. We want to see what it was. All I saw was Cardi B's party. I don't know. I don't think I'll be asking ChatGPT about Cardi B. I don't know how you feel, but yeah, I don't care where she's partying either. Where are the good trades? Tell me that. Tell me how to become a better technical trader, intraday trader. I'll listen to you all day. But whereas the Cardi B's partying,
I don't know
I'm
if
not
I.
interested.
So I asked Alexa. I was like, Alexa, how do I make money in the stock market? Like as a joke.
What'd she say?
And word for word, you need to buy low and sell high.
Wow,
I'm like,
profound.
wow, thanks for that one. Okay. Yeah, but maybe ChatGPT has a better one. Heads up, there's a bid on Amazon, 99.10, 2,000 lots. Probably going to fill, lots of volume coming through.
I'm trying to get out of my position, that's on my end.
Oh yes. Yeah. Yeah, man, that is notable. That is notable. That is interesting. Terminators are coming. Yeah, man, Terminators are always in full effect. That's why you need to watch your positions and manage risk accordingly. Sharif going to the Cardi B. I mean, I would go to a Cardi B party. I'm sure there'd be lots of free drinks and you know, have a good time.
But I'm not asking ChatGPT about it. I'm not going to pretend
yeah.
like I wouldn't go. Of course I'd go.
Yeah.
It's Cardi B. But yeah, I'm not going to be asking about her. She's not on my mind.
Yeah.
Anyway, LIXT kind of setting up to flush a little bit here. I don't want to prejudge it, but it's got that big, Pratt, come to my screen for a second. Thank you. So that big move down, I don't want to call it big, that 220 break, we ride all the way to, I want to say, where did we get down to? 195 there. Consolidation sideways, above 2 though. I've seen this happen, you know. It's never a good thing when the VWAP break is above the whole dollar level, where the VWAP and the whole dollar are separated by like 10, 20 pennies, depending on the price of the stock. Because what you end up having is a break of VWAP and then a consolidation above the whole dollar level, and it holds. So it'll give you multiple false breakouts, breakdowns, and then it'll pump back up and make a newer high. And so that's what I've been careful about, to take these flat bottom breaks on these stocks where VWAP and the whole dollar level are close. Wait for the break of the whole dollar level to the south side, and then maybe consolidation. But don't just take it because it broke the whole dollar level. Wait for a consolidation below the whole dollar level, and then maybe punch back to the high side. All right, well, I'll keep my eye on LXT, but Meta is where I've got my eye on now. It's holding VWAP nicely here. We've got about 4 3-minute candles to the side. Making a consolidation above VWAP. I'm looking for a possible retracement. Who knows what this market does, especially when the big kahunas come on in the power hour time slot. All of a sudden, you could find yourself, you know, creating new highs, and maybe my prophecy of that 4,200 could come to fruition today. Who knows? Meta finding a bit of a bounce now, testing that 190 again, reclaiming 190 off bouncing after bouncing up that 189. It had a nice VWAP hold here. If you're doing that VWAP dip buy, you're printing at minimum $1, if not more. If we can make a newer high through that 190.25, that'll be a newer high for us on the 3-minute chart recently. So eye on these big caps. I know we pulled back a bit here, but I still, to be honest with you, I don't like to have biases, but I'm looking possibly long here as we find a bit of a bounce. The market's above VWAP. Most of these big cappers are also above VWAP. That makes me kind of, you know, feel like, okay, maybe we'll see a retracement. Before I send it to Luca, this is exactly what I'm talking about, these flat bottom breakdown fake outs on these small cap crappers. There you go. You get a big flush, below VWAP, a consolidation sideways, and you don't get that break at two,
Wow, they
two
threw it on
holds,
me,
and
Max,
then
eh?
boom, it threw up. What's up, Luca?
So somebody was, 2,000 shares, 2,000 lots Amazon buyer, threw it on 99.40, just got the fill there. I think Phil came through. That was actually pretty interesting there. I'm not sure if it's still down there at 99.10 if there's like, I don't see anything there, but if we get there, maybe notable. We'll see what happens here, but I think the buyer may have just stepped up. And this is something that's pretty interesting. So in the morning, somebody short 2,000. Was it 2,000? Yeah, I think that there was a short at some point over here. This is like super sloppy, but there was there was an offer at 99.30-ish area for 2,000 lots. And then 2,000 lots pops on the bid after this comes through. That's actually funny. So somebody held 2,000 lots. I feel like it's the same person. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you. Somebody short 2,000 lots of Amazon, held it all day. Let it go all the way up, all the way back down, and then the same I'm assuming same 2,000 lots.
Interesting.
Bid.
So nothing achieved.
That was a break even.
Yeah,
so,
nothing achieved.
that was a nice round trip. So if you're watching this and you did short that 2,000 lots and cover for essentially a break even or call it a 20-cent loss, good risk management, I guess. Good risk management. That was kind of funny to see. But yeah, buyer is gone there. I guess they did step up at the 9 to 940. Somebody's saying flush now, flush. Yeah, man. I don't know what happens, but nice little pullback on the market. Now the real question is, do we turn back around at any point and go up, or are we going lower? I feel like there's not going to really be a bounce. I feel like the shorts are better.
Yeah,
so
maybe.
Congratulations to the short. I mean, the long was good. The short from the top was great. And now we're sort of back into the range on a lot of these names.
Yeah.
I don't know. 99 is going to test here and probably break on Amazon, and I don't really know what to think here.
Yeah, I'm all out of my position, so no sweat off, or like, I mean, whatever. I don't know what the expression I'm looking for is, but now we're getting a big flush to the south side. My man to my right is saying, wow, Amazon, because he is short 140, and now it's down 101, excuse me. That's basically top wick, dude. Holy. That's what basically is here, guys. Look at this. And Baba 105.50. Okay, so a couple of bucks in the money. Whoa, dude, you're almost $3 in the money on that Amazon short. Nice little pop. I mean, if you're gonna go short one of these, it was definitely Amazon, weakest of the bunch. Maybe followed by Tesla. The other four a bit stronger, meaning Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Apple. They're definitely the strongest of the bunch. But now you're having Meta flush as well. So this is making me eat my words. I was like, yo, look, it's holding VWAP, this and that. We're looking to retrace into 191. Kaboom! Goes to the downside.
Wow.
187.75. Like
Beauty.
nobody's business. Guys, we were just at 193.78, and now we're flushing down again. I'm still not choosing which way we're going to go because anything could really happen here into the afternoon. We could have some, who knows what's going on. I'm not even going to try to theorize what the deal is, but keep your biases and keep your options open, guys, because anything can happen here.
Yeah, pump and dumped, easy money saying W. I guess you took the win on that. Good job.
Pelosi gave him instructions. I'm kidding, of course. Pelosi gave him instructions about what to say so she could.
Is it?
Did you know that she got out of, fact check me, chat, $5 million of Google before the DOJ announced the antitrust? $5 million worth of.
Can you say that you're surprised? She took the L.
Yeah, she took one L. You got to take a couple of L's here and there, otherwise it's gonna be so obvious, right?
Yeah.
But tell me she's not up on the balance sheet.
Yeah.
What's her balance sheet look like? Oh my goodness.
Definitely interesting there. This market, man. Somebody before was like, the market's broken. I just started laughing. I feel.
The market just flushed. Jeez, man.
Yeah, everything.
Oh my God.
Like, what a flush.
41.10. We just bounced off.
Now we're at low day. So I would watch this general area all the way up, all the way down.
Wow.
Shorts are bangers, man. Shorts are bangers. I am just kind of sad that I'm like off my game today because this is a great day. And I had the right idea on the top Amazon short there. Like, it was a scalp. I should have just gotten back in though because we didn't actually break the high. And so it was like my initial play, the scalp trade, okay, great, covered, like that was a nice little win. And then on the pop back, I should be like getting in again and then just like risking off of like 101.40 as an example. So I think like Sean had 101.40 short and like held it. And then, I mean, it's tough to know where you stall. Safe to say, you know, you cover the 50, you cover VWAP, you cover low of day.
Look at that ticker. Read that ticker, Luca. What is that ticker?
Nancy.
And then read this little line beside it. This is legitimate.
Unusual.
Subversive. DT ETF.
Wow.
There is a Nancy ETF, guys. NANC. Who brought that to my attention? SOCL.
66 billion market cap?
Yeah, I don't know how
That's
this is
huge.
even right. This is the daily chart on it. Today's the first day. Today's I don't know. What do you call an IPO for an ETF? It's not an IPO.
Not an IPO,
obviously,
but wait,
right?
that's because that's the tracking. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it
this
did go
is the
live.
first day
Yes.
for it. Right? The
ETF
Nancy
tracker, I guess.
ETF is live, guys.
ETF tracker.
Yes,
Today, yeah.
NANC.
NANC. Do we
Neil,
have it on our
Neil,
system?
do you know what it's called? Unusual Subversive
we do have it here.
DT ETF.
Wow, NANC.AM for anybody wondering on the Amex.
And there's Cruz as well, KRUZ
Cruz, yeah,
for Ted
yeah.
Cruz.
Wow.
And this one is called the Unusual Whales Subversive Repub ETF. I don't know what any of these means, but they're all live. I don't have information on them. They're going to be awesome. I'm keeping my eye on them. Cruz and Nancy, I'm adding them to my ETF watch list. Here's my ETF watch list, guys. I have sector ETFs, index ETFs, commodity ETFs, and currency ETFs. Now I'm going to have meme ETFs where I will put Nancy and Uncle Ted under those headings.
Yeah, guys, not doing too much volume, but still definitely interesting.
Sinking,
Nancy and Cruz there, that's
Unreal.
crazy. I know I posted on my Instagram saying they go live, but then I didn't see them the other day, and I was like, I don't know, somebody was asking me about it. Are they actually live? I was like, I'm pretty sure. I just didn't look into them, but yeah, definitely confirmed here. What a world that we live in, man.
KRUZ, by the way,
yeah, KRUZ
guys,
on
not
the Amex.
CRUZ. Some people writing CRU. It's KRU.
KRUZ, yeah.
Sorry, Luke.
Yeah, man. The market, oh, man, what a move down on the market. That was crazy, man. That was crazy. Congratulations to the longs. Congratulations to the shorts. Great day, man. Great day. Great movement. Great middle of the day, man. Definitely a day to
I'm calling these
capitalize on.
subversive ETFs. That's what I'm calling them. That's my name. Subversive ETFs. And that's what I'm going to title these guys as. Aunt Nancy and Uncle Ted. And we're going to add that, and we're going to watch that every day. KRUZ. There we go. So now we add them to the ETF watch list here. So every morning we'll see these subversive ETFs and what they're doing. No volume, guys, really on them, guys. Nancy's only got 34,000 shares. Ted's has only got 23.5. So, you know, light on volume. And they're going to be on the bottom of the list. So they're not above currencies. So we got to move currencies above them here. And then we'll create a little space there. There we go. We'll get that one done, Luca. And we'll keep an eye on these ones every day. But let's bring in the market here because the market just made an absolute flush to the downside.
Wow.
Did not like what it heard from
I don't know
Papa
what
Powell.
to think here.
Not sure what Papa said there, but
Wow.
now we're testing 4100s again.
it's way too
41
slow today.
holding for the moment, even though we printed
It's
40.98 and a quarter, Luca. That's how low we got there, but let's see if we can continue. That 4100's held decently the last few days. Does it hold today?
Yeah, it's definitely huge support. So this is a key level. Great level for the bounce play. I just kind of recognized that I should have went long bounce 98 on Amazon or something. Already 45-cent winner, so that idea is not an idea anymore. I'm slow today, man. I'm just like I am like on a super slow. It is what it is. It's just a product. You know, this is there's good and bad in trading, and I don't always do well.
maybe
But
good.
yeah, I just
I love how you posted that yesterday, too.
what?
Got me cracking.
The which one?
The Gattuso.
Oh, Gattuso. Yeah, sometimes maybe
good,
good, sometimes maybe.
you know.
And yeah, man, it's you know, so sometimes you're not going to be doing well, and you're gonna fumble, you're gonna be tired. So this is the reality of trading. Like I'm okay to come on here and demonstrate it, but I will obviously say like, yeah, guys, I am just not doing well. Like I made just a lot of mistakes today. A lot of things went wrong. Really good morning, and then really terrible afternoon, just because kind of really tired. I mean, like, look at this. This sums up my afternoon. Like, come on, Luca. What are you doing? What are you doing? But yeah, no, things are still moving. But yeah, this key level of 4,100 on the overall market is key there. So if we break that and keep going, I mean, this is a crazy move to the downside.
Yeah,
guys. Like,
it's absolutely
from 4170, like all the way up, all the way back down, breaking through every single level that you can map on the day, and then actually giving a little bit of a break of the 4100 and then bounce, right? So is this bounce going to be short-lived? I feel like if we turn back now, like, oh man, we can really sell off more. But if we rip back to the upside, I mean, anything's possible. We could literally go all the way back to like 41.20. Yeah, I have no idea what to expect here, but it's definitely a significant support level, 4100 into 4105. You know, is this a little bit of a dip and rip? I have no idea what happens next. I guess we'll stay tuned to find out where that one wants to go. I haven't looked at Apple today. I'm wondering if anything's at a better level for like a bounce.
I mean, it's not the strongest of the bunch. I'd say Meta and Microsoft have been stronger. Apple's up a 1/4 percentage point on the day, but it was creating higher highs earlier. I mean, before we got this crazy Powell spike here, look at this. We had been trending higher. We had been making higher highs and higher lows, and then we had a retracement to VWAP, obviously waiting for Papa to start speaking, a consolidation above VWAP, and then Jerome comes on, and then kaboom to the high side, and then bang to the downside. So, you know, we're finding a bit of a bottom here. It's still green on the day. Technically, it's up 0.4%, you know, up 50 pennies. Same thing with Meta. Meta's technically up 1%. Microsoft holding out the best by far, 2.4%. In case you're just joining us, Microsoft's got, I think, an event live going right now. Started at 1. I don't know if it's still going or not, but it did start at 1 o'clock, and some news was coming out. So Brendo confirming with me, it is still going on at the moment. So keep your eye on Microsoft stock, as anything could happen. Abel Gomez, $19.99 super chat. We need you, Luca. Stand up and do some burpees. Let's go. Maybe this will get you going. I don't know if we can get the camera angles for the burpees here, but that would be great, guys.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. It's all good, man. I'll be back hopefully tomorrow, back in action. It's just I'm not down on the day. Like, I'm still positive on the day, but it's just, yeah, it is it's you don't, just kind of fumbling my words and stuff, and extra tired. Somebody's like, Luca, get to bed early tonight. Come on. Yeah, man, I'm gonna remember your advice when I go home. I'll probably leave right after this and go straight to sleep, to be honest. Let me get a nice 15 hours back in action, feeling good. Maybe hit the sauna too. But anyways, I want to make a good example from what I was saying from yesterday. With this Tesla trade. Somebody's like, oh, I bought the dip on Tesla, which reminded me to pull it up and see where we're at. So if you think a level's going to hold and the bounce is going to be good, so let's use Tesla 190 as an example. It's selling off really hard into the 190 level. If you let it show you that it's going to be good, and then it bounces and it's at 190.50, well, you already sort of missed the scalp opportunity bounce. So you kind of got to go with your gut and say, look, 190, it's probably going to hold. I like the trade. I want to take the trade. And so you sit there, and you could have gotten, let's say, like 190.05 as an example. If it breaks 190 and keeps going, then you say, okay, this is not a bounce play. I need to get out of this. So using 192 as an example, if you thought it was going to happen at 192, it clearly didn't. And so if you're sitting there and you take the trade and it just breaks 192 and keeps going, then obviously bounce play not in effect. Like, get out of that trade, because you need to make the risk to return make sense. And if you're going to risk 20 cents, if you're going to go for 20 cents or 50 cents and you risk 20 cents, like, you don't want to risk $1, right? So 190 flushes into the level, gives you the fill, instantly bounces 50 to 70 cents. And then for myself, I'll be taking that taking the money and running. Let me use the same example on something like an Amazon, where I was like, oh, maybe I should long Amazon at 98 for like a little bit of a bounce. But the thing is you had one chance, literally 1 second, to get 98.10. And it filled it. It was just fill the bid, pop 20 cents, and then off to the races to the upside. So you're not getting that unless you're actually sitting there. And so when you see it at 99, it's flushing really hard, you got to say, okay, my plan, like for myself, my plan is sit on the bid at 98. What am I risking? What am I trying to get? It's a 2-to-1. Does everything make sense? Is my execution up and running? Am I good? Can I hit this trade? Okay, great. And then you wait. You look, you get the fill, you're in the money. Okay, great. You're out of the money. Punch out right away. Make the risk to return make sense. So this is what I was referring to yesterday, where if it's going to be good, it's going to be a quick sort of dip and rip. This is why a lot of times I throw out these orders at these levels. Like, I do want these shares, and these are like stink bids or stink offers, where I think, okay, 98, I want to sit on the bid. I want it to flush down, fill my order, and pop. On this Amazon trade, that would have been sick, because it would have filled 98.10. It never went below. I think the low is literally 98.08. So it did not break below 98.08. And then kind of pop back to the upside. And this was like it dips, pop, drop, fill the bid, pop back up, close the candle, rip up 98.60. Like that
Let's
gave
go
you like 50, 60
4,200.
cents instantly. So again, this is lining up with the ES at 4,100. So if you're looking at the ES 4,100, you think there's going to be a bounce, you're watching it, you're watching equities because maybe you're not a futures trader, you line it up with a key level. You could have looked at Apple, but Apple didn't give you a better proxy because it was below 152. So you're sort of looking at Apple and you're looking at it on the day and you're like, well, I don't know, like is 150, 175, is this even like a level to play like a bounce play? It's not an even dollar level, so there's really no size. It could keep selling off there. So you're like, okay, Apple's not a good proxy for the play. Amazon, even though down on the day, look at this move, man, 101 all the way to 98, breaking the low of the day, and then kind of going into that 98 level. So you have the 98 level, you have the size at the 98 level. Does it really have enough steam to go there, trade the size? Who's going to keep selling it off after this move with the market potentially bouncing off 4,100 and then ripping 10, 20 points to the upside? So you're looking for a bounce play. You're lining it up with the market. You're lining it up with the ATR that's kind of been set into place on Amazon. And then you kind of trade it and you go from there. And you need to trust your instincts. You need to trust your trade. That's why I always say trade your own book, like trade your own, kind of make your playbook, trade your own book. Because if you don't believe in the trade, if you don't have conviction in the trade, that's where you paper hand things. So for myself, in a lot of these trades, like again, off today, you know, my trading today is not a product of me as a trader, and I know that, so I'm not going to leave today and be like, oh, why did I do that? I'm so dumb, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's not that. I don't care at all. I'll move forward with that one. But essentially, if you don't have conviction in your trades, then you start to let trades go. You put a stop in where it shouldn't be. You start to kind of like, right? So this kind of looks like low conviction. It's like, what am I doing here? Like shorting and then covering here. It's like low conviction. I'm like, yeah, I'll short, but then I'm like, I don't want it anymore. Let me just try to get out and make a little bit of money on that. So again, if you don't have conviction, it sounds like it's maybe not a part of a playbook trade that you've that you believe in, that you've made money on before. So you're just going to butcher it anyways. And that is gambling, right? That's gambling. So just make sure that you are building something that's repeatable for yourself. And, you know, we do a good job here on Trader TV at showing different types of traders, different types of styles. You know, my style is different than Sharif. Sharif trades a lot of small caps that are moving, and he does very well on them. Sometimes I get into small caps, I punch the high, and then it reverses, or I short and I go into a halt, and I'm like, oh, what am I doing, man? So, yeah, stick to the things that make the most sense to you. Sometimes when I see things, you know, in the morning, I'll size up on them. But then other times I'm like, yeah, this is new. I'm going to try a little bit less size. So, for example, with this 98 area bounce play on Amazon, this is something that I've seen before. It lines up with 4,100. The market literally broke 4,100, goes 4,198, or sorry, 4,098, and then instant reversal. So that is like a run the stops at 4,100 and then quick bounce to the upside. Key support level lining up with 98. I've seen this before, part of the playbook. I'm like slow, that's why I missed it. But essentially, this is a trade where I would take more size on this trade as opposed to like me, like, you know, randomly shorting here. Like shorting here, I'm like, yeah, like I think we're gonna go down, but like it's just like a random, like I'm shorting, maybe it's gonna go, maybe it's not. But this bounce play is like, oh, I've seen this before, track record on it. I'm gonna take the trade and I'm gonna live with it, and I know exactly my risk, I know exactly my reward, and so those are the ones that for myself I would size up on. A lot of people in the chat ask, you know, what in terms of sizing, how do you choose size? What size do you guys trade? So it's a product of yourself, right? It's a product of yourself. It's a product of the market. What's moving? How much size can it handle? If it's something like Amazon, yeah, you could scale up all the way up. You guys just saw 2,000 lots on the bid, got filled like that. So that's 200,000 shares. But at the same time, you want to also apply it to kind of your past and history, what you're good at, what you trade. If you've made money on it, then you can justify, oh, I will size up. If you make, you know, $100, $100, you're like, hey, let me size up on this. You have that kind of like $300 of play money. If you lose on that strategy, even if you lose, you know, 200, you're still up on the strategy. So you're still obviously doing something right. Respect the stop of where it's supposed to be, and yeah, go from there. So hopefully that's a little spiel and kind of helps some people out. I know people tune in for the first time and they're, you know, trying to learn trading, and yeah, we're all about education and entertainment, all day, every day, 5 days a week.
So let's get to some trades, guys. First, before I start, Renata Haddad telling me in the chat that Kramer said it's a bull market, and that was exactly the time. No, not exactly, but an hour ago. The time that the market started flushing, tongue-in-cheek, of course, but we always harp on Kramer being like the inverse, right? Someone in the chat said, pull up LIXT, Joshua Hoyt. Yeah, I was looking at this one earlier, and I was talking about, the fact that it had been consolidating in and around VWAP, not really giving you the right opportunity to short this. It had to kind of break below 2, consolidate, 5 or 10 pennies below 2, and then make another leg down. So what I'm waiting for here is a flush into 180 or 180 area, and then I'm going to start participating in this short, this LIXT. It's not short sale restricted, even though it's up 146% on the day. So just secure shorts from your broker. Obviously, that may cost you a fee. At Day Trade the World, we basically have shorts to almost every stock possible. I mean, I'm sure that there's a couple maybe that they're not there, but for the majority of them, we either have free or we can pay for shorts, and the prices are very good, to be honest with you. Even up to like thousands of shares. The prices are quite competitive. So shout out to Day Trade the World for facilitating that. Now, let's have a look at how I will get into LIXT. I'm waiting for a flush into the mid to low 80s, a consolidation sideways in and around that area, then I'm punching short. I'm not interested in this one in a long. I feel like it's made its move. If it goes long without me, it goes without me, no biggie. We have had small cap exposure today. It all hasn't been big names. We had KPRX on board, and maybe even a little Lucid, even though Lucid was a small loser. For the most part, though, we've been trading big caps, Baidu, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Zoom. So we'll keep that kind of theme going on today because it's kind of been a big capper type day. Now, let's have a look at these markets here. The 4,100 level is coming back here on the March ES contract. Technically, 40.98 and a quarter is the low of day. We're real close to that. This one, if I saw this on an equities, I'd be like, short, you know what, out of that. Take it low, maybe even get in here on the retracement. But yeah, something tells me it hasn't made its move. I don't want to take this short, whether on the futures or on a big cap or at these levels. I'm not convinced. I want to see 4,100 break decisively, and then maybe we can have a conversation about that. It's just not for me at the moment. 41 though, coming into play. Where's the NQ? Like, I mean, I need to be better with where the NQ is at because I always look off on the NASDAQ. The NQ, where is my NQ? Okay, so we topped out at 12,778 on the NQ. Let me go to the 5-minute, the 3-minute chart here. Let's bring this down for you guys to follow along. Let's go. Yeah, 12,778. Now we're retracing it into basically 12,459. That was a low, hanging around here. I mean, I don't know these NQ levels like I should, so I mean, I have to look at the chart for obvious levels. Let's go to the 15 and see where we're at with the NQ. Yeah, we're basically the same kind of thing here. This is kind of like the 4,100 bottom of the NQ. We're in and around that area. We touched these lows yesterday, and we broke through these lows back on February the 2nd. Was that the 1st? February the 1st, we broke through these levels. We've been above them since then. Breaking them today would be the first time since the beginning of the month that we break through them. So break below them, I mean. So let's keep an eye on that. I'm not going to make any pronouncements. I'm going to be sitting at my desk attentively between that 2 to 4 time slot because this is going to be interesting. Dan Emmons says 12,470 on the NQ. Okay, gotcha. That's basically what I was kind of looking at there. Tesla puking, says iWord. Yeah, I mean, all these big cappers, the market in general is puking, dude. I mean, this is my big capper chart: Meta, Microsoft, Google, Tesla, Apple, and Amazon. If I had a 7th, it would be Netflix, or 7th and 8th, it would be Netflix and NVIDIA. Tesla, yeah, it's showing more relative weakness here as it continues to make newer lows. Tesla just printed a newer low, 189.55, retracing now. Wow, it just popped up $1.
Wow.
It just popped up $1.
Yeah.
Like, it makes a new low, it pops up $1.50 now. Wow, I'm not getting it. I'm not touching these. I'm not touching these. I don't read the market that well at these levels, but if I had to guess, we hold 4,100.
Yeah, guys, another kind of telltale sign that something another trader was talking about is if your read is off for the day, and if you're like trying things and you lose like 1 time, 2 times, but you always make money. Let's say you go into the day, you do your plan, you make money, things go well, okay, great. But then let's say you go into the day, you lose the first trade, you lose the second trade, it's a part of your plan, you're not doing well. Maybe that's a sign to just say, hey, you know what? Let me just take a chill pill, let me relax for the day. So I really like what you mentioned there. It's like, you know, Tesla just made a low on the day and then reversed, and now it's going for 192 to the upside. So maybe you said, oh, I'm going to short because it's going to break this 190. So maybe you played the bounce. Maybe I wanted to play the bounce. Maybe I was going to play the bounce here, and then it breaks, and I was like, okay, let me flip short. Then it goes back up. Now I get out of that. So it's just like loss, loss. So the thing is don't get chopped up by these little 1-minute quick moves in and out. It just makes no sense to do that. You want to stick to the level. You know, if 190 is your level, watch how it reacts at the level. You don't necessarily need to need to anticipate the move and get in. You can say, oh, middle of the day, it's probably going to break the level. Let me watch it break the level. If it goes down and then stays down, then, oh, yeah, maybe it's going to continue. But relatively speaking, from 197 all the way to 190, that is a big move, right? That is a big move. Normally, you get the first move down, right? This is the first leg down, and let me like zoom in here. First leg down, little bit of sideways action. Second leg down, third leg down. Is this now going to really be the fourth leg down? Like, I think this is like a super extended move. And then volume is the tell. So even though we kind of broke the level, we traded the size, stops below, there was no follow through on that selling, and then we just rip back to the upside and then rip up. So this is a product of trading the size at 190, then the stops, that's the follow through. There's no more. Anybody who's short panics because they're punching low a day, they don't want to like hold on to that. So this is like a quick short squeeze back to the upside. And then it just stops, resolves, and then goes back to regular scheduled programming of going sideways.
Luca, we got 6,400 people watching. That's a pretty good little figure for us on the midday show here, man. Very
Thank
pumped.
you guys so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very thankful. You know, I'm greedy. What can I say? Guys, we only have 2,600 likes. So like this video if you like this video. If you were excited by this crazy retracement that we just had off 41.75 on the March ES contract, and now we're testing 4,100 again, like this video. What else do you want as a day trader? This is the kind of intraday volatility that we want. I mean, like, sure, it was kind of violent from the high side to the downside, but that's what you're looking for. You're looking for trending markets, guys. So smash that like button. We love having you guys around. We've been answering a lot of your questions, and we do it every single day that American markets are open, guys. Let's get that like count up closer to 2,800. We got 2,600 now. Really appreciate you guys. We got 31?
We got 3,100, guys.
Wow, why
Thank
isn't
you
this
so much.
updating?
This is, yeah, I don't know why it's like slow.
Wow,
Yeah,
it wasn't up there. We have 3,100, guys.
Can we get this to 5K right now? Like,
wow.
That would be absolutely, you know what? That was quick. That was like 26 to 3,100. Like, sometimes you take a trade and it's like small size and your P&L is going up and down small. But then this was like a 26, 31. I think we could go to 5K. So, guys, I like what he just said. If you like the video, like the video. If you're here for the first time, my name's Luca. This is Sharif. We're on in the middle of the day, every day, 5 days a week, 11 to 2. Lots of fun there, man. Lots of fun there, man. And yeah, we just try to bring that fire and lots of entertainment, lots of fun always. Gio's dad 925. Hey. Thank you so much for the super chat, $10 super chat. You guys are great. I shared your channel to my fellow traders.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, share the channel if you're watching for the first time. Show your friends, show your family. Yeah. We're here. You guys can watch and be like, oh, that guy's a great trader. Oh, that guy's funny.
But nobody will know that you feel that way.
Yeah, man.
Unless you share it.
You got to share, man. Share the video, like the video. My name's Luca, Scalp Demon. Bob.
Yes.
Absolutely, Scalp Demon. Yeah, and sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good.
Okay,
you know, it is what it is. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for tuning in and watching. This is why we do it.
Absolutely.
You know, sometimes I do great on the show and I'm like, wow, this is the best job ever. And then sometimes I lose my morning and I go, oh man, but you know what? At least I can show and provide value. So it's a lot of fun. And we do this for you guys. I come on here for you guys. It makes me feel good. So yeah, thanks again for tuning in and watching. We got 5 minutes to go.
Someone says Scalp Daddy.
Scalp Daddy. Yeah.
Scalp Daddy.
I love
Mohand Al-Halik says Scalp Daddy. I hope I didn't butcher your name, even though it's an Arabic last name. I should be pronouncing it better. But, you know, I'm not that good. What can I say? Thank you for that, though. Scalp Daddy. I think I could see that hyphenated Scalp Daddy, Scalp Demon. They're both Scalp Ds in some way, shape, or form. All right, guys, let's check out what's going on here in small cap world. LIXT has been flooded. Oh my God, I missed this. This is my mistake. I got so caught up in talking about other things, I didn't have resting orders, and I paid the price. LIXT flushes in the exact same way that I anticipated it was going to flush. Let it break below 2. I'm going to reiterate. Why I didn't punch short when it broke VWAP was because VWAP and the whole dollar level are too close. So what ends up happening in some of these situations that I've been caught in the past was I take that breakthrough VWAP south, but it holds above the whole dollar. In this case, it holds above 2. And that ends up being an area of support. And then it ends up bouncing up and I get stopped out. So I said to myself, I ain't touching this unless it breaks 2, holds below 2, consolidates below 2, and then I'll take it maybe through the break of 190. You know, that was just all a bunch of air because I didn't take any of that. And then it made a 170 bottom right there, 169, 170 bottom. And it's testing those lows. So this was an excellent one to get short. It was a textbook short after a multiple upward halts high. You had the high being made here at 265, I want to say 269 or whatever it was there. And all of a sudden it's $1 below that. So LIXT, somebody was asking about it. I hope you weren't looking long, but this one setting up well short. Quickly here, I think we have like another 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, heads up. So Amazon, there was 2,000 lots offered in front of 99. So anybody looking at that, 2,000 lots there. Instantly rejected, man. Went up, instantly back down, like right away. So probably sitting there. And in this market, lots of volume, man. Already done almost 80 million shares today, Amazon. So, 2,000 lots is essentially 200,000 shares. It's going to fill. I would imagine that it fills. But, yeah, it's just in front of that 99 there, so anybody looking there. And, somebody, Fahad, are you at the desk there? Somebody's like, oh, Fahad is God.
I know, I saw that.
I don't even know why I read that. I just felt like I wanted to tell him that, but that's kind of...
Fahad is
he's
God,
in the back.
man.
Oh, baby.
He excels at things he's never done, bro.
Yeah, for anybody tuning in, you'll meet Fahad eventually. He comes in and out. But he is the best at things that he's never done.
His personality is so magnetic, he's unable to carry credit cards. Right, there you go. So there you go. He demagnetizes the credit cards as soon as you touch them because he's so magnetic.
Only
Fahad's an OG, and this place wouldn't function as well without him. Fahad, shout out to Fahad, guys.
Yeah, BBBY, just a heads up, there is 4,000, 5,000 lots sitting on the bid at 3. I don't think 3 broke today. Oh, it did break. 298 is the bottom. But yeah, sort of setting up for what looks like a potential flat bottom break to the downside. But it is SSR. There is size there. It already popped. The short the pops ideology was good. And I can't remember if it was Neil or Sean who mentioned that this morning. But they were not wrong, man. If you had that short at 390 or 380, you hold that, giving you 80 cents on a $3 stock. I mean, come on. What more do you want? That's like 30% right there.
These are hilarious. When Fahad does a push-up, he doesn't push himself up. He pushes the world down. Right? There we go. Hold on. Fahad can't go to the beach. Throws off all the ship's compasses. Fahad gives Pelosi stock tips, baby. That's how it works around here. Hold on. Fahad still hasn't had any water since the package joke. Okay, that's not a joke. All right, guys. I think we're 10 seconds out, Luca. So I'll just say bye to the viewers. It's been a hell of a day, and
yeah,
what a move today on this Powell news. It's been great. Jenny, thank you for the super chat, $5. Shout out to our friend Jenny, guys.
Thank you guys so much again for tuning in and for hitting that like button. Again, if you haven't hit the like button, you will be transitioned to another video, which will be the closing show with Neil and Sean and Brendo. They are getting ready. Market is moving. There's going to be a lot of excitement. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao for now.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. What a afternoon we are shaping up for here. We started the Powell event, basically break even. We end the Powell event, basically break even.